All right, we'll just kick it off, shall we? Why don't we? Just getting some data points coming through here. February U.S. export prices on a month-over-month basis coming through 0.8% versus 0.2% expected there. Import prices as well, 0.3 to the upside versus 0.3, in line with expectations, export and import year over year. Basically in line with expectations there as well. Keep in mind, coming up at 10 o'clock this morning, the big number today going to be March Michigan consumer sentiment, 76.9 expected. There is a 5-year and a 1-year inflation expectation number tied to that as well. So definitely one to watch, could move the market at 10 o'clock this morning overall. Futures downside a little bit here. We are on track though for still some positivity on the week and still down here as well on the month, 7.8%. For the NASDAQ on the month, still looking good. Inflation on the mind though, coming off what happened yesterday, 0.3, 0.3, 0.3, and 2% for the NASDAQ, the S&P, the Dow, and the Russell, all in the red once again this morning. Not the case for the futures. Back to the upside here. Apple helping this. Some positivity coming through this morning. We'll touch on Apple. We'll touch on Tesla once again. That Starship flight yesterday was amazing to watch, but they couldn't stick the landing, unfortunately.
And that broke my heart. Yeah. We don't even really know where the hell it is. It's over the Indian Ocean somewhere in pieces, but incremental gains, I guess.
Just amazing, yeah. Definitely a huge positive still for the company and for their project altogether. So it'll be interesting to see if we get some comments from Elon on that. But yeah, Apple back to the upside this morning. We'll touch on big tech across the board, more AI related positivity coming through from Microsoft as well. It's Friday morning, guys. Good morning.
Dude, have you looked at the
triple witching today? So you've got stock futures, you've got index futures, sorry, stock options, index futures, and index options all expiring on the same day. So you get some extra volatility in the morning and the close. And you'll only hear this from us because I'm going to let you guys in on a secret. The other thing about witching, which is important, is if you have your trading station facing toward the west, so that you're looking to the west when you're looking at your screen, then your gains are tripled at the end of the day.
Right.
It's a very little known fact. Now, now oddly enough, we actually do have ours already set that way because we're prepared like that.
Yeah.
All of that is entirely untrue.
Our keyboards are ready to rock and roll here.
Although we are facing west.
Yes. Don't give all the secrets away. We are facing west, and we have no windows. So, no matter what's going on outside,
I had this conversation.
We have no idea around here.
Yeah.
I mean, there is some windows in the back, but they don't lead to outside there. All right, it's Friday. It should be a good one. Did you say we're getting close to being positive on the week, or we are positive, or what? Because it's been like 16 of 17 weeks, something like that, of straight up, or maybe 15 of the last 17. So it'll be interesting to see what happens this week. And we have, was pretty positive about an hour ago, and now we turned just red now on the NASDAQ. So it'll be an interesting time to see here with, Adobe earnings kind of hitting the NASDAQ a little bit, but they're not a huge component. We'll see if that can get to the downside as well. AMD still well under 200. NVIDIA 878, which was a pretty key level yesterday, in and around that 880 mark. So yeah, lots of things to trade. Apple still approaching 174 again. That name seems to have been gotten off the bottom there a little bit. So yeah, Rivian with an upgrade. Tesla's still around that 160.
Even Fisker's up.
We're going to see if we could just, basically bookend this week here and end it off with a nice day.
So I'm not 100% sure about this, but just eyeballing the chart, when I eyeball the chart, the NASDAQ looks down, the ES looks up on the week. I'm eyeballing the chart.
Yeah, so we're really close then. So
we closed down here, so we're close to negative there on the NASDAQ. But the ES is looking like it's solidly up because we would have been here and... Yeah, the ES, which makes sense because the banks have been strong and energy has been strong, but tech has been weaker. So we have a chance, NASDAQ. Don't boil it. Spoil it.
Or boil it. Or boil it. UNG.
Or you could boil it too.
Not gas going.
Oh, no. Not nat gas.
Boil,
True. Well, that's
the ETF. All right, what's up, boys?
Might be jinxing ourselves a little bit, but 0.6 right now for the S&P. Q's, the NASDAQ is positive, but just. It's like 0.08 on the week right now. So we are gapping up a little bit here. Or 0.03. on the
Okay,
week.
not
So
bad.
we are positive, but only just. So hopefully we're not jinxing ourselves for a positive end to what has been a pretty eventful week. I mean, we get CPI, we get PPI, we get. It's actually kind of impressive that after all of this data that has come out this week, we end the week basically. I mean, we're positive, but basically flat here so far this morning.
Yeah, I mean, the inflation prints are a rough bunch. I mean, you and I talked about this yesterday. I think that last 1% between 2 and 3 is the toughest really to bring down here. But we'll have to keep our eye on the markets. I was talking to you about this off camera, the 2-year yesterday, basically breaking the October highs that we print there, 4.6. We're printing 4.65 on the back of that high PPI print. So the 2-year on the way up, Brendo.
Yeah, PPI worse than CPI if you missed it this week, but both hotter than expected still on the inflation front. A couple of things individually moving around here. Adobe downside off earnings, the forecast, bit of a problem for Adobe. I just saw Rivian higher on an upgrade here. Piper Sandler upgrading the stock to overweight.
I don't have anything to say, Brendo. I mean, we were just talking about this company maybe holding on for dear life here, not having enough cash to expand and to build out the R2 platform. Then they come out with that great event. RJ makes everybody look the other way with this R3 and R3X and et cetera. Look, they got, at the end of the day, they make beautiful cars, but they got to make money. So let's see how they scale.
Yeah, $11 trying to hold here, guys, for Rivian this morning.
And in other news, we're sad to say that clearly Randy has left us to go to a ratings agency so that he could upgrade Rivian, because he's the one that was talking, nicely about it. He's not actually here. Oh, you know what's interesting? I talked to Randy. I knew
never here on Friday.
No, I knew he had the day off because I was talking to him outside yesterday, and he had mentioned that he was not going to be in today. So you're not, even though I did turn my head, like you got me, but you didn't get me, and you're not going to get me again. But Rivian. It was nasty yesterday for Rivian. It failed. The pre-market levels that failed were 1160, and 11 wasn't even a place to get out. It was a place to add, apparently, because it got all the way down to this 1060 bottom. But all it has left is the fact that it's not as bad as some of the others and the $10 support level. It's great that it bounced off this higher low, but until it's above these quarters, it's like, okay, it can still be a short, but if it breaks these quarters, it's probably got room to go right back into that 1160, 1170 area where I try to be looking short again. They're not the only beleaguered EV name that is gapping up today, because Fisker is as well. Although that's just on rumors that there's a big auto company that might want to pick some up or actually just go into partnership investment with them. But that was denied by the company. It is gapped up, but 31%. Only looks good if you ignore the rest of the chart for all of history.
All of history. Yeah, EV names are so hot. They're such great investments. Here's an investment that I think can be great. Make Adobe great again. Look, this reminds.
Now that's one.
This reminds me a lot of what we saw, of course, on Pan W. We talked about the PE on this name being in and around 30. 32, 33. And then here you have an example. It's almost the exact same thing as Palo Alto, where you're getting a company that I believe has, great tailwinds as far as software editing, as far as where we're going with AI. They have a conference coming. We could talk about this when we do this watch list, but they have a conference coming up on the 21st. And I think it's going to be a great opportunity to pick up a good company here, down 11%. Their guide was missed on the low end missed by 600 million. Okay, so them being a $230 billion company, down right now 11%. So they're losing 25 billion in market cap from a guide down for 600 million. So 25 billion in market cap wiped out for that. So you can see how much the street is paying for growth and everything right now. Obviously, that's going to be a miss, so they get hit. So, whether or not you think Adobe can survive in this era, I
survive.
Don't know. No, but I mean, people are saying that, this Sora and chat and all these AI. I don't not the LLMs, but like not the large language models, but the editing software and everything's just going to be getting better and potentially. So the problem is Adobe took $1 billion hit on Figma. They had to pay.
Exactly.
So that hit the numbers as well. And then the other.
But that's a one-time cost.
No, forget about that. What I was getting at was that they're not going to be allowed to go in and buy anybody. So as competition improves around them, they're not able to go ahead and acquire companies. You know, I mean, they tried.
Well, that being said,
So I don't like that.
but pretty much everybody's in that. A lot of people are in that boat. So if you're behind, buying to catch up, if you're a big cap tech company, is going to be a problem. But fundamentally, if we're just sort of talking about the quarter, which is not what we do, but like if you're just talking about the quarter and the reaction, it feels a lot like Palo Alto's. You look at that daily, and the 480 is great support on that stock. So if it breaks 480, I'd be a little bit surprised. I don't know. I think it's good to buy. I actually heard an analyst on I listened to it on the radio, but it's like a TV show.
Yeah.
Literally saying Adobe should be the new Mag 7 name if Tesla's out.
Yeah. The guy.
And that's after this report. So,
Right.
not that I agree with that, but I mean, come on.
The guy was probably listening to last week's podcast, saw the report, and then, Anyways, I think you're buying it at a discount right now. I always say the 3-day rule. I think it would have worked on Pan W as well. I think the first day it went to 275, and then it went down into 260, I think.
It didn't matter that much.
Anyways.
The way I see it is when it's like the 200 period on Pan W, that was the difference because I was going to buy that level regardless.
Where was the first?
So like
day
that
it
was
went
the
down? Yeah,
first.
so it stayed down there for a couple of days.
Yeah, but like it was because I was buying there anyways. Whether the earnings, I was just sort of stink bidding it. But with that one, the Adobe. Go back to Sean's chart for a second if we can. There we go. No, Sean's chart.
This is.
There we go. Yeah.
You're talking about this.
But yeah, like whether it's the 480 or the 500.
I like this level.
Those are support levels regardless. So if you were looking at DCA into the stock, like that's probably a bid where you'd have it out there, earnings or no earnings. But the 3-day rule makes sense from a swing trade perspective. I would 100% agree with that.
And I don't know anybody that does any swing trading. Is he around yet, Michael Noss, or what? All right, let's go back over to the desk.
No, it's a great point on Adobe that there's a lot more competition and a lot more options these days for, you were just mentioning Canva.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, there's so many different things that you can use even for video editing. Quickly, we'll talk about Bitcoin here and then, get to Mr. Noss to wrap up the week on a Friday. Downside here in a pretty big way. It kind of looks like this day, if you go back to March 5th. Or the way it's starting anyways, but just broke 68,000 downside. So all the equities related here under a bit of pressure this morning.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like a healthy pullback, Brendo. It's not that much off the top. 73,750 was the top there, coming back down into about 67.5. Not a bad look. With respect to some of the equity names here, Marathon, Mara basically announcing this morning that they're looking at buying a Applied Digital Bitcoin mining data center in Garden City, Texas for around $87.33 million. We'll see how that one trades on the day. It's been pulling back quite aggressively lately.
Yeah, I noticed all the ETFs downside this morning as expected. We've had, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, maybe 6 there looking like negative analysts talking about these ETFs this morning as well. Just, I mean, the overall message, too far, too fast.
Yeah, I mean, that's fine.
Well, okay, fine. Like you can say too far, too fast, but then like in bull markets, you need pullbacks. Otherwise, they turn into parabolic squeezes, I suppose, even though that kind of loosely resembles one. I have a weekly chart up of Bitcoin, just so you know. A lot of times we'll use daily charts to try to let you guys know if we're looking at a weekly. In this case, like what would be a reasonable pullback? 52, 60? 60 for sure. 62 doesn't really break the trend either. All you're having is a fresh all-time high and a rejection of that level. But this breakout, like this, resembles the front end more than it does, that double top. Like if you look at the push into 40,000, which some of us remember, most of us remember that. It's only 2021. You pull back off of 40,000 all the way to like 29. That's a decent chunk, and then you ripped to 60,000. So it would not be crazy to reject a 70,000 break and be back at 50,000. Like that's not unreasonable at all. What is worth watching today? Well, lots of things are worth watching today, including us. But IBIT, if you're looking at it, and looking at Bitcoin in general. On the 8th, you had a wipeout bottom that got this down to 37.7. I know you can be charting this on Bitcoin prices, but because we're now trading IBIT, which is the most liquid of the ETFs, this is the one I'm going to look at. So this bottom here at 37.75, I think it gives you a bit of leeway that if you do another liquidity grab drop, say at the open or in the middle of the day, if there is a fail of 38 that holds this area, I'd want it backed upside through, just for like a temporary dip and rip type story. Those have been absolute gold. When it wicks a big bottom, getting those retracements as a day trader has been fantastic. Like you can just sort of see, like every time there's like a major breakdown, within maybe like a dollar move within about a 15-minute span in IBIT, catching it on the way back up once the bid comes in has been gold. I've only got one of them.
Yeah, I actually talked about that same IBIT level. I was going to look at, it's on the sticky note today for the first time. I've never written IBIT on there before, but it is on there. I just want to look at, you know, last night I was sitting there, I was going to bed. It was, I don't know what it was, 11:30, midnight, something like that. And I looked down and I was like, oh my God, Solana was like at 180 something yesterday. And like I had just sold some at 155, 154, 157, something like that. So some of these names are really, really going here, like 15% in 7 days. There is pullback now, as you can see in many of these altcoins. So it's pretty bad, like 10, 15, 30, not 30, sorry, 13% right there with Shiba Inu, Dogecoin 13%, Cardano 11, Ripple 9. I mean, it's you know, Ethereum 6, they're down to 36. So Bitcoin now 67.5. Like it's not a great day here, but I don't know. I agree with Neil and everybody here and everybody in the chat probably. It's not, there's no worth panicking on anything now. I mean, it's been such a huge move up. You're going to get pullbacks. Like if we don't believe in NVIDIA here, then you shouldn't buy it at 873. Like NVIDIA could go down to $700. It doesn't mean the story's over. So I feel like there has to be some gas coming out of here, and it looks like the crypto's taking a break for a minute. I wouldn't be surprised if we're like 62, 63 on Monday, to be honest with you.
Buy the dip.
There he is, Michael Na, CMT over at Trade Ideas to wrap things up. As I mentioned on a Friday, Mr. Nas, Sharif and I were just talking off camera here about natural gas. We want to discuss nat gas here, and Sharif was mentioning the simple fact that it's been the warmest winter in a long, long time here, I think right across most of North America, and we've had, you know, a lack of need for heating and natural gas in that sense anyways. But give us your case here. What are you looking at? What are you seeing that makes it seem a little bullish?
Well, as a technician, right, I believe that most of that stuff is priced in. And funny enough, as I was in the green room and I was listening to Sean, he was mentioning how crypto is selling off a bit. We're getting a pullback in some of these chip names. And what I've been doing probably for the last few weeks coming on here is making the case for different sectors that I thought could benefit when profit comes in or profit taking comes in some of these different sectors. You know, if you owned NVIDIA as a fund and you put 5% of your money in NVIDIA, $200, well, now 30% of your fund is NVIDIA at some point. You got to take some of that off the table. You got to rebalance by putting that into different sectors. So the first thing that I do every night or when the market's about to close, I go to our sector scope page on our website and I bring this up. And this is just a tree map of what's going on. And it's pretty evident to me when you look at this that everything mostly was down except UNG, XLE, and uranium. And I've talked to death about uranium. I've already given my case for XLE. So I thought UNG being up 5% on a day where the whole market was interesting. And as someone who this is my pursuit right now is to say, where is money going into? That really got my interest. So I started to look at some charts. So the first one I have here on UNG is just a daily chart, but it's using an indicator just known as a stochastic. And this is just simply an overbought, oversold indicator with two lines. And the idea is that when it's in the oversold territory and it crosses up, generally speaking, that could be a bullish sign. I went through and I showed some of the times that it worked recently. I'm certainly not saying that UNG is going to go back to $100 a share or anything like that, but it's bounced a few times now. It's bounced when the first cross happened. I think it went from 15 to nearly 30, so almost a double. On that last cross, when it actually got moving, I think it went from, again, I think it was 14 or so to around 20. So again, good returns if you can catch this. But I always want to preface, you're obviously trading against the trend right here. And when you're trading against the trend, you just need to understand that the probabilities of being right, in my opinion, are lower, but the risk reward on a trade like this is just so high. And that's what I want to take a look at. My old mentor used to call them basement window trades. Basically, if you're going to jump out a window, you might as well make it the basement window. And that's kind of what I'm looking to do here. So another chart here on UNG, just zooming in and showing that we're at this $14.50 to $15 support zone. So if I'm right and I'm going to take a trade in UNG, that's going to be my line in the sand. Any significant close below that level, I'm wrong or early and it's time to go. And I would rather get stopped out 2 or 3 times trying to make this trade than to hold this and have it drop to 5 as this thing's been in a wicked downtrend. So this next chart, it's not a very good looking chart, but what I wanted to show in the futures market, there's something called the Commitment of Traders Report. And the Commitment of Traders Report essentially just says these are where the hedgers are, or people who are trading natural gas to hedge off some kind of position. So companies that have exposure to natural gas and want to make sure that that's hedged off. And that is the green line. And you can see they have been long and getting longer natural gas. And the red line is the speculators. So people who are betting on just a movement in natural gas. And they do this every week. So it'll be interesting to see what this week's report holds. But you can see they've been short and getting shorter. And quite often it's the commercials who know what's going on and not the hedgers or the speculators. There's a great book in one of the market wizards with Jason Shapiro. He trades, exclusively using this indicator. But just saying that there is an opportunity, if natural gas can stay above this level, for some sort of a short covering type rally. Now, the next chart I have here is if you want to play natural gas or some levered product against natural gas, that's fine, and I might take some of that as well. But I went under the hood and I tried to look for some bigger cap names that could benefit off natural gas. So Cheniere Energy is natural gas distribution. So they don't technically always make money or lose money based off the price of natural gas. But what they do is they distribute natural gas. So when the price is moving up, that would obviously be a more favorable environment to them. And I just drew this little box around price to show that this is not nearly as bad and hasn't been beat up nearly as bad as natural gas. So if natural gas starts going, I think this could get a move as well. And then the last chart here is just the same one, Cheniere Energy on the daily chart. You can see a nice simple downtrend line. So I think my game plan for this one is to simply buy if we can get a close above that downtrend line. That's around 160 or so a share. Worst case stop is under this swing low, and see if we can get, maybe back to highs at 180 or something. Would end up being a really good trade.
Technical aspect, as you said, definitely some key levels to work off in that case. Is it a prove me wrong first, or is it a show me that it's working first type of idea?
For me, I want to get as close to that support zone as I can. So I'd rather take the trade knowing that the risk is so incredibly small that I want it to prove me wrong. I want the market to come in and stop me out. I think if you have to wait for too much confirmation on bounces like this, you'll be buying into too much strength. So that's my idea. If you're an options person, right, maybe there's some options play for buying a call where your risk is capped. But one thing I forgot to say, and I did want to, is they call natural gas the widowmaker in the trading world, and they do it for a reason. So just be very, very careful.
Yeah, well said. Well said. Enjoy your weekend. Michael Noss, CMT over at Trade Ideas. We'll speak again on Monday.
Talk to you Monday.
If they do say it, I try to make sure every single time we even pull up a chart of natural gas, I'll say it's the widowmaker. But there was something that Michael said there that I wanted to maybe just repeat with a little bit more emphasis, and that's notice the difference in style of trade. I wanted to prove me wrong versus I want the confirmation. The type of trade you're making matters not just for acknowledging the setup and tracking its success, but then knowing what works for you and what doesn't. Because if you just look at that and say, okay, I'm looking for a bottom here on natural gas, without defining the type of trade, well, then it's hard for you to work the risk to reward. And when you're going forward, do you need it to be breaking out above here? It's much different risking 25% than it is risking a pittance if you get it in front of that support level. So you've got to know if you're shooting big with a small stop or if you're waiting for confirmation. It might be the same instrument, it might be the same level, it might be the same move, but it doesn't mean that you're making the exact same trade, and that becomes very important. I did want to I gotta correct something because one thing was said that's factually incorrect. I don't know what type of basements they have in Halifax, but you climb out of a basement window. You don't jump out of a basement window. You can jump out of a window that's on like the ground floor because you're above ground, but if you're below ground, you need to climb out of it. So I'm just gonna, little things like that. I'm a stickler. It is what it is.
Yeah, Mr. Michael Noss. He's used that reference a couple times on this show there. So shout out to Michael and thank you for bringing up all those different sectors. I think it's important to understand that, when you're looking at a week or a month or a year, I thought Ramin was yelling at me that I was on mute there. I was like, oh my God. But important to see that you're diversified, right? I mean, we kind of joke around sometimes about trying to pick stocks. Realistically, you can pick the SPY, which is the S&P 500. You can take the NASDAQ or any of those ETFs, diversify a little bit that way, or pick individual names and sleep a little rougher at night. But yeah, thanks, Michael, for all that. I think I've never invested in Nat Gas other than Enbridge, which is a pipeline, of course.
True.
But every time I look at that, on the recap show, it's funny because I always look at the sectors that move the most. And it's like every day it's like, oh, UNG up 5%, down 5%, down 3%, down 2%.
It doesn't
up 4%,
sleep.
Down 7%. It's like it's wild. So that's why we talked about that Boyle
switching
ETF
day
as well. And so there might be some.
No, I pulled up
imbalances.
Enbridge to look at the chart for a quick second, and then of course the level 2 for a split second had all those.
Oh, did it have all these crazy
size.
prices on there? Right here, we don't have too many. Most of the trading for these kind of witching days will happen at the end of the day, but Fisker's there we talked about that, and we will talk about it a little bit more coming up. 2 million shares there. There's not too much on here, but if you notice something, S's are outweighing the B's right here. So I don't know, it's 5 to 1 maybe, something like that, maybe 4 to 1. A little bit in here, a PLD, don't even know what that is. WY, DOC, that's not DocuSign. So a lot of big sells here today, including AT&T, right? Bank of America, Pfizer, Ford, Verizon, Walmart, Coca-Cola, JP Morgan, right? They're all here, WFC, Uber, right? So all these big names all have sell imbalances to start the day. So NASDAQ starting to head to the downside. S&P now bouncing, but did have a nice move down as well. So let's wait to see if there's some early weakness potentially in the market. This is what those imbalances indicate.
Lots of interesting names here on the upgrades and downgrades, starting off with DoorDash getting an upgrade here from Piper Sandler. The more interesting thing here is the price target from 53 to 127, so massive price target increase here for DoorDash. Piper Sandler here also upgrading Rivian to overweight with a price target of $21. Nice look for Rivian. Snowflake getting an upgrade from Guggenheim, and Micron getting upgraded by Citigroup ahead of those earnings next week. Polestar getting downgraded here by Piper Sandler. We also have Janney downgrading Markel Group. Mobileye getting downgraded from Piper Sandler as well. Lots of Piper Sandler moves today. And last but not least, Morgan Stanley downgrading Republic Services, guys.
A few interesting names on that list. PSNY on the downside this morning from Piper Sandler. Mobileye as well downside. We were just talking about maybe some positivity today in the EV space, but not so much for Polestar. Have you seen the hatchback?
The new one, the 3. Yeah,
it's actually
good.
Not bad looking.
No.
It's a little bit bigger. The Polestar to this point has been essentially a Volvo, an EV Volvo, but this one definitely different.
But the thing about, I find with our experience is we see a lot of Polestars in Toronto. I don't feel that's necessarily the case in the United States. I feel like they see more Rivians than we do here. Polestar is quite affordable. You're looking
everywhere. Yeah, sorry, it's everywhere.
It's not a bad look. It's $350 bi-weekly for a lease. That's down a lot of people's alley.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So I think it's an entry-level EV vehicle in the way that you see Tesla and Rivian wanting to make one. So.
And they've never been in your face with advertising or marketing or anything like that, just kind of quietly doing their thing. But I mean, the same can't be said for the stock, however, but we are up ever so slightly here this morning, guys, for Polestar.
Didn't even.
You know what? It looks pretty nice, man. Sean just yeah.
It's not, I'm just on the website now because I never heard of it before. So
Whatever happened to building one in the Midday show? We used to like build a car.
yeah, well, there's only so much content I can provide. But yeah, I don't know. I'm looking for like more pictures here, but they're all just.
Oh, that's it.
Yeah, there's not much.
Okay.
Like there we go, just doing these random things here. I don't know. Not great for pictures here, but good airflow
Wow.
on the new Polestar. Oh, look at that.
Wow.
You know,
I'm
0 to 100 in 8 seconds. No, but yeah. Anyways, there's what it looks like there. How much does this thing cost, anyways? Let's buy the launch edition right now and see what this is. Is this going to be Canada? Will we allow it? Yeah, let's allow our location here. Oh, come on, use my location. Yes.
There you go. Avenue.
Yeah, Toronto. What? 97,000? All right. Where's the fail button? No, I don't have to do anything.
No, but what is it like? It can't be that.
$97,000?
We always pay more for everything though up here.
We just 99,000. I mean, it's right here. What else are we talking
Short
about?
Polestar.
Well, which one do you want me to do? That's the cheapest version. Yeah, there's 106 here. What was that? Okay, well, if there are cheaper versions, maybe there's cheaper versions. But anyways, this is not a great price at that. But anyways, PSNY. The reason why I want to look at this is because it might be a trap. It might be a trap.
It wasn't me.
But anyways, if that's $97,000, then I don't know where the stock is going, in my opinion, because we start the show by saying that Polestar is pretty affordable and everything like that. Then I call that up and it looks at 100 grand. But it's not that it's, you know, this is down now to $1.60. Is this near or close to all-time lows? Its 52-week low is right here, 130. So look, I mean, I wish Polestar the best, and you know, quite frankly, let's see what the short float is on this one. I just look at Fisker and think about the same thing. Yeah, I don't care what it looks like. That price is ridiculous. 5.7% right now.
Wow.
You know, I don't know. I just want to know the reason for this thing to go back up. So we'll wait to see what happens here. But up 2%. Got downgraded or upgraded? It was downgraded, right?
It was a downgrade.
Okay, so downgraded and up. That's a good sign. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose like when you start reacting positively to bad news, that's usually signs of a bottom on a stock, but it didn't even hit its low. The problem is it doesn't really do much for a trade. Today it's Fisker, Rivian, Tesla. Those are the three names that you should be looking at. If you're trading an EV name and you're an active trader, then you want to trade Fisker, you want to trade Rivian, or you want to trade Tesla. I mean, you guys know what a Tesla chart will look like. That sucker doesn't move. And even if it's a good car, I saw in the chat, yeah, well, you pay more for stake. Even if it's high quality, if you're going to survive, you got to have some mass appeal. Demand is not there. So, I mean, NIO just announced that they're going to be coming out with a more base model that'll appeal to the lower price points, because everyone has to be able to do that to compete with falling prices and lack of demand. So I think that puts Polestar into some trouble.
All right, Sharif's done some research here. I was just going to mention the R1S here in Canada is 112.5.
Starting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's ballpark. But go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, Sean showed the new one, the 3, which is the more expensive of the two. Here's the long-range dual motor. This one comes in at 67.5. I don't know where the hell it just went. It just decided to disappear here, Brendo. At 67.5, it's got 418 kilometers of range, 408 horsepower. It's not a bad look. This is the cheaper of the two, though, so he doesn't like it. All right, let's get to the futures. 52.18, guys, that's where we closed off yesterday. So let's say support at 5,200, with the overnight low 52.10, the overnight high 52.30. Let's say that 52.50 area that we've been rejecting off now for almost a couple of weeks.
All right. If you have not done so, make sure you grab that. Super easy. Scan the QR code. Go to tradertv.live. That exact pop-up will appear. Just enter your email address, and you get the watch list then every single morning right in your inbox. We have AI, shockingly, at the top of the list this morning. Microsoft and Apple both with I mean, we learned about the Apple side of things yesterday a little bit with Darwin. Apple just randomly on a Thursday afternoon announcing acquisition of Darwin AI from Waterloo, Ontario. And just like that, poof, they disappear from, it was almost like it never even existed.
Oh, God.
Outside of the CEO's LinkedIn page that we found after the fact. But yeah, adding to their repertoire, I guess, as far as AI is concerned, but they absorb the company. And we were reading in the afternoon that their AI is specifically designed to find manufacturing flaws in products along the line.
That's one of the main things. The other main thing is that it runs locally on the system. That's how they've designed that AI, and that's what Apple wants. Apple wants to create devices where the Gen AI is ran locally, not on the cloud. And so that's why they acquired this. So why it matters is essentially here, they're experiencing expecting components during manufacturing and the making of AI systems smaller and faster, which could be a game changer for Apple, which is, again, focusing on AI devices rather than entirely on the cloud. Dan Ives likes it. He made a comment with respect to it overnight. With respect to Microsoft, though, it's really more of an Abu Dhabi heading here. The UAE's AI minister, Omar Sultan, basically saying that they're getting into a deal here with ChatGPT maker OpenAI for a joint venture.
Yeah, it was MGX. Remember Sam Altman was over there looking to raise $7 trillion? And this is for that chip initiative. So there's no dollar amount named in this, but yeah, Abu Dhabi's MGX, state-supported technology investment firm, coming through with some money for Sam Altman's chips.
Ooh, like that.
Sam Altman.
Well, there's a bit of a flat top on Apple,
I
and
still don't believe that's $7 trillion.
No, of course not. No, but I'd swear, like within a couple of days, I remember
he's
hearing
trying
something.
to raise 4 NVIDIAs.
I think he pushed back on the number. And anyways, it doesn't matter. Like, it's obviously a fantastical number, or whatever adjective you want to use.
Yes.
But I like flat top breakouts. They're always good, although the only flat top you'll ever see me in is a flat top break or a flat top bottom.
Unless we're talking
about like 1993 when I did sport one.
Exactly.
So Apple's got one. And if you haven't been paying attention on Apple, then when it gets to $174, you've been not selling it as a trader, and then you've been getting burned. Because every time it gets to $174 this week, it turns around. Literally every day this week. Goes to 174, that's the top. 74, top. You get the only day we didn't test it, I guess, was Wednesday, when it just absolutely flushed. So my assumption is that we're going to test it again today. Well, at least I hope so. And if it can get above like 30 or 40, I think even like a 174.5 might be worth going a long break. Otherwise, allow the double bottom yesterday to be a new support level. Forget about 71 temporarily. Look at 72. That's what I got marked. And 74, 6 out. It's not a hard line in that it always turns at 74. Sometimes you get wicks above, so I think you have to be patient with that area. But if it's above 50s, like 174.5, I think it can be a breakout. Whether the market wants to accommodate that on a Friday, who knows? But it's a short up there till it's not. And I like that 72 longs. I'm willing to go both directions. I favor the longs in Apple, but ignoring that 74 level feels like a mistake.
All right, so our ideas this week have been pretty good on the sticky note, and today Apple's going to be the #1 idea. We have Apple and Micron, and we'll talk about that as we go. Look, we like the 172 long. It's been great support over 170. There's been so many dip buy opportunities. We wrote down here that AI acquisition yesterday. Shout out to Darwin. Shout out to Waterloo. My son Baxter actually knows the guys at Darwin. They're working with the same accelerator that he is, so he's jacked about it. But anyways, bullish above support here, but be patient for the dip, right? So I think that that's pretty important. So you got to wait to see if that ever comes through. So here's Apple right now, and I was looking at it throughout the day. Here's the dip into yesterday's close into 172. It does bounce off there into 173. Down here, 172.20 holds yesterday, but this is why we say be patient for those dip buys. It happens early, and if you like to trust it, then fine. I mean, if it gets down into this level, we'll take it, right? But right there, there's the dip. You had the opportunity at 1 o'clock, then you have the opportunity again at 3 o'clock. So wait for these opportunities. Look at this move early on Apple. There's the 171 hold. So we may have to go through some of this volatility here early. So that's why right now I'm bidding down here at 172.15. So let's see if we get that fill. It's the only bid that I have in right now, and we're going to see if that hits. I like Tesla up there at 168 for a short. We're going to get to that next. And I also wrote down on the sticky note as well, on the top right corner, that a 420 long, and it has nothing to do with this, but 420 long down here for Microsoft, it's all-time highs right now. It's broken above this 420 level yesterday. We talked about this break yesterday and how much we liked it. We played dips on Microsoft yesterday. We had a $3 winner at the end of the day on Microsoft off of some support. So if we can find support on all-time high names, we're going in on that, baby. So right now, Microsoft will be probably a dip buy in and around 420. But as Neil mentioned, this is not our friend right now. The trend is southbound. So all these bids could evaporate pretty quickly. So we're going to wait to see if that does happen here. And if it does, we're going to get out of the way real quick, man. This is not something where, because this could be a minus 1.5% day. So if you start taking bids when it's only down 0.5%, you're going to get railroaded. And then all your earnings that you've made this week get pull-starred. Because, like, you know.
Ouch. You could at least say Fiskered.
I'd rather stay away from that one, if you know what I'm saying. Let's go back over to the desk.
Speaking of, let's talk Tesla here. Trying to bounce as the market, as we saw there, making new lows. This was kind of an interesting note. Analysts talking about all the investment that's going into these humanoid robots, suggesting that it's hard to, at this point anyways, put a value on that, specifically for Tesla and this Optimus project. You sent me a crazy video 2 nights ago of OpenAI's version of a humanoid robot having basically a full-fledged conversation with someone while putting dishes away.
And we played it on the Midday yesterday.
Oh, okay.
And we got to show everybody exactly how he was passing the apple. He could detect that the apple was...
Throw the garbage out? Like, it was crazy.
I mean, it was nuts. He could detect what different objects were, which shows obvious signs of intelligence. But with respect to today's headline on Tesla, this has to do specifically with India. And if you remember, the last time Prime Minister Modi was in the United States, he met with Elon in New York City ever so briefly, and they were discussing, obviously, Tesla's expansion into India. Why was this being discussed? Well, obviously, it's the second biggest, it's not now the #1 most populous country in the world, Brendo, but they have a very aggressive tariff regime on any imported cars that do not invest in the country. So he's looking for a minimum investment of $500 million. He'll drop that tax, Brendo, from 70% down into the 15, 13s, mid-teens. So it's a big deal here for Tesla.
Yeah, this has been in the works for a while, too, going back to, I think it was summer of last year. We were sitting here talking about Elon in India and working on this deal. So hopefully we can get that done soon. 163 needing to hold here so far this morning, guys, for Tesla.
63.
Yeah, I mean, it's just... Like, it's at 163. Yesterday's low was actually the 160 level with change. And if we keep looking at the bigger picture here, the support trend is like 150. It's still at 150. So I think there's still room to the downside. I like the catalyst. Okay, great. Like, you're not going to pretend that that's bad news for them. All that said, the trend is your friend. I don't know if 172, the bigger level, is a possibility today. But when I look at the 167, like where this was at the open when it flushed and then bounced at about 10 o'clock, it then got into 167, then failed again. So if you look at that opening range, like that last salvo of buying got you to 167 and then turned around. So that's the level I'd look at for a bit of a fade. I also like Rivian as well. I'm not completely convinced on this. It's gapped up and then stopped moving. So I think using the pre-market tops here, maybe the quarters for an initial short, and then wait around till the 1175, because that was just so nasty, and it broke support. And the trend, as I said, is your friend. Like, this was something trying to break out. It's in the midst of a big pullback. If it has a rebound day and the initial short loses 10, 11 cents, and you can back away from it and wait for a bigger level, I'm all for that. And if we see $10 on Rivian, I think that would be like an easy test level for a bounce, just because that was the earnings low.
So this is well zoomed in right now, but this was yesterday's Tesla trade. Let me just zoom this back out a little bit here. So yesterday, we had Tesla written down as a short as well. There's the pop up to 171. There's the fade. There's the out at 163. There's more shorts at 165. So we definitely, man, we nailed Tesla yesterday. And the day before that, we had the one, I mean, I could try to find it, but we had the 176 short as well on Tesla. So, oh my. You know, that was a couple days ago. AMD, wow. Oh, my. Follow me at Trader TV Sean for some more lame emojis. But no, so I really think that if we can get up here in and around 160, I saw Kyle Burdett write down 168. Now, I didn't put, not write it down, but in the chat there. You know, I don't know if Tesla runs or not today. It is positive against a red market, so that's giving me a little bit of pause for concern for the short. I think the long is pretty golden down here at 160 because then you just have such an easy out. And I mean, that's what we're looking for, right? Is you're looking for outs and ins. At this, you can, I mean, down here bidding 161, giving yourself $1. I feel that if you do get that bump, like even like you had at the end of the day, that was $2. So that's easily in the possibility. And then you get violent moves off the open. So yesterday we opened at 168, went up to 171.50. That's 250, 350. So if you get up another $2 or $3 into here, I feel like this is a safe short. So 166, 167 into 168, and then ultimately, you know, you go from there. I don't think it's a crazy story here or anything like that, but I do got to give a shout out because I didn't realize this either, but there's India right here, right? China, so just right now, world share, 17%, 17.7 in India, 17.72. So like they're flip-flopping, but that's pretty cool. China down on the year is what I wanted to show everybody. Like I have known nothing about world populations at all. But just interesting to see India up 1%, Pakistan up 2%, China down right there, United States up 0.5%. So just interesting how China's going down and everybody else going the other way there. So anyways, we know about the Chinese economy. Just we always talk about FXI and Alibaba and all that. So in what is now a shrinking population.
All right, let's go to Micron here. Nice move higher in the pre-market. It's Hey, Sean. Nice move higher here in the pre-market. Bouncing off 94 here for MU this morning. Citigroup with a nice positive note, raising their price target to 150. There was also, I saw TD coming through with an outperformer, maintaining their outperform rating.
Yep, and they increased the price target as well from 100 to 120, Brendo. So a couple of price target upgrades there today for Micron as we anticipate earnings next Wednesday. Here's the reason from Citi. We expect the company to post upside to consensus and increase the guidance for full year quarter 2024. And given strong DRAM pricing and shipment of higher priced, higher margin, higher bandwidth, which is shipping with NVIDIA's AI systems. And we saw Jensen holding that big, block-looking thing on his kitchen table. And included in that is going to be some Micron DRAM chips there. So good luck.
Fresh out of the oven with oven gloves. Yeah, I mean, market accelerating downside here. Micron just hanging out, though, guys, up 2.
Well, I mean, I don't think that Fisker buy imbalance is going to be able to do enough to bounce the market early. Remember, it's triple witching. Every single imbalance of companies that you've ever heard of outside of Fisker was still a sell side. So that's putting pressure on the market right now as we're down 0.3% and heading a little bit lower. But, you know, with a grain of salt, take it with a grain of salt. You get extreme moves at the open on a witching day and at the close as well. So Micron, like the news. Remember, they're not actually making money right now, but they're a pretty cyclical name that usually the market gets out in front of when they see a turnaround. So there's a 95. It's not like any massive high or anything, but it just happens to be yesterday's top and then pre-market levels. If we can show buyers above 95, it looks like a good breakout there. And then this 93 support level. Obviously, it gave it up yesterday and then turned into resistance, but it was a key level before. Like key, break, hold, and then turn into resistance. So I think that will be the line. If it survives this opening push to the downside to hold 93 at the open, this looks like a long off that level to me on Micron. It did just recently reject the $100 level as well, but on the daily chart, it even looks like it's coming into support at $90. So even if 93 broke, if you got to $90, I'd probably be thinking long down there again.
All right, so same thing for me. I wrote this one down. I'm not going to show it, but it is on the sticky note, and I just wrote down two things. That was that there's either going to be the support here at 93, which I think that there could be coming through right now. So there's 93 yesterday. So we're going to look at that as support. If it breaks that, then we can get out because this could happen easily to Micron here today. If this market wants to go red, I was just saying to Neil, it looks like I got to get these shorts locked and loaded because the market is starting to go to the downside right now as Apple's coming into 172. We're going to have to hold on tight to that one, I feel like. But yeah, Micron. All right, so there it is, 93 bucks. We like that bottom for sure. I'm already bidding that one. But again, if we break too much lower than that, you got to get out in and around here, man. 92.40. Like that sort of has to be the line in the sand, in my opinion. Then you might even go short off that if you break it. But then I also want to play the tale of two stories here because I think it's a nice upgrade. They've really been beat up for a little bit. I mean, all these names have, right? But from 102 down to 90. So it doesn't surprise me that Citigroup comes in here after them, probably buying the dip. And they probably thought, honestly, these are how these places work, man. They're not upgrading it because they want you to benefit from it. They don't give a so they probably thought 93 was going to hold. It dipped down into 90 yesterday, so today they're like, oh crap, we're really long here, Micron down at 93, let's upgrade this thing. So it wouldn't be surprised to me if it gets through 95 today on mass buying and try to create a little bit of panic in the name, and then we'll see this name up to like 97, 98. If the market opens up green on Monday, then they can dump all their shares and you'll return back to 90. So I don't like Micron for an investment, but I think for a trade, we could break this 95, get going back up to the upside, and I want to take the long break at 95 or the dip buy into 93. But right now you're in the middle, so we wait for one of those things to happen. For me, I'd prefer the dip buy into 93, obviously.
Adobe out with earnings, as we said before. It was the forecast that comes in worse than expected here. So a huge move down after the close. There was really never any uptick. As soon as the report came out, it was just all downside. Trying to hold key level here, $500 coming back into play, down better part of $80 since yesterday.
Yeah, big drop, Brendo, 12% and still counting here. Look, they beat on the top and bottom lines, despite the fact that earnings, net profit got cut in half. They printed $1.25 billion last year on the quarter. In profit, that got cut to $620 million. But like Brendo mentioned, it was really the guide here. They're guiding about $5.25 to $5.33 billion in revenue. The street was looking to the higher end of that, a little bit higher than $5.33. But we should also mention there's a $25 billion share buyback program here, so not negligible.
If it does hold, if you zoom out a little bit, huge level to maintain here today for Adobe.
Yeah, like for 500 holding, probably might mean like 497, 498. Like this is a stock that if it gets underneath $500, I don't think you're not saying it's capitulating the support level. Like it's got to break maybe even 95 or 96. So it's going to open up, barring some kind of a big change in the next 8 minutes or so. It's going to open up down 10% or over 10%, making it a short sell restricted. So if there's a bounce zone in here, I'd say anywhere from 95 to 500 is where I'd look for the SSR bounce. And if it doesn't hold that, then we were saying earlier 480 is another big level where the stock has jumped off before. So sometimes you look at these historical prices and want to play them pretty close to Apple getting to that 172. Like that's incoming. We're like 20 cents away on Apple, 30 cents away from 172 on Apple. So there's a few things that are going to test these dip buys because of all those sell bounces. As we said earlier, it wasn't like it was a terrible report, but just a slight miss on the guidance. And they got punched a bit, and there's some concerns with regards to competition in their space from AI, specifically with some of the video rendering they're able to do. So if you're looking for an SSR bounce, this is the one down 10%. Might give you a little something. And Apple just hit the teens.
Oh man. Okay. All right. So I was going to talk about Adobe, but you guys already know my opinion.
I should have moved it to like 172 even.
All right. So I just punched out a little bit there on Apple because it's not. Stupid me.
Futures just broke support too.
Yeah, I punched out for flat there. Stupid me, but we'll wait. I only punched out of a third of it. Okay. I mean, come on. As if, guys. But okay. We'll see what happens here with Apple. Now they're starting to go back up. We're long at 172.11. So that's what we're long. I punched out of a third of it. I did have a decent order down there. Let's go. I did have a decent order down there because I didn't expect this to come in. So we're basically trading this like it's open right now. I did get scared there because like it just fell right in. I was going to talk about Adobe. So we did punch out a sum there, but here we go, man. We're long 172. This is the sticky note level. I never ever, the imbalances for the NASDAQ aren't out yet. And it's a witching day. Okay, so, you know, I feel like we have to be very, very careful about what we're doing here because if this market turns around here, especially there, we'll take another fill there. We took another fill there at 35. If this market turns around with these imbalances, this name could absolutely tank. Like if Apple comes out with a sell imbalance, this is going to get smoked. So be very, very careful here. And it could go completely the other way, right? This could come out as a buy imbalance. So let's put something out at like 172.80. Maybe we get the fill up there and we start this day spinning. So yeah, Adobe, look, I like those levels. Same thing as Neil. I think it got hit way too much, but this is what happens. It's still a growth stock. I feel like there's a lot of catalysts there to believe in for Adobe. But right now we're believing in Apple, but we're long. We're out of 30% already of what we had left. Okay, so we've exited it. We've already got, there it goes. See that? Boom. Bye. Right there. Bye-bye. So we got in and got out there right away once it broke lower. So there goes Apple right there down to the downside. So spin that money into a fail because it just went down. And here's the imbalances. Stupid, honestly. It's really stupid.
The imbalances come out at 925.
And I was saying that too. I was like, well, these imbalances could go either way. But there's Apple and Amazon both coming with monster sells. Remember we said that before? Damn it, Sean. Honestly, dude, that's a huge fail for me. I sat here 15 minutes ago and said, look at all the sells, Walmart, this and that, all the buys. I've never heard of any of these buys except for Fisker. Look at all these solid companies that are all sells. When did we talk about that? Up here when the NASDAQ was about 100 points higher? Anyways, makes me sick. Anyway, nice move downside.
They don't always tank on those imbalances. It's not 100% of the time. I am into Rivian. I thought we'd get something in the 11s. I had the same position. I'm long and I took the L on Apple, but you're not gonna at that time of day. I don't want to hold that. I want to see if we can get back into it after the open when things calm down a bit. But Rivian, I didn't get the fills, and then it broke down off 11, so was able to get some on the way back into the downside there. Some at 95, most of it at 96 and 97, so 96 average price. Gonna give it to that pre-market high that we're talking about. Oh, shoot, we're not actually done the rundown. Let's go back to the desk.
Let's talk crypto here. 2 days in a row downside for Bitcoin as we get this pullback, much needed pullback. But we're just coming into, 2-week levels here. 65 comes into play early on, a little bit below. Back to 68,000 right now, but everything crypto related following suit here on the equity side.
Yeah, a couple of equity and crypto adjacent names here. Mara Digital looking to buy another mining company for the tune of $87.33 million from Texas, Garden City, Texas. With respect to Coinbase, they got a nod today from JP Morgan analyst Kenneth Worthington. He maintains the neutral rating on Coinbase, but does raise the price target from 95 to 150. So eyes on some of these equity names.
Yeah, with stocks downside anyways here, more pressure, guys, for all of these ETFs.
I guess my
under pressure.
My offers aren't getting filled here, just my bids. We got filled on Micron as well, and then we got filled at 93, and then we got out right there at 93.27. Oh, here it is. Okay, it's coming back up again, so we'll see if it gets filled back. Or we got 30s. I don't know what we got, but it went right into the money, so we took that. We are back into Apple long as this market. Whoa, Apple just tanked again, by the way. Oh, what is happening?
Whoa, now it's ripping.
No,
never mind.
It's going the other way.
It went 170 to 170,
yeah, I got
150.
punched out there at 171 there. There's some craziness happening right now.
Whoa, hey, what
in
the
this
heck?
name. There might be news or something about Apple because this or
this.
this.
No, this is witching movement.
Yeah, this is witching movement. A good call there, Neil, because yeah, we are getting moved around a little bit here. We are long again on this name. I'm trying to buy this against 170. There is a lot of freaking action right now here, which was not expected by me. Anyways, here comes a nice move back up to the upside here. We'll wait. Like I'm waiting now at 170.12. I'm long right now at 171. It's not like this is a good position or anything. Let's see if we can get some more out. We're just trying to lick our wounds on taking these positions a little bit too early here. We do have Micron as well. That wicked a little bit lower. So let's see if we can get something out in case this one pops here off open. But yeah, wow. There's a lesson right there real quick about what can happen in the pre-market.
I'm not going to make this
on
up.
Special days.
I just punched out flat half of my Rivian position because of the volatility that just sort of came in. I'm like, why even be? I just literally took out half of it right at 97 when I was short 96. So I lost a cent on that, and we got about a minute to go. In terms of crypto, I'll just as quickly as I can reiterate what we said earlier, that the last couple of times IBIT and BTC has had spikes to the downside and held support. They've been good. So I'm looking at this 37.5 to 38 area. If there is a wick bottom that holds this level, I'd be looking to go long back up through, but that's a very specific setup. I still think you can short Pops and Mara, but the levels are pretty far away from me today. And you want to have levels that give you some breath, I think, today on the crypto names. So I am looking at 19 and 21 still from yesterday's trade. We got 30 seconds to go. Remember, when it's triple witching, you will get extra volume and extra volatility. So either keep it tight to the vest or be very patient, because you might get whipped around off of the open. There's nothing wrong with being patient and waiting to get into position. And like I said, I punched out half flat of the Rivian. It didn't even do much of anything. I just didn't want to get trapped as we are ending the week. Yeah. Ringing the bell in 3, 2, and 1.
All right, let's go. All right, so we're now opened up here. We're trying to find out where this market wants to go exactly. Of course, Apple just goes right back up to the upside there. All right, well, we're long now 80 cents in the money, but we're not pleased with it because we did take a hit on Apple, as there it goes now, back up $1, going upside now goes Apple. Of course, this happens to us, but whatever. It's a nice recovery here for AAPL. Let's just take the out here if we can get it. Oh, there it goes, right back up through 171. Man, this has been a fun morning, needless to say, here on Trader TV Live. I hope you're enjoying yourself, because I am, but this has been a wild ride for sure. We're going to get some more out here on Micron, as that's trying to go back into the money for us right now. Apple's a good one. Micron's a good one so far early, as there's those sell imbalances finally coming off. So now we can see what happens here moving forward. There's a nice move up for Tesla as well into some key areas.
Yeah, Tesla making a move. Rivian might actually break out higher. We did take some out there and got back in a better price, but if it cannot hold that pre-market top, then I'm going to jump out of that trade. I like some short pops if we can get them. I wanted Intel on a pop to 43, but it is flat bottom breaking.
Oh, no.
Why am I not? That's a flat bottom break, double bottom from yesterday. Why did I only like it off? You know what? I'm just going to take the flat bottom break. Rivian just came out. Got to keep it tight to the vest off these opens. You can play it two ways. You can either give things more room, take less shares, or less room, take less shares when you have witching. But if it gets higher to 1175, I'll take a shot in it. Fisker, we mentioned this, didn't really talk too much about it. I'm leaning toward the short in Fisker. Obviously, that's just as a general trend. It is gapped to the upside, so let's be a little bit careful with this. It is still looking a little bit weak.
All right, Tesla's still trying to go a little bit higher. We're going to wait to see if we get a 168 or so.
Wow.
That one, what now?
Adobe's wick bottom.
How much?
It went 10, 12 bucks off the bottom just now.
Oh my God, Adobe opened
Look
up
at the wick bottom.
490 right there. Whoever was able to get that one. That's what we talk about earnings plays. And you know what? Especially on
this could be a long
witching.
off 500 now.
You know, right there. Okay, so we're still in this name right here, Micron, trying to see if it can have some room. It's been breathing off of this 92.30 level, so we'll put another bid down there. I don't know if it's going to hold that or not, but again, I like the upgrade here, but if the market doesn't go, then neither will this. So we already kind of know that, and but we are trying to piece a little bit out. We are long here at 84. Our best outs have been up here at, there it goes. Okay, so our best outs have been here at 93. We just took another one. Now we wait a little bit higher as we make back pretty much everything that we lost earlier on being an idiot with taking all those trades against the imbalance. So we'll watch out for that one, and it's too funny because we're right about Apple. It's gone up since the open. It's gone straight up. But, we had to suffer through some of those bad decisions about that earlier on. So, all right, we're still going to wait. Apple, we're trying to be patient with it. AMD starting to go. All right, we wrote down a level for AMD, didn't we? So we are sitting here at 192, but that's still a ways away again as well. Come on, Micron, let's go. Now Micron's starting to get back up to the upside. Here we go, guys. This is a 50-cent winner at least for Micron.
Yeah, I'm in Intel off the bottom. Shorting on the break to the downside, but I liked AMD a little bit lower than that. I don't know where my lines have gone on the chart. Let's go to the 15-minute. It's going to be a little bit more clean. I liked 189, so we're only a couple of dollars away. And an open like this, I'm going to get a beak wetter in there just to be sure. Tesla's making some power moves. We're going to go to Dare in a second, but NVIDIA is a little bit weakish, down 1%. Remember the 850 level. That's a big, big level for NVIDIA. If that gets taken out, it could get pretty nasty. Let's go to Adara.
WW up over 20% here right off the open on really strong volume. This one had a week Wednesday and Thursday on this report that the company was looking for a lawyer for debt talks. Now this morning, there's an internal memo from the CEO basically saying they still feel confident in their growth. The company's announced that they do think they will beat their previously listed guidance. So nice move up here with WW over 15% short float, guys.
All right.
Yeah, I was like, the talk was like bankruptcy for them. But we'll see if that happens. Intel's the only thing I'm in. We'll circle back to some of the crypto names that I know when the imbalances came out that kind of distracted everything. Mara is getting close. It's bouncing a little bit. It's getting close to that resistance from yesterday in the afternoon and also late morning, that 1830 level. Just want to play off of resistance there. If it breaks it out, do not want to fight it. Apple is settling itself down. I got stopped early just as well. Now it's looking a little bit more stable. And was waiting for it to start to show me some real green. Now it's showing green out the 170, 150 area. So now I'm going to look long. Things have calmed down. I think you've gotten that open selling, and maybe looking for the bonds will make a little more sense now.
Yeah, we're short right now on AMD, and we just took a good little trade there on the upside. Oh, come on, we were just bidding 40s there, and it bounced off of us. This is wild ride again here today. Get down into those 40s again. So now we're short 69er, but here it goes up to 187. This is not going to be a good trade if it breaks 187, but for right now, bang, bang, bang. We'll take the reload as it comes back into the downside right now. Good trade here. This is another big one. We did it again here on AMD, hopefully. We are putting some bids out now like crazy just to make sure that we cover, because boom, there it is right now. We'll go a little bearish on these names here as we go. Let's get some out of out of Micron for a nice little win there. There goes AMD down $1. Apple's now $1 in the money. Good trading here. Sorry about those early bids on Apple. That really sucks for me as well. But we're starting to go back up to the upside right now on some of these names. Look at the market, not doing anything here in the NASDAQ. Pick your poison today, I feel like.
Always pick your poison, but just make sure it doesn't kill you.
Right, exactly.
That's the key. Be like what's the guy's name from Princess Bride? Now it's going to bug me. Vasily, I believe, is his name. Or not like him. You don't want to be like him. You want to build up a tolerance to the poison.
Right.
So I'm into Apple to the long side. That smells great.
Trying to get that tolerance right.
I want 172 breaking, and if we break 172, I'd be maybe looking for places to add. But I'm still going to be shorting the chip names. We're in Intel. AMD didn't come to my price, but look at Nvidia. It just bounced off at 860. You now have an 875 level as resistance. So right off the top, it's gone once, twice, kind of hard to see, but there's a bit of a wick to $875. If it breaks it, maybe we get a flat top break. Those have been good, but I got to be thinking shorts until proven otherwise. And the same thing with ARM. ARM pushed into that 131, but not quite. 131 and 135 have been the two levels to play on ARM. I still believe in the short to pop there after the IPO lockup expired.
Oh, yeah, that's right. That was another name that I looked at yesterday, but didn't give too much love to it. I should have given more. Okay, yeah, Micron still staying out up here. It's a good trade. We like the 93 long. Let's try to sit in it for a minute just to see if it does want to work. We're all actually, now that I say that, we only have 30% left. We got all these fills all the way up here into 50, so that was pretty good. We'll wait for that. But here comes, again, I don't know, we should have been reloaded up here. I don't know why we're not on AMD, but we're only short at, we're short at 85. We're waiting for a little bit more closer to 87, but we'll see here. We're waiting in the 80s. Watch out for that take of 187.20 or so. Look at that fill we just got, 185.90. So that was $1 right there on that fill. We're going to still see if Apple can go. But then after that, man, the only other name that we've been looking at here is iBit. So let's have a quick look to see what iBit's doing. We wrote down on the sticky note 38. I mean, we sort of talked about this a little bit in the pre-show there. Now you're bouncing. So I wanted to wait for 67,000 or so for a key level. Oh, no, here we go. But only reason I say oh, no, which I shouldn't because it's not an oh, no at all. There goes AMD. It just we didn't get the reload there at the 200 period moving average. So down another $1. And here comes right back up again. See? Wow. There seems to be that bottom down there. Where am I bidding? I'm bidding 185.40.
It's not alone.
Are other names finding bottoms here?
NVIDIA is pretty much at the bottom. It just didn't get up there for the short.
Okay.
I said be picky. You could be picky about things, but I like that hold on Micron at that 83. or that 93, and I took it as well. But I was telling myself I was going to get into a NVIDIA short, and then that just didn't even happen. So we took the long when it looked like it was holding a higher low. If it can't hold on to this local bottom of 75, we're going to jump out of it. Apple is again looking weak. It can't hold on to the 50 level, so that one's going to come out. Wait a minute, I have a piece left of Apple. All right. It's right at the same price I put it. I'm just getting out of Apple. It broke that 50. It's a dump, but I just missed that curl on NVIDIA. Didn't quite get back up into the mid-70s there to trade it off of 875, but it is looking like a little bit of a dump here in the market. I'll show you Rivian in a quick, not Rivian in a quick second, but Tesla, higher lows on Tesla, that's looking strong. Fisker already dumping. So Fisker broke the bottom. It was up double digits, but let's be real. It's a penny stock. Double digits aren't that impressive. I still think that's a short the pop situation there. Crypto, nothing crazy yet.
Like, this has been such a wild ride here. Like, look what just happened. These are 1 minute candles. So we just got out at 185.60 and then just reloaded a minute later at 186.70. So it's like, this is wild, and we're going to try to get, oh, what? We just missed a bid down there. Oh, no, we got the, like, look at this. Look what we're doing right now. So, like, we could still get stopped out, but you have to understand, like, you know, some of these movements that are happening here are giving you many, many scalp opportunities so that you shouldn't really be too stuck when and if this does break higher, because there's been opportunities to get out. So just be careful. Here it goes. So this, you know, we will, again, here it goes. We'll still be up on this name no matter what happens now, which is what you're trying to do, right? So here we go. Let's see what happens. We're starting to pick some more out here as we're short at 88, and we just covered some in the 70s again right there. So there it is, back in the 70s again. So if this does tank in, obviously we'll have a nice little winner, but we are starting to piece them out. There it is. I was just going to say, with watching this recent high, and there goes the recent high back up to the upside. So we do have Micron down here in case the chip names want to go a little bit. We are waiting for a 92 give up here on Micron, which seems to be coming a little bit faster than we thought. So watch out for that one right now for Micron. Just faded out a little bit. As there goes AMD. Good punch out, right? Let's see where it goes now. AMD up to 188.
Oh, no way.
What the hell is NVIDIA doing on this run?
875.
Okay, so let's just sit in Micron maybe, but that doesn't seem to be moving at all, which is strange to me, but we'll buy some dips here on MU.
Wow, NVIDIA's trying to hold on to 875. If I was trading breakout longs, I'd probably be already in this one, but the first short off of this level was great. The second one, if you took it, which I don't take it the second time, is looking like now it looks like it might be okay. Gimme, gimme, gimme. It just came back underneath. I'm going to give this to 75 half, because if it retakes it, I want to give it a little bit of room. I just got the 90s short. If this takes out 76, it's probably a long on NVIDIA. Get down. Give me some 73s. Give me 73s. Tesla. I'm going to get to Tesla in a quick little second and some of the EV names. Print 73s. It was just at 73 on the bid. You throw a bid in there, and it just runs away from you. But short NVIDIA is a bit perilous because the last couple of days, when it's found an early bottom, there have been breakouts off those levels. So if it takes out, forget about 76, maybe call it like 78 or 80. Those could be breakout levels on NVIDIA. But till then, we're looking short. So the short just gave a couple of dollars. You know my style. I'm going to be getting out if we get to the 66 level. I always like to play it to key levels, especially early. And on a witching day, I think that's almost doubly true. In some ways, it actually might make sense to be getting out if it holds 70 even, because it is an options expiration. But breakouts can happen as well. I want to go back over to Tesla, was what I promised I would talk about next. Sorry about the wicks. Tesla's holding higher lows. Tesla looks pretty strong. It was higher lows into a flat top at 165.25. So 165 on the top there. Tesla could end up being a breakout. Look left when everyone's looking right, apparently, is what Tesla's saying.
It's funny because, like, the market's coming in here, so we could take a bath here on Micron. Let's wait to see. We're long at 92.50, but it is coming in into 92 right now. So remember we were talking about getting out, and then we reloaded it here. So this is a second trade for us on Micron. So it looks like this one will be, unfortunately, the slip up right there. And AMD went up as high as, I've only traded 3 names so far. AMD went as high there as 88.50. So that's something interesting to look at as well. Let's go over to it, Darren, as Apple's coming into 171. The market's really coming in here.
Small cap earnings name popping up on volume here, CDLX. This is Cardlytics. They did post an EPS beat and a slight sales miss, but they project Q1 revenue way above the estimate there. So nice look for CDLX, 11.1% short float, guys.
Everyone's going to do their own style. For myself, I told you the plan of action. If I saw a bid off of 866, I'm getting out of the NVIDIA 75 short. We took some out for the first $2 scalp, then we take the rest out in front of 860. Trailed it out in front of 868. So it's almost $7 on that trade. And I still believe with this market making fresh lows, NVIDIA is trying to put in higher lows. You got to be cautious about that. If NVIDIA is trying to put in higher lows, that can be a danger zone for the shorts. If it's breaking out tops when everyone's thinking bearish, I do not want to get trapped. It's a witching day, so I want to get in and out early on those trades. Oh yeah, I'm in this. Okay, so AYX is a buyout that is closing today. So it's probably not going to move much. I just realized that that's actually showing up. I am in it, but if you're expecting movement on that stock, you're going to be very disappointed.
Ouch, nice trade there. Sick trade on NVIDIA.
And if it does move, you'll see me cry.
No, we will not be seeing anybody cry here today, but unless something happens to Neil, I guess.
It shouldn't. It literally shouldn't move, but if it does,
or if Sharif's monitors go off for 5 seconds, we could have another moment there. Okay, so here we go.
I'm panicking.
He's panicking. Are you panicking, Sharif? Is everything all right over there? He's all right now. He's all right now. He's not. He's only panicking because there's 26 eggs in there now. He missed the one from.
You got a 27
there.
That last egg is
panicking for the lack of protein. Right now. All right, Apple. We did get a little bit of an Apple dip buy, but unfortunately we only got part filled down there. So there it is. We'll take a little piece out here as it starts to get back up to the upside. We're just long at 35. We got a 50 fill, so we'll take that. I don't know. We're just trying to scalp around a little bit. We are waiting for a little bit lower. I'm bidding 171.30s here, so I don't know why we're just getting part filled, but we'll try again right now to see if we can get that a little bit lower than where we are right now as we discussed. So that should come in. There goes Micron. We talked about that spin it. Geez, for Micron, right there up to the upside, a nice little move for this one. As we're long at 92.20. And there we are. We'll take another piece out at 88. And now we'll wait for 93s to come through here on Micron. And let's hope that we will get that because that's where we're waiting. So again, dip buy opportunities. I told you what we're doing, man. We're trying to stick with the damn plan. And that is to trade things that we feel confident in and that, we've looked at, we've written down, and we've done the work on. So although we're not right on the price of Micron, I told you the market, if we took bids when the market was up or down 0.5, what's going to happen when the market goes down 1.5? When the market was down 0.3, I said we could be in for a minus 1.5 day. And right now, there it is, man, straight to the downside for right now. But Neil, you traded
I just got AMD.
Side.
Oh,
but AMD is what I was going to tell you is starting to rip. Maybe it's just AMD related here. I don't really know.
Looks like I picked the wrong day to quit now. I shouldn't finish that line from an airplane because that's serious. AMD just came up to 189. That's the level that I like, so I'm short 188.5. I've Daryl Strawberry'd my entry here, so anyone that understands that's the price. You have no idea who Daryl Strawberry is. That's fine. If we get back down to VWAP, I should probably be taking this out. Obi and Daryl Strawberry?
No, he'd be someone that I have no idea who that is.
Oh, yeah, he has no idea who Daryl Strawberry is. If we get to 187, that is VWAP and an ominous number. I'm now short in Fisk. I'm going to work into this Fisker short. And again, I just scalped out of AMD for a 50-cent win because to me, I'm surprised that actually filled under those circumstances. Market at the lows and AMD is going to fill the top. That's not the situation I was expecting. I'm trying to short Fisker back into VWAP here. I just got 18 cents, but I'm going to work into it off the 19 level and see if we can't get it. John C. knows, the Doc, Gary Carter, Mookie Wilson, Ray Knight. I could go all day with that. Ron Darling. Fantastic team, obviously back in the day.
Yeah, oh yeah, they got them all, man. They got them all.
And Bill Buckner was an unbelievable help to them in the World Series.
Yeah, he was a great third baseman. Okay, so here we go. All right, or first baseman, sorry. Let's get ready to go here. We are starting to join Neil here, but we're at a different price. We're at 188 right now. I want to give this to, honestly, I feel...
NVIDIA might...
I know, so I almost want to give this to 190, but that's way too much. But again, we're not in too many shares yet. I was just thinking about getting back into the short somewhere, which is kind of crazy because we're $1 in the money on the Micron long, or we were. We just shot up there into 93.15. We'll put an offer there in case that happens. So, good trade so far here on Micron, but we've lost on AMD, but very, very small amount. But we are short on AMD right now again. So this is a second trade as we look to go short on AMD right here at 187.90. We'll put some bids in the 60s. Then we'll go down here and see that bid stopped out and in around the 50s. So if we get a break, we'll try to take that. But here we go, right back up to the upside. Honestly, maybe 189, 189.50, something like that, is something. I don't know. The market's down, and I just know AMD's been pretty weak. So right there, 189, 189.30s.
Oh,
I feel like is going to be a stop. So let's average in all the way up there and see what happens. See if Micron can go with it.
Oh yeah, I'm a bit of a doofus. I'm like, why am I not getting filled on Fisker when I'm hitting the bid?
What is it at now?
Oh, it's short sell restricted, man.
Oh, right.
Fisker was down over 10% yesterday. You can't hit the bid without an uptick. So all I can do is get on the offer and look for a fill.
Right.
Like that's, like all that means is like I can literally cross down and be trying to hit the bid at 18, and then I'll just be repriced to the offer and then get the fill on the offer. I was wondering, like, why am I getting it on the way down, up easy, but I'm not getting it on the way down? So anyways, that doesn't really matter that much. NVIDIA is starting to cruise to the upside again. I really don't want to be reloading this. This feels like it could do its higher lows into a flat top, and if it breaks out that top, it could absolutely go squeezing through the quad. So we'll see what happens. I'm short Fisker still, and I just got into AMD. Apple took out that 171.5 on that last bounce play, but look at it start to hold. Sorry about that wick, guys. The wicks were doing so well this morning. And now it has a higher low at 171.25. So the higher low, 171.25, 171 even has held for Apple. So if I'm going for a long again in that name, it'll be off of 171 at 171.25 for an entry. So I still want to be playing some strength now that it's found some support. We'll see if we can get it. AMD's coming back in. I want to try and reload that one. 189 is going to be the stop. I took some 1-to-1. If I get in again, it's got to be at a better price.
Yeah, I'm kind of the same way here. I've been reloading some AMDs up here and then trying to get some out, but at the same time, it's not really doing anything. We got some covers down here in the 90s again, but we don't have much happening. We'll put some more bids down here in the 80s, but if this goes to the high side, we are going to be averaging into this one. I just don't want to lose too much, hopefully, on this. What's up, Adara?
Another small cap earnings name here, EHang. This one very much to the upside, up about 18% in gaining volume. This one posted a beat across the board, and they do have a short float of just under 11%. So keep an eye on EH, guys.
Money right here. So like I said, man, AMD's not even on this list, and yet I see myself like fighting it. I say this all the time, just stick with your damn plan. Look at Micron, man. Micron has been a gem, honestly.
Pardon?
We got out of this here. This was a reload down here at 92. So to get this back out at 93.50 right now, I mean, this is only a $90 stock, man. Like that's a nice move back up there to the upside. Let's see if we can hold on to that for a little bit more. But we did talk about, at some point, trying to figure this name out. And that, of course, is going to be my friend, not for long, maybe, AMD. So we're trying to short this up to that one. I said 189.30. I'm going to use that level as my stop out level. So I'm averaging into that as if I'm going to have a position when we get up to there. So right now we're building it. We have about half of the shares that we want. If this dips back into 188, we'll take some out, and then we'll be able to hold for a bigger move down in, because I still think 187.50 is in play. But at the same time, man, like it's 9:52. I actually thought it was earlier than that.
Almost 10 o'clock.
It's almost 10 o'clock. But again, the whole thing about all of this is it's too early to make huge plays right now, especially with this market hovering around and doing nothing. So there it is. We got another piece out of... there it is. See that? Like we just get that fill down there, right? So let's see now if AMD can continue to play this little bit of a dance back and forth here.
Oh, it's definitely dancing. The
Yeah,
question is, when the music stops, is it
Right.
going to be above or below that 189? I'm still tracking towards what looks like a breakout at 876 on NVIDIA. That's wild because a second ago I thought this was like the great short, and now it's starting to look like a break long at 876. I don't even have my order out, Neil. That's silly. Why are you talking without an order out? Okay, order's out. I just wanted to have a stop. If it breaks, I don't know how much room I want to give it because I was favoring shorts today. No question about it. So I'm going to give it not a wide berth on this breakout. So there's the break. It just got to the buck, and immediately someone's dumping at the dollar level. Why do I not believe in it like the other days? Yeah, if it gives me the buck on the first bit, I'm going to take it this time because I have a tighter stop. Like, I'm not even giving it that much room back and through. So I want to make sure that we grab some profit locally. And of course, we're short AMD, which could break the 189 here. So let's see if NVIDIA is going to continue that push. I'm not the biggest believer, so I'm probably going to be taking this into $880 and then see if there's a breakout at that level worth taking again. Because I think that could be a bigger one. 880. So I'm going to get out in front of 880 and then try and reassess this one on NVIDIA, which is pressing to the upside. The NASDAQ actually got back above 18.1 as well, undercover.
Neil, don't stop believing. Okay.
Great song.
Yeah, believe in. All right. Here, let's see if we get some downside pushes right now because I'm trying to believe here in AMD. So let's believe that we are going to go to the downside. Okay. How about that? So here goes. A nice little move back in here. We are short at 80s. We are starting to ring some Reggies here. We did talk about trying to play for a bigger move. So let's wait to see now if it does come back in as we start to capture a little bit of profit here, being 40 cents in the money on a name that's only ripped today. So let's put another bid down at the quarter level and I'll scratch that and put one right here at 36 and take that and then take
Berlin.
Almost. No,
First
we
we
did
take
it.
Manhattan.
Yeah. Did we get that, Phil? And there it is. Yes, sir. So let's go, man. Back and forth there. A little face slapping action happening for us on AMD. As we are hella positive today on Micron, we are hella positive temporarily on AMD, and we are negative on Apple because I was an idiot again because we were in too early. We talked about all those imbalances, and unfortunately, your boy was in them and got clocked out when we took down 171. Like an idiot as well, I was not bidding down here at 170, which is the most obvious of trades. But right now, we are long Apple. Let's take a piece out here at 74 as we self-deprecate more. But there we go. Nice move up for Apple. Bang on that one. So, oh, we're back. That didn't take too long. And there it is. Nice move on Apple coming back into the upside as AMD, again, bouncing off 188.
For the record, when NVIDIA is at $900, just play back the tape where I was like, I don't believe in the long.
Man.
Every single flat top break that's set up this way has been worth at least $6 or $7 on NVIDIA. Today, I played it for $3, and even then, like the average out's going to be like $1.70, which for NVIDIA is not a heck of a lot. I had a really tight stop on that, but this early long, the way that's set up has been really, really good, and I talked myself out of it, holding onto it. And I'm now out of AMD. I got some out. I got most of it out in front of that quarters, but that's about the only thing that was good. And then now it's breaking 189. So sometimes bias will get the best of you. I don't like being upset when you have a good series of trades, but at the same time, I should have maybe given this a little bit more chance to breathe on NVIDIA. We'll be patient. See if we can't find a dip buy. I was able to get more shares of Fisker, but look, when it's SSR, like I was trying to get it up here, I had to get 18 twos when I was trying to get 18 halves. Then I had to get 17 nines when I was trying to get more. I just ended up having to keep trailing it to the down, not trailing it, but crossing it down because it's short sell restricted. I'm going to get a little bit on the bid at 17, and then 16, and then 15, and then 14, and you get the idea.
We just reloaded AMD there, and now it's starting to go to the downside. We just got 189s right there, so we just put 50 more cents there in the pocket. We'll bid again here at 65 and put that in our pocket there. So good. So far, let's go now to the downside, man. Now we'll see if we get that 188 and change piece that we are looking for here. Apple did fall back in, so that was a decent out there in the 70s, right? Decent reload here as well for AMD. Let's see if we could take a buck on the reload. Let's bid down here at 188. I'm surprised I didn't have a bid there already. I have too many bids out, that's for sure, so we'll cancel that. Now let's see if we dip in. So we should have had a bid down there. I'm surprised we didn't. Apple with a dip buy as well. We talked about being long at that 31 level, so let's put some offers out here. Take a dime, see if it wants to go up. Let's go AMD. That's a good reload spot, man. I don't even care if we get this bid or not. There it is. There. Man, we're hitting these emojis a lot today. There we go, our animations. Nice little move to the downside right there again. So AMD is going to be my no, Micron's going to be my number one stock today, but AMD does have a chance to get to that level, especially if Tank City happens, which we're trying to have right now. We'll still watch out for Apple down here. There goes AMD again, flushing through 188. So man, this is a big trade here for me. Taking that 189, we talked about 189.30. So if my stop is 189.30 and I'm now in the money $1, against a 30-cent stop, that's 3-1. Looking for 4-1 right now. We are bidding down at 187.50. So, damn, Daniel. Like, this is a nice move to the downside right now, man, and you're still going lower right there off VWAP. So, Brittany, we did it again.
What the hell was that, Sharif?
Oh, Sharif's just lifting some weights over here.
I'm sorry, that was just a little bit weird. I'm glad you held on to that AMD because I got out of that. I got stopped out of it, but I'm back in Intel. I'm 0 for 1 on Intel today because we took the flat bottom break. It was not part of the plan, and then you saw it breaking low when the market's tanking. I'm like, okay, I got to have it because if it flushes to 41, I need to be in that trade. But the plan was to be short off of yesterday's resistance.
Wow.
Look at it wick that top, so I'm in there off 43. Fisker continues to flush. I have my next bid at $16, but the market's coming back in. Obviously, the long could have been a little bit better on NVIDIA, but I wasn't necessarily believing in the long. I thought that was maybe a bit of a trap, so we'll take our shots. Sometimes when you get in and out quick, it ends up looking really good, and other times it looks really bad. You've just got to stay true to your own style. Apparently, we've been completely ignoring Tesla, which is now giving up the ghost. So 160 about to come into play on Tesla. That could be a crowded trade, but sometimes when there's a trap out there, all you can do as a trader is bring it. But what we also have to do is, apparently it's 10 o'clock already, so let's get to Adara for happening now.
Currently waiting on a slew of economic data. One of the key numbers here going to be that Michigan consumer sentiment. Consensus and forecast here, 76.9. We just got in 76.5, so marginally lower than expected here. We also have 5-year inflation expectations incoming at 2.9, so the same as the previous. 3% for the inflation expectations preliminary. That's the same as expected here. So generally numbers slightly lower or coming in exactly as expected for these Michigan consumer sentiment related numbers. SPY itself not reacting too much to this, a little bit of an uptick, but generally to the downside after some weakness in the session yesterday led by a lot of these chip names and tech names. Also worth noting as well, Bitcoin has been pretty weak so far today, so a little bit of weakness across the board on these markets. Some individual names to keep an eye on though, including Adobe, now down over 13%. On lower than expected revenue forecasting here. It is worth noting they did announce a $25 billion share repurchase program. Also here, Rivian up about 4.5% after getting an upgrade to overweight by Piper Sandler with a $21 price target. Lots of names to keep an eye on here as the market continues to get going, guys.
I don't know. We can ask Sharif for a coffee. Where is Sharif? Somewhere around here. Okay. All right. So we did get a nice little bid there on Apple down at 171.30. And we've been taking it out here. So we've been talking about going long Apple. When I review the sticky note here today, we have Apple long, we have Micron long, we have AMD short. So we're positive on everything except this Apple trade, because we got hit early. So in the open market today, it's been a beautiful trade. We're basically 2 for 2. We have Micron and AMD. So we've just been sort of milking these two stocks. We only have a 10% less than 10% left now on Micron because it got up to the 200. We talked about that. We talked about getting out here at VWAP as well and at 93. So we're pretty much out of that. And unfortunately, this is not unfortunately, we never have the full load on this one, but we at least still have 20% as we go $1, $2 now on AMD. So a nice little trade there as another top idea here on the sticky note. The first one was Apple long. The second one was Microsoft long. The third one is AMD short. So AMD short right now, a banger as it's trying to break through 187.
Shout out to you, Tisha Perkins. Verb, verb, verb. Verb is the word.
Is it the word? Yep.
Yeah, I was sort of sitting on that one for too long there. But this stock is breaking out, as you can obviously see. And 50 cents. There's 50 cents and there's $1. Those are obviously key levels for any penny stock. I do like this 40-cent level here. You can also go back into VWAP. Let's go to the 3-minute, because that's around VWAP. If it dips and fails the 50 break and holds 40, I actually like the looks of this for a long. But a 50-cent break a second, a third time, would be great. Like if it dips here, higher low, and then a third time, I would maybe go for that breakout trade. So Verb is on my mind, 122 million shares at 10 o'clock. This thing has a shot at $1 billion today. And the news is they launched, Market Live launches Facebook and Instagram social shopping technology integration. Yada, 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 big companies that are good, penny stock goes wild. Yeah, still have this wick on Apple, but we waited for the quarters to go long in front of the evens. It popped into the 50s, took some out, and it's still tracking a little bit lower here. So I'm down on Apple. Apple's kind of sucked this morning so far, but we'll see if it can bounce now through as the market's trying to hold on to some bottoms as we speak. Tesla managed to catch a bid off of 160. So the 160 break on Tesla is going to have to wait temporarily. A little bit of a bid here off 161.
Yeah, we're gonna try Apple as well because it's funny because it's the only name that we have 3 names. We're only red on one of them here, and that is Apple, and that's my own stupidity as we talked about. All right, so let's wait to see what happens now. We'll take a little bit. Oops, that's AMD. Sorry, guys, we're in that one. But here's Apple right now. So let's see now what Apple wants to do for us. Hopefully a nice move. We are longs. We just bought some 30s. We are going to buy some more 71s and then see if something comes in from that. So right now, that's what we're doing. We're trying to see about a 71 here bid on Apple. I was going to be a little bit more aggressive on this, but I'm bidding 71.05, 08. So if it does come into that level, then we'll take a little bit. I'll put a little bit here at 20s. There we go. We'll take a 24 fill. But we if this drops below like 71, we're not going to hold it for too much lower than that. So here we go. We made a lot of money back on AMD, obviously, and on Micron. But it looks like we're digging a hole again on the only name that we haven't won on. But you know what? Apple, honestly, I think it's the same for Neil. Like, this move was not a move that we had planned. Like, that was a stupidness. The problem is, remember when I first got that bid at 172 and I punched out immediately? Like, hello? Like, that was the right move, right? There was nothing else to do there except for
Actually,
well, because it came in and we weren't expecting it. If you ever get a fill that you're not expecting.
Usually you get right out. Like, I covered half of Rivian because of that, the imbalances and the shock that it had. But the lesson of the day is related to this and how you treat differently the different types of losses that you have and try to have in the pocket. But I'm trying to get ARM because ARM failed that 131 level. So remember 131? I like 131. It did the wick above. I'm going to give this probably somewhere into the 1/2 to 2 range there, somewhere in the middle. You never want to diddle too much in the middle. But we're looking for that wick. If it got to 35, I would have shorted that level instead. What else is happening? Fisker broke the low again. Intel's starting to come back down, and the market just took the low.
Fisker broke the low? Oh my God.
It's like it gapped up.
I'm trying to buy them.
This is basically just like, remember Bed Bath & Beyond? If you really want to take a shot at the short when these things gap up on the potential bankruptcy, you have to be willing sometimes to be sitting in it in the pre-market and then willing to just have a stop above because you might not get a better chance than the one you get in the pre-market. And I've learned that lesson today. I should have been sitting in it because it was short sell restricted. Like I couldn't short, like you couldn't short it as it was breaking down. You had to get on the way up. So if you sit it in the pre-market and build a position, just have yourself a stop. Intel just popped back into 4270. You took the L the first time. Now we're going to try and power this one up as the market is on a collision course for 18,000. Right quick. As a matter of fact, we're going to be there in a matter of seconds. Hold on to your butts, everybody. I just got out of my Apple long. That didn't last very long. Risked about 30 cents on that one. And we'll take another L on an Apple long. I did get some out in front of 50, but then it broke that bottom. Nasty, nasty day. And what's crazy is you saw it with all the sell imbalances.
Yeah, we talked about that.
The only buy imbalance that was a company that any of us had ever heard of was Fisker. And it's a penny stock. And that's down.
Yeah, I'm glad. I'm glad we brought that to your attention, guys. Like, it's an important thing. We are now $2 in the money on AMD, but like Neil, we are sitting in this. Well, he's out, but we are in Apple long as we wait to see what happens with it. Okay, here it goes. We're back. Oops, we're back into the money now on Apple. We just got an 08 fill, which put us flat. There it goes, which put us flat in the money as we take a piece out. We only took out 20% right there. So we'll see if it goes higher. I am waiting in the teens, of course, to see if we could get. There it is. Okay, 17s, 18s. All right. Big trade alert. Big trade alert. Here we go. So Apple, this is a trade that we wanted. Could fall down. Like, I don't know if it's going to be a big trade or not, but at least it has a chance to go, right? So we're now 20 cents in the money. Our average price was 07s. So now it's an amazing 10 cents. But Apple's not. you know, it's not trading the way AMD's trading or anything like that. You know that on AMD we were bidding 187, 186.90, and it dropped to 186. I think it was 91 or something like that. Where, I mean, I'm bidding there again. I don't know if I got missed again like we did yesterday, but okay, so let's see what happens with Apple now. Now it's starting to pull back in. I'm gonna bid 187 clean now because we missed that bid down there on AMD and we should have took that for $2. So Apple and AMD and then Micron. Micron, I'm sitting in it. If Micron can get back to 92, fine, but I've already made sort of my bet on that one, so we'll just hold that. That's been, I mean, honestly, that's the cash register for me today is Micron. AMD's been good, and it's might be my #1 stock, but we have to wait for that still. And then there's Disney with a nice little dip buy opportunity as well.
Oh, I have your
What? I guess I must have. Oh yeah, there was a coffee request. Pick a number between 1 and 15.
where my seat was.
What does that pick a number between 1 and 15 thing mean?
Huh?
All right. All right, I'll pick 13. Okay, so I pick 9. All right, here we go. So nice little upside move here for Apple, starting to finally go. So let's see if we get something here at 17. If that can come in, then that would be fantastic right now for that. So again, I'm much more long than I am short right now because the AMD short, I told you, was only 15%, or sorry, yeah, 15% left of what we had, maybe a little bit higher than that actually. But the Apple trade is half of what we have. So let's see if Apple can go here, make a little bit of money on that long.
And speaking of longs, I'm not long this, but I feel like somebody's probably buying up some Intel in front of VWAP. Look, we lost on our first short. That was a flat bottom break. We took it out when it broke the pre-market high. Any short off of this is going to be a stop there for me. That's how I set up that trade. But then once it wicked the actual level we're supposed to be waiting for, Neil, the 43 level, it goes into VWAP. I'm taking most of it out here. I have a third left for it to break down. Again, that's just my style trade. ARM, believe it or not, ARM is breaking higher. Please leave a message at the beep. So I'm getting out of this. I said I would give it to about that 131.5. We're short underneath that 31 for a breakdown, but I do not want to be fighting things today. And when it's witching, it's like get in, get out, rinse, repeat, find singular trades, and if a trend really starts to develop after 10 o'clock, try to join that trend. I'm out of NVIDIA. There was a short, and then that same level we took for a flat top break for a scalp trade. I'm seeing higher lows, but I don't really see a defined top that I want to breakout trade on. So I don't really see anything next for NVIDIA for me. Obviously, if you get it clean a couple of ways, it'll end up a good stock for now, but I don't want to throw good money at bad. There's a trend in Fisker, and it's not to the upside. That is trending down. A little bit tricky to grab shorts because it's SSR. I'm on the bid in front of 16. We're short at 18, 17.9 actually, as that continues to flush. And not to forget you, Tesla.
Yeah.
Lower highs on Tesla heading down into, I can zoom in enough to get rid of that wick, heading down into the 160 level. So 161 hasn't broken yet, but 160 is a big, big, big bid for Tesla. Haven't traded any Alphabet today, but it is looking weak for me. I don't see the long just yet. I liked it when I sat down, but the trend has been in the other direction. So we don't want to, like I said, I don't want to throw good money at bad at this point in the day.
Okay, well, we kind of did that right here with AMD because it's ripping to the upside right now, and it looks like we'll get stopped out on that one. It's funny because, well, it's not funny. We never want to lose. But we were just talking about, AMD is going to be our #1 stock, but it's position pending. And then we missed this fill by 1 penny. I'm pretty sure, but we're in it now anyways. This was the trade that we wanted. We wanted this short up here at this level, so I'm fine. We're long, we're short at 16s here. I thought we wanted this price, so let's see if it does come back in. But here it goes. If it breaks 50, which is going to happen right now, we're gone because we've seen this name break levels like right here when it broke 187, and then it just ripped up to 188.20. So definitely, did we just get stopped out there? I don't know how we just got stopped out there because it didn't break, but looks like we might have just got stopped out there on AMD. So I'm going to put a 189.61 there. I don't know what happened there, but all right, we got stopped out. So all right, here comes back in. That sucks. Like, what was up with that? Okay.
What's up with that?
No, that sucks because I had way more shares. I don't know why did that break? Maybe it didn't. I don't know. Anyways, I'll find the price.
No,
because I got punched out at 46 there. Oh.
46?
Yeah, so there must have been a dark pool or something that wicked higher. Oh, man, that sucks. Okay, damage done, but at least we got back in. But the problem is I only got back in half, which is why I'm a little bit
So as crazy as that market was,
jagged little pill.
in that time, remember the last thing I was talking about was VWAP on Intel, how somebody's buying shares in front of VWAP, so I'm going to get more out. It just went right back into 43. Like, that's how quickly it moved back in. So you take some out there so that you can get the fills back in front. I creatively enough shorted 98s instead of 99s. I don't even know why. I should have just sat at 99. You would have got the fill. I haven't gotten anything out. I'm looking for the 80s. Maybe I should throw something in the mid 80s as well. Something at the 85 range, because it's looking a little bit strong. You're getting higher lows. I see higher lows there. I'm seeing higher lows here. That's AMD. NVIDIA, I'm seeing higher lows, although it hasn't really broken that 880 again. And our favorite, the thing that we never actually talk about, SMCI. One of these is not like the others. SMCI is at the low of the day, down 3%. They are being added to the S&P 500 next week.
Right, yeah.
But that's not till next week. But it's at the low. So if you're looking for relative weakness, apparently SMCI is your huckleberry.
Yes, we're not even going to be red here on AMD because this may, I mean, remember the loss that we took there, we were short at 17s or 18s. We got out at 46s, so that's like a 22-cent hit or something. We just got, now we might get out and get hit here, but we just took a whole, here it goes. We just took a bunch out there at 189, like it just hit 189 a couple times. 06s, 07s, all that, so there it is. So now we can leave it alone. You guys know that we could be stubborn with this stuff, so let's let AMD go. We wrote down here AMD 192. Short. Like, I mean, it's ripping. It's not ripping. I mean, it's going to the upside here. I guess this is ripping, like Neil mentioned there. SMCI, the only one down. You're now down 1% on the NASDAQ, but up 1.5 here. So we're definitely not focused in the right areas. We're quite well aware of that. Apple's come back in as well. We'll take another dip buy area here, but again, our price is O's, so you know we're adding to a spot where we're sort of adding into a name here that we think can go, especially if we break that 50 period in strength with Apple. So we were going to give this one a little bit lower. It did break 170, but I was well aware of that and had my out at 170.80. So we'll see if that continues to be a thing here for Apple. But for right now, we'll buy it, and we'll buy it again against that 170.80. This time, maybe a little bit lower. Our last bid we got was in the 90s. So we'll see if we can get that again, as now AMD's at 190. So here we go.
Is this a breakout long?
I mean, the breakout long was probably where we got stopped out the first time at 187. But up here at 190 maybe is something. Yeah,
this is too high. I
don't know. I might just go short and then
I'm not doing
just try it against it. But I realized
NVIDIA might be better.
This is well up.
Too late. Never mind. In the time that I was kind of wondering whether I should take a break on, I was mulling whether I should take a breakout on AMD. NVIDIA broke 880 and is at 882.5, almost 883. Maybe we'll look at 885. Give me a consolidation and we'll look 885. Intel, I should have taken those 80s, man. Now you can't even get it. This is going to probably take out the top as well on Intel. Strong moves to the upside. Mara is also making power moves. I know people talking about crypto. However, Mara is cresting at yesterday's close resistance levels. So watch out for this 18.5. I'm looking at Bitcoin. Bitcoin just pulled back. Sorry, IBIT just pulled back underneath yesterday's lows. So that would suggest to me this might be a short here on Mara, if anything.
I just want everyone to understand, like, we just went short here. Again, you can see the price, 189.90, and I know this feels like death by many little small cuts, but look at this tank coming in right now. A tank, I mean, I don't know if it's a tank or not, but this is 40 more cents. Like, and we're taking these bids, you know? So it's not like, you know, we're just sitting here, you know, getting short and then getting rinsed. Every time we're getting out, it's on fractions of the shares. So, like, I just put another bid down there at 40. Hopefully, it will come in and fill us. But we got a whole bunch of outs here at 50. We're short at 90s. So, I mean, right here, you could see, and then here's a whole bunch of outs. So let me show it to you again right now on AMD. So it's like, here's us getting out, right? And here's some of these fills back in, and then there's another short. So if we do break, give me that 40 fill right now. Well, we'll look at the line up there at 40, of course. I don't think that's going to matter, though. If the momentum hits it, there it goes.
How about this volume?
No, I'm just going to say, look at that. It just hit 40 and then right back up to 60 again as we go. But we are now into Apple, as we'll see if this one does have any juice to the upside right now, again, for Apple. And again, we piled on the shares. So, like, as this starts to move back up to the upside, we'll start to, like, take some out here. Again, it hasn't been the greatest day for Apple long. I mean, it's down on the day. So let's wait to see if that hits right now. But there's a couple more outs. We talk about, you know, whatever you want to do as far as not just your trading style, but how comfortable you are with where the market currently is. You know, I mean, that has to play a factor because right now the market's just doing nothing. So if you want to put your money in right now, remember, we're doing a show, we're talking about some of these trades, and we're actively trading, and we're getting in and out. You know, so be comfortable with some of the levels you're at, or else it's not really worth putting any money in right now. Like if NVIDIA can get to a key level, or like we're doing here maybe with AMD. So here goes AMD, see? So we didn't even average into that trade again. We took some out for 50 cents, got some out there once it broke 190. So it's like it's not going to be a successful trade because we keep on doing this. But at the end of the day, the hits are minimal, and we wait for something to happen here in the market. Is it a free fall Friday? You know, when the market was down, you know, just green or down 0.3, 0.4, we had mentioned look out below, but I don't feel like that's really happening.
Now look at it, though.
Yeah, it's kind of just chilling now, right?
When I look at the futures now on my 15-minute, I mean, you guys tell me what this looks like to you. Like, look at the volume candle. That looks like a wick bottom. If we break it back out, I'd have some concern there. I am only short, though, because, again, stick to the plan, Stan. Higher lows, I took some at 90s, said I had to take some at Intel at 90s when we got to 43s. I took 91s, can't even get 85s there. At some point, this is going to break higher on Intel. Because we've taken profit, we're slightly up on the stock. But if it breaks a high, I'm going to be down. Mara, we were just mentioning BTC or IBIT or whatever the heck you're looking at. Whatever you're looking at to express Bitcoin trades. Kind of wicked this bottom and turned to a top and wicked that top and came back underneath. That happened simultaneously while Mara was at yesterday afternoon's highs and wicking that top. So I express the trade in Mara, punch short, stop at the high, and then scalp it out. So it's about, I mean, on Mara, you're going to get slipped a couple of pennies. So even though, let's call it 10 to 15 cents worth of risk because you've got to factor some slippage in on Mara. It's 43 is the high of the day. If it breaks out, I'm out. And I want to play this back into VWAP. So it's a VWAP play for me. We're going to ring the register on that one. Intel just got that next fill of 42.85. I got bids at 80s and 75s. If it breaks VWAP, maybe I'll be able to get something at 42.5. Trade Trigger is asking me about Verb. Do I still like it? I remember I didn't like the break. I said if it comes a third time and holds the higher low and breaks it, then I would like it. So it's held the higher low, and now if we could break 45, I'd probably 50. I would like the 50 break the third time through, but I'd probably have like a 3 or 4 cent stop on that. Let's go to Adara. Good timing for the small cap recap.
IWM right now, positive on the day and definitely some kind of range, a bit of a double bottom here. So worth keeping an eye on, but pretty rangy right now so far for the Russell 2000. It's also worth taking a look at some of these small cap movers, including VERB, Verb. This one announced that its Market Live has launched Facebook and Instagram social shopping technology integration. So bit of an announcement here, but the main story is the 20 million share float. About 2% of that is going to be short float, market cap of 3 million. So just some facts there on VERB. We also have here JTAI, Jet AI. This one very much to the upside here, up about 80%. Not seeing any news on this one, but a pretty small float of about 3% and about 2% short float. So, 3 million shares, 2% short float. Keep an eye on JTAI. Last but not least here, Cardlytics, CDLX. This one rising here after its earnings and a higher than expected revenue projection. Also worth noting, we have about just over 11% short float on CDLX, guys.
All right.
I think very quickly here because it's about to break the top. Mara, I got filled at 25. I got filled at 21. It's obviously not going to get to VWAP, so we're going to break. I'm not going long, but I'm getting out if it breaks that top. Intel just came back into VWAP. There is news on Zillow we'll get to in a second, but Intel's starting to come back into VWAP. I'm going to be taking the profit on the way down for that as well. Got to be able to ring the register when we do get a bit of a flush.
This is good.
There is news on Zillow. We're just trying to figure it out, and I'll get it to you guys after I can pull it up on Benzinga.
Okay, so we just went positive on AMD. Like we just shorted 190.50 there, so I know Neil was doing the same thing on Intel. And then look at these outs, man. 189.70, 189.60. Like this is not for the faint at heart, I feel like here, for sure. Apple's starting to go to the downside as well right now, so we'll punch out of that as it just breaks 80s, and we'll get out of Apple. So we took the long, we took a little bit more in, but we will fail on Apple. So we'll have a red name today. It's going to be Apple. You know, and we're just going to wait to see if and when this name bounces at all. Weak. We shouldn't have had the long on Apple, but like we said, man, if you're going to lose on something, let's lose over there with Apple because we've made a lot of money on it this week. So, all right, that doesn't mean that you want to lose again. But there's $1 in the money on Micron. We'll still hold on to that one. I'm just trying to talk about some of these plays. So I just took a flyer there. I saw some action in MSOS, and of course we know that there's the marijuana ETF. Just a little spike there in volume, as you could see. I took the long thinking we could break 50, but we didn't. So then when we took 30, we got out. It's a hit, but I'm here to tell you it's not, you know, it's not a big one because we don't trust anything to do with this space. So if it starts to run again, we'll look at it again. Maybe this is what Adair is all about right now.
Oh, she's Zillow.
Yeah, some news here on Zillow and some of these other real estate housing related names. Z down about 10% here. Basically, the New York Times reporting that a powerful realtor group agrees to slash commissions to settle this lawsuit. The National Association of Realtors is going to pay just over $400 million in damages and will amend several rules that housing experts are saying is going to drive down housing costs. So big move down here on strong volume for Zillow. Keep an eye out on these real estate related names, guys.
Yeah, there you go. And look, as much as I'm happy that this is moving down, it's still higher lows in the stock that I'm short, and that's Intel. So taking some profit out to make sure that we don't blow it up, but you're going into a flat top potential breakout through these highs at that 43 level. Got to be able to respect it. Mara, oddly enough, did not take out the high. It's probably going to. Like, look at this.
Did it again.
We got one little push down. It's probably going to take out that high. I'm not adding to it. I just got another bid on Fisker. So that just came back. Well, that's New York. There you go. Fisker, brick wall at 16 even. So I took another leg out there. And there goes Mar that just took out that top. Again, no reload for me at that level. Didn't want to fight the trend. Either it's going to give me that pullback when Bitcoin wicked 39, or IBIT wicked 39. Either it's going to pull back into VWAP. We'll take the one shot at it. When it breaks out the top, we'll get out of Dodge and then see what we can do next. So it's still short Intel. Holding on to Fisker, it's probably never going to break that trend. I mean, never say never, but it's probably not. NVIDIA is starting to range toward this 885 level. So it's not really a flat top break because that would have been right here at 883.5. But the 85, if as NVIDIA goes, this market might go as well. Holding that 18.1. Where is Google? That's what I was looking at. It's not at that 41 level. It's not bad. 141.75 in there, give it 50 cents. It's not a bad setup. It's not a great one either on Alphabet. I'm not going to force that trade. Not today.
No, you don't need. That's a good point. Like, and that's what we were saying today. What's the point of doing anything if you don't have a good read on something, and the market's doing what it's doing right now? So we're just gonna wait, man. We will try. Like I said, AMD, we keep getting stopped out, but it's finally up almost at our 192 level. So this is going to be the very, very last short that we take on this day. We are back into the long on Apple. We just got printed up there, which was pretty good, up at 171. Micron still continues to push. Any other names you guys want? Mara? Okay, let's have a quick look at Mara right now again. Thank you so much, Sharif. Much appreciated. Oh, I like the red. Good, because we are, well, right now we're waiting for AMD short, but we're long Apple, so okay.
What is there?
Dude, Mara's at $18. It was down to 17 today. So 17.50. Mara now finally starting to go up. I'll look at this in a minute, guys. We just got more Apple.
Coinbase 240.
Oh, okay. So
239.
Bitcoin 68.3. Okay, Bitcoin's actually rallying here.
There could be a bit of a break. Because remember we were saying Bitcoin wicked the bottom there? It's now triple top. I mean, IBIT, if you're tracking Bitcoin prices, 68,300. But on IBIT, it's just a little bit easier to look at these prices. Like 39.20 is a triple top here on a 15-minute candle, on a 15-minute on IBIT. And look at Coinbase, absolutely flying to the upside. I'm glad I didn't take and stretch into that NVIDIA 885. It maybe went like $1. I think this could pull back into 880 and give you a better opportunity for a long down there. Or you could just never get it. That's the other way that this could work out. Intel, still higher lows. The next time it pushes, Hopefully we can get something off of VWAP. No matter where it bounces, I'm going to try and get something out in front of that low. ARM is flying. I see no need to fight this stock right now. It looked like it was coming back in underneath 131. Shorted it, gave it a little bit of extra room.
Oh, we didn't get that.
A lot of times I'd have a stop down here, but I moved it up a little bit, lost a little bit extra, but we got away from this one. And I think it was the right call, and we'll wait for 135, 136. So came in today, is trying to keep things like in the pocket, I guess is the best way to think about it. And so we're going to try and do that and be really patient. I'm not seeing a lot of long setups that I'm in love with, despite the fact that the market is giving you signs of a reversal. It probably should have been holding on to NVIDIA, but I can't go back in time.
Yeah, I mean, imagine we could go back in time. I mean,
oh man, that would be fun this week.
We took a $7 winner on Coinbase, blinked, and it was 25. The same thing yesterday with Tesla, with AMD. I came back yesterday being short 197. I was like, oh, we got out pretty good at 192 on AMD and stuff like that. And then I come back and the professor's like, Katina, man, it's at 188. I'm like, what? But okay, so here we go, man. We did really good on Apple there, by the way. This is why it's tough. It's tough to trade the way we do, and I understand that. And it's because, you're not seeing all the fills that we take all the time because it's not on us, or we're just taking them when we're taking them. And then Apple just got back up to 171 before dropping out again. But there it goes. So that was a good trade there. We didn't get, but it's not because it eventually wound up falling down. But Apple's been pretty bad here today, that's for sure. Very negative on Apple. I'm personally pretty disappointed because I thought Apple was going to be a good long today. We've only tested it, and it just hasn't worked out. All right, so I just took a small position here at 191 because we were waiting for 192. Now, unfortunately, it got to 191.44. We were at 191.50, and we didn't get any shares. So we'll just take the short now and see what happens. But it is making a move to the downside right now in AMD. So let's take $1 at 190 here, just because we haven't done the greatest on it. And then if it comes back up, although we're not, like I said, it's a cup of coffee, honestly. We're not down really anything on AMD. But if it does come back, but we are red on it. If it does come back in, we'll take that bid down here at 190. And then we'll see if we can get a 189. We did write down 192. We got 50 cents away from it. We should have just been more patient with that name than we were. Micron's still going. Apple's starting to bounce a little bit, but still going to the downside. We have to look at other names. I'm glad you're on Intel over there. Maybe we'll look at Disney when we get back. But in a sector that I just talked about briefly there, let's go over and talk to Adara about crypto.
Lots going on in the world of Bitcoin. We're going to talk about that in a second, but also worth noting this big move up yesterday for Dogecoin, including a bit of a volume spike here. Yesterday, we had Elon Musk saying that he's okay with Dogecoin being used for Tesla payments, saying Dogecoin to the moon as well. Apparently, he also said that Dogecoin is actually used for payments on some things on the Tesla website. So interesting look. He did say that really the goal is they think that Tesla should enable Doge payments for vehicles. That was said during an event at the Tesla Berlin Gigafactory. So interesting look there. Big move up for Dogecoin yesterday, being contextualized a little bit there, guys. Also, Bitcoin here very much to the downside. Bit of a move down yesterday, but continuing to see that push down today, going from over 72,000 to right now just above 68,000 here, so about down 5% in the day, 68.2. Ethereum just above that 3,700 level, down about 5% right now, and a bit of a mixed picture for some of these other cryptocurrencies. BNB down about 2%, Solana up about 7%, Cardano down about the same amount, so 7% to the downside for Cardano. Dogecoin, after its big day yesterday, down about 10%, so very much a mixed picture in the world of cryptocurrencies. And we are brought to you by Benzinga Pro. Sign up for 50% off their premier news and research platform for retail traders with code TTV, capital letters. Use the link in the description to go to checkout.
Again, this stupid AMD. Like this thing, thanks to Dara, this thing just goes right in the money again. We start getting some out in the 40s again, and then it just rips up. So here we are. We are at 192 and bye-bye. Might as well say bye to it right now. There goes AMD. So that was a real hit right there.
890 NVIDIA.
Yeah, 890. Okay, so there goes NVIDIA. There goes AMD straight up to the upside. That was a reasonable hit there at 192. Our average price was 78 there or something like that. And then we finally were getting something out in the 50s, and then it just ripped. I thought we finally had the top, but we didn't. So there's a hit on AMD. You know, we're we're not down what we were up yesterday on AMD yet. So, you know, that name's still in the pocket, but ooh, that was a hit right there at 192. I may go back in it, but I don't know, man. It has to be NVIDIA time, right? I mean, that has to slow down as well. I mean,
It just got to the 80. What was that?
Maybe I didn't give it enough room.
89, 80 something. It was so close to the top. I did get Tesla at VWAP. Shout out to everyone in the chat that's like,
now.
Tesla VWAP. So I'm short in front of 163, but I'm staring at a level 2 for NVIDIA at 890 for a potential breakout trade on NVIDIA. So, I mean, I'm in Tesla now, but I'm staring at NVIDIA here. Let's go back to the desk with Adara.
Yeah, just keep an eye on MSOS and some of these other cannabis-related stocks here. MSOS being the ETF. A lot of volume on this name, not any particular news, but a lot of circulation of a tweet from Doug Cass, who's a hedge fund manager at Seabreeze, saying that he's heard that the US DEA will approve the rescheduling of cannabis to Schedule 3 shortly. So again, not news, not confirmation, just something that's being heavily circulated on social media. Lots of mentions of MSOS and these related names and lots of volume, so keep an eye on that one, guys.
All right.
And now I'm reloaded in Intel in that few seconds.
Yeah, good look there. I'm reloaded in AMD,
we'll
which is finally going to the downside here a little bit as well. So let's go. Finally, man. I'm not going to hit anything because I just told you that we were down on AMD, but I'm going to see if we can get this back in. We did want to oops, that's NVIDIA, my bad, guys. We did want to get AMD back into the pocket here a little bit. So we'll start bidding some out here into the 80s. We are short at 14 again. We've already taken a lot out on the downside. This is a story of my life today, honestly. I get obsessed with trading some of these names. And so if you guys notice that, please step away because I definitely know that's one problem that I have. But there it is, man. We just put some more money in. We've made a lot back on AMD just in that move. So again, trying to short it up there. We got 2 fills, all down to the downside. They might not look like they're bigger winners, but honestly, 40 or 50 cents for me is more than fine. We do want to hold for more so that I don't have to come back from the walk and find out that this thing's down at 188 again. But let's just see what happens here. We're going to hold out for a 192 break. We're in this. We've made this trade already. No more averages in. If it breaks it, it breaks it. I'm now very, very comfortable with what we've done on this stock other than not gone long off the open.
Yeah, right at the open,
Stock has been
those
exhausting.
bottoms, NVIDIA's bottom was right at 930. Right at 930 is the bottom wick on NVIDIA. And on a witching day, I feel like in the years I've been trading, tops and bottoms get made in opening candles so often on a witching day. And this is triple witching. NVIDIA, the longer I stare at it, the less likely it is to break 890. So it's going back up there again. Every time it gets to 889, I'm hands on the keys because, I want to get my stop order if it does break through. Intel might take out the top soon. I reloaded that one at 98 because we've been shorting that level. This is like the 4th or 5th time that we've gotten to fill at that at that 43 level on Intel. Maybe this isn't going to be a charm because the market has 4 consecutive green candles on the NASDAQ and the other chip names, as you can see, are flying. Obviously, I should have held this NVIDIA in the first place. Tesla broke VWAP, so I jumped out of that trade. Do not want to be fighting it. But here comes the 890 break on NVIDIA any second now.
Yeah, probably. It's coming up right now. Okay, so I just want to launch Micron. This is a name, again, being obsessed with AMD and not really focusing on Micron is definitely going to be a problem right there because you can see this name. We bought this 92 bottom, and now it's right back up to the top. We talked about it holding 93 on the sticky note. We talked about it, holding this 92 level, and we're still in it. So it's a good trade so far on that one. There goes NVIDIA breaking through 890, so that's going to be a good one. Apple might have found a bottom there at 170. Probably did, as now it's starting to go back up to the upside. So there it is. Neil's got the NVIDIA trade, which is starting to cook, so that's nice. But yeah, nice upside push here in the market today. Considering, the downside move that we had, we're trying to get back up to VWAP, so watch out here as the chip names seem to be hot again, right? Micron $2. You've got NVIDIA right now cooking. So far, so good here today.
Oh, wow. Bless you again. I'm telling you, it's allergy season, man.
Yeah.
But that wasn't me that time.
Not to have Apple.
Look, we took the 890 break. At this particular point, it's station to station for me. So I got out in front of 92s, and I'm going to get out in front of 95s. Everything feels like it's going against the grain of what I anticipated on this Friday. But guess what's going to come out soon? If that's going to work, what's going to be the worst reload? I should have gotten this at a better price. on Intel. I don't mind reloading this level, but there's zero reason to have been shorting 98s and not like 03s or 04s on Intel. Like look at the level. What is it doing at that price, and what is the market doing? And the moment the market's strong, get it closer to the high of the day. That's one thing that you do want to do. Tell us what kind of stop I've set for Fisker, says Elon. Sure.
Elon.
So in a situation like this, when I'm shorting here, my stop is 19.5. And then once it breaks to the downside, I move, like once it breaks the first level down, like to 17, I move my stop just above, it's not really break even, but it's like above 18.5. Oh, and if it breaks 16, I'll probably move that trail. I haven't actually decided yet. If it breaks to 16, sometimes I'd move it to 17 even. I'll play that by ear. But I'm still holding half of the Fisker position. And I haven't really been able to get back in its SSR at this particular point. We're going to have a very cool lesson of the day today.
Boom.
And it's going to have something to do with why I wasn't here in the afternoon. But it's a half decent story. Today, like yesterday was on everything I traded on the show was positive. Yet yesterday was the worst trading day I've had in 2 years, I think, something like that. And I'll give you guys the story why, but it was something completely unrelated to the stuff that I show you. And believe me, I don't usually, like I'm a pretty calm person when it comes to trading, and I was not calm in the afternoon. So that's why I took off. But NVIDIA, another clean one for me. I have only been taking breakout scalps on NVIDIA, and every single one has worked this week. It's like 6 for 6 or 7 for 7, but none of them I'm holding past the level I want. So if I take the short here, 75, I'm getting out in front of support. If I go long here, I'm taking it to that level when I'm not loving it. When I go long 890, I'm getting out in front of 895. If I take a 900 break, I'll probably scalp that to yesterday's high or something like that today. Like I'm just keeping everything in the pocket as far as we speak, so I like reading the register on it. We'll hit this, and I'm only hitting this because the spike. Shout out to my Buffalo Bills, who just got exactly the wide receiver that I've said all season to some of my friends that I think they should, and his name is Curtis Samuel. He's a very undercover signing, and I think he's going to take us to the next level. But then again, I think we're going to win the Super Bowl pretty much every single year.
Yeah, that's a tough team there. Okay, that was Sharif that hit that.
Okay.
Sharif is definitely hating
Okay.
on
No, that's okay. That's
on
fine.
your
That's
Buffalo
fine.
Bills.
That's fine.
All right. All right, so be it.
That's fine.
Yeah, no, of course it's fine.
You guys don't even have a running back, bro. You didn't even, the Dallas Cowboys didn't even contact Derrick Henry. Now that's pathetic, because he would have wanted to play for you guys, and you didn't even contact the best running back in the market. You didn't even try. And if you don't even try, you cannot possibly win. We're going to go to Adara now and stop talking about football.
Lots of weakness across the board here, guys. Not a lot of positive sectors here to talk about. Definitely we're talking about some of this weakness in health technology. Pretty much weak across the board here. ISRG, though, this one worth noting. They did have some positive FDA approval for one of their medical devices, so good look there. ABT, though, Abbott Technologies, very much to the downside, trading in sympathy after another company that makes baby formula was fined in a $60 million lawsuit. So ABT very much to the downside here. Finance a bit more mixed. Commercial services a bit more mixed. Producer manufacturing also a little bit mixed here. So not a lot of sectors with tons of positivity or negativity to speak of. Commercial services very much to the downside across the board here. And of course, technology services super weak. Very few positive names to talk about here. Adobe and that weaker than expected guidance, bringing a lot of these names with it to the downside, guys.
Right. Oh, yeah, Adobe. I got to go and buy some of that. Okay, thank you, Ms. Adara, for that fantastic report there. All right, so right now we are 50 cents in the money short on AMD. I know. What am I doing? I have no idea quite clearly on that one, but we're taking some more profit here on the short. Maybe the market does want to bounce off of VWAP and start to head back to the downside, and we'll see what happens on the rest of what is today, Friday. We did take some short as well on Apple finally. Remember I said I was just disappointed in the way the stock was trading? So
Tesla.
we're going to flip up our opinion on it and go short. now until we break through this 171. We have the 50-period moving average. It's really watched this. So we flipped it on its head right there. We just got some bids at 60. We got 2 bids at 63. That's it. So 79 to 63. We only got that twice. So we put our first bid there, got filled, and then it was bouncing around. Was it 63 or was it lower? I'll have to double check because I have so many AMD fills in there as well. But anyways, a couple 63 fills there on Apple, and then AMD. We took some fills down there, some good ones as well. As you can see, there's a couple shorts. So we just got stopped out, but there's some more shorts there. And look at that fill, 45. So again, the money's there, but it's not going down the way it's been down earlier, right? I mean, Neil will be up on NVIDIA because it's going long, especially on some of these good breaks, while we just kind of fighting the trend here today with AMD. So again, we'll still see. I still think that there's a winning opportunity here for that. About to get stopped out potentially on Micron. If we take the, I was going to give it to the 50 period. I almost think like we just touched 94.12, giving us $2 right there. But again, it's, you know, who knows what's up with these chip names. We could go a lot more than that. We are waiting for a 95 break. So that's kind of what we were looking for if we got up to 95. It only gets as far as 94.20. But again, we also didn't think it was going to dip into this level either. So good trade there for Micron for sure. Not so good shorting these other two names, but let's just see what happens. MSOS, we took a shot on this name. Not much happening in the cannabis space. I'm going to assume that Tilray and whatnot is doing nothing. Them and ACB and TrueLeave and all those kind of names there. I don't even know if Hexo still exists or anything like that. Chuck of all trades, the SPY will close green today. Let's see, possibly there. Yeah, it's only down 0.43. I could see us getting going again on that. So if that's true, then we better flip over to some of the longs. I feel like that's possibly true. The NASDAQ, to me, I look at the NASDAQ, so I'm more comfortable sort of feeling out that one. And again, we talked about how range-bound this name, the NASDAQ has been, and we're still in that range. So hard to make a call anywhere. If anything, I would say red because we're still under VWAP. But for right now, I just don't see too many catalysts in this market. So let's just continue to trade how we're doing it. We just got some more short there on Apple, and we like that trade. So we'll hold on. We'll see if we can bid and get something out there. But Apple, that last short was just right here at 86. So it just went back into 72 or 6 or something. So we'll put some bids and see if it can fall back in. AMD is just doing a dance up here. Whether or not it gives it up or not, I don't know. I'm bidding Neil down here on AMD for a little bit of a swoosh, but I'm not so convinced that these chip names are done.
Well, I've finally made the adjustment on Intel that if I was going to add to the position off of this high, then what were we going to do? If this is the high, why am I shorting it here? Let it actually fail the top and then short the lower high. Like, why are we being anchored? Remember anchoring? Anchoring to $43 even. Why are you doing that, Neil? You should be shorting it when it fails the top and then just try to get it underneath. It's not a huge difference whether you're getting 96, 97, 98 or 05, but it's the principle. If every single time you trade that setup, you're giving up 5 to 7 cents, think of how much that adds up over the course of your trading career. Like, it just be a little bit more efficient. So I will short, even if this falls all over itself for the rest of the day, you want to be a little bit more efficient. And I might still actually lose on this stock. Who knows? Like, it could easily break out the top. And if it does break out the top, then I hope I can find my way into a reversal at some point because it's got room to gap to the upside. NVIDIA, which I'm no longer in, we had short. This long could have been held. I probably missed a breakout in this range as well. We took the one at the top that got into 895. If this takes out 900, it's probably another breakout trade, but I'm just, again, trying to keep it into the pocket as much as we can. Fisker, that's still chilling out. It's not really doing a heck of a lot. I did want to go back over tomorrow because that one is flying. We did actually somehow manage not to lose on that short because it gave me that wick to the downside before breaking out. It's in the squeeze zone. Look at the second flat top break setting up here. If Bitcoin could just take out the high, I'd be all for this break. But I don't like taking a breakout on Mara if Bitcoin is pulling back. For some reason, I just don't want to do it.
Danny Jansen, fractured wrist, out a month.
I have Alejandro Kirk in
Yep,
my pool.
exactly.
So
Hopefully that guy can do
not
something.
that I want
finally.
injuries to happen.
We're now $1 in the money right now on AMD as it's falling in a little bit. So let's put another bid right there and cash out one more time on AMD. So there it is. Bang again. Let's go, man. We talked about this. Man, we getting that mojo back now, baby. Nice move back into the downside right now. Also for Apple, we talked about changing up our tune on our tune on Apple. So there's another short there into the 50-period moving moving average. So we just got a 72 fill. We'll see if we can get it again, as I just put another bid down there at 73, actually, not 72. Then we'll wait for 60s, then we'll wait for 50s. But okay, good. We made some decent money back here, boys. Nice trade here on, and girls and everybody, made some nice trades there on AMD, got that back, and then really flipped up the script here on Apple and got some of that back. So good trading here to end the day. We said yesterday that we would tell you what was for lunch, so let's do it again. This is something that we do every single day. The market's moving around, so I don't want to spend too much time today. But again, I think Monday was chicken, Tuesday was chicken, maybe Wednesday could have also been chicken. Maybe one day was salmon in there. I think we had fajitas. Monday was salmon. Thank you for that, Ram today. But like, you know, if you like hot dogs and things like that, it's kind of funny that we just talked about baseball, and then today now we have this emoji. Well, you'd be disappointed because today is creamy chicken.
Nope.
Like how I said, you guys, creamy chicken rigatoni Alfredo.
I'm not an
So
Alfredo guy.
if you like creamy sauce, today's lunch would be for you. Creamy chicken rigatoni Alfredo. Not hot dogs.
The salad will be. Save it for baseball.
Not hot
I
dogs.
promise you this much: I'll be eating a lot of dogs during baseball season.
Oh, yeah.
That's for sure. But I'm not a big Alfredo guy. It's probably my least favorite.
All right, me
Oh,
too.
that's
Yeah, I don't like too creamy stuff is the pass for me.
So this verb stock
I like a
cannot
good
find
gabagool.
this thing can't find a bid over 50 cents. Everybody, every time it gets here, there was just a break that instantly failed. If any buyers show up above 50, I want the long. But right now, it's just rejecting that price. So I do like a breakout here, but it's got to hold on to the bid. Maybe just if it takes 52, like a 52 break, because that's up here with a 48 stop. There we go. Because that way, there's at least buyers above, and it sets up the trade for me. So that's what I'm going to do, make my stop just above 52, and I almost put in $52, which would have been ridiculous, because then clearly I would never get that breakout. Or wouldn't I?
All right, just hearing right now. I don't know. Apparently, McDonald's. We didn't get this story at all. I'm just hearing it now, seeing it on Benzinga. They were offline this morning, apparently. So I don't know. They're back online. So there goes McDonald's. They said there was a global, worldwide
Unacceptable
outage or something like that. So take that for what it's worth. There for anybody that was not loving it this morning because potentially you did not get your food. But now we're back online and all is well in Mickey D land there for that. That's something that we don't get too often anymore. The kids, I don't know. My daughter's switching over. Like they're no longer, even though they're 9. Like she's made the switch to Big Macs now.
I love the Big Mac.
Yeah, so that's like what she gets, and then my son will be either just a normal hamburger, like a quarter pounder or something like that. He's pretty picky.
It's not a hamburger, it's McDonald's. That's
Right,
what in my mind, I don't
or the
eat
chicken nuggets.
Yeah, like I don't eat a Big Mac because I want a hamburger. I eat a Big Mac because I want a Big Mac. If I want a burger, I'm going somewhere else.
Right.
You know, or we're just
literally fast food.
yeah, or we're just make it ourselves. But the play zones, my daughter is into.
Oh yeah, those were hot for a minute. For
So
us.
like we kind of do that after like sometimes gymnastics.
Yep.
But so as I said, I will take this verb breakout if it happens. I was able to just get some out of Intel, but not AMD. NVIDIA is now tracking towards another high of the day break. I do not want to be punching this one into the 900 level, so I'm not going to take this breakout. I sat out one breakout here. I'm going to sit this one out again. As I said, Intel is still working off of that top. This time we got a better price. Short, but it needs to get back into VWAP. That's what has to happen. Next, just checking in the chat, see what you guys are up to. Coin and Mara. Mara's tracking toward a fat... Never mind. Mara has made a flat top break.
Boom.
Apparently,
Those
I mean,
breaks.
I
It was
was
down to 1750. What is it at now?
1875. I thought this was getting to $15.
We wanted that.
That's the 200 period moving average. I thought this would get to $15.
On the podcast
Here.
last week, we called Mara. I said, watch out for that $15, $16 level. Good point out there, Neil. We'll talk about that tonight. And if you are, you're chilling out on Saturday, you're chilling out on Sunday, you're doing something, whatever you're doing, definitely make sure that you check out the podcast. Damn, I should have wore that shirt. Check out the podcast. As Brendan and I are going to have a lot of fun here. We're going to be lining up some guests to come through very, very soon, so that should be fun. And we're working on bigger and better production things for that as well. And of course, we already have the best production staff. We just need to get the right tools. So as soon as we get that, we'll be having a lot
one
of
of
fun.
them's cool.
One of the staff is cool. Which one isn't?
Huh?
What did you say?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay. All right. Over to the desk to someone who's always just straight chilling. It's Adara.
USD also not doing too much right now here, just around this 103.40 area, pretty much flat on the day despite a slew of economic data we've gotten so far. US export price index for February coming a little bit higher than expected here, 0.8 versus 0.2. US industrial production here lower than expected, so negative 0.2% versus positive 0.03% prior. US manufacturing production also higher than expected, 0.8 versus 0.3%. Michigan consumer sentiment slightly lower than expected here, so 7.5%, 76.5 versus 77 expected. Not doing too much, definitely not the reaction that we saw yesterday on that much harder than expected PPI data, or even the move up on Tuesday with the CPI data being higher than expected. Be ready to keep an eye, though, on the DXY coming into next week with the FOMC meeting coming up, so absolutely going to be something to watch out for. Right now, pretty much flat in the day, guys.
Alrighty then. Why don't we just go ahead? 'Cause I was going to advertise the more Trader TV Live, and I did want to.
Oh, yeah, of course.
Yeah, I just did want to quickly also acknowledge this before.
Yeah, I was going to get to super.
So he loves watching. Thank you so much, Matthew Paxton. Right now, no relationship to James, I don't know, but I love watching this channel through all the wins and losses. Thank you so much. I appreciate Jim. Is it Jim Paxton? Jim and James. Maybe it's first name. You know, they go by Jim.
You're thinking the pitcher.
Yeah, I'm thinking about Seattle.
I'm thinking of the basketball player.
I saw the no-hitter in Toronto, by the way. That was crazy. Like, I don't even go to any games, and I see that no-hitter. All right, see each other every morning, trade together. Yeah, thank you so much. We're just really glad that you're here with us. So thank you so much for all of that, man. That means a lot to us, Matthew. There goes AMD. AMD now $1 and starting to go to the downside. We did also flip up our game here, and you talked about wins and losses. We flipped up our game on Apple to put that back in the pocket for the short. But there's Micron still up in the money, $1.32. We're going to get out of Micron if it breaks this 40 level, guys.
Yeah, the market's starting to slow a little bit to the upside, but it has been kind of trending since the open. I just got to fill at 90s. If VWAP hits on Intel, I'll probably be all out of this one. We'll see, and then look for another re-entry point. Fisker's starting to track back up. This Verb stock is about to make that break. So if it breaks 52, I want to go long into like a 48 stop. Haven't really changed that plan, so give it about 4 cents. If it breaks higher, it could absolutely fly, whether it's the 60 level, this up here, the 200 period's like 63, and that was that last support level. So I think a 50 move, like a 52 break, in my mind, can get to 60 to 63 cents. So risking 4 pennies makes a little bit of sense there. Apparently PayPal and Palantir are taking off. I haven't even looked at Palantir today.
Oh my God.
Where is it? Load? Where?
I haven't looked at any of this stuff.
Palantir, oh yeah, Palantir, higher lows, holding VWAP, now above 24, like everything else was going downside. The problem here, when I zoom out into previous resistance or support, usually that's a short setup for me. So yes, it looks stair step up, but when I zoom it out, I actually see a short on Palantir, so I'll be sitting that one out. I think Verb is gonna break out, so that'll be the next trade. Intel's been good, I've been picking our spots. We only took 3 trades in NVIDIA. If something else sets up, maybe it's a 900 break a little bit later on. But Verb's about to take out this 52. 48 stop is going to be in. Coin, Mr. Memes, $21 in the money. You must be long, obviously.
Wow, what level did that hit? Oh my God.
Okay.
220?
Apparently it's at $242.
Coinbase.
I didn't see that coming. Okay, so Coinbase is doing things. And
all the coin heads out
and
there.
Still has, if it takes out 42, this has room to 50. Wow, that's insane, Coinbase. What are you doing, Coinbase? There isn't even a red candle today on this thing. Verb just broke.
NVIDIA, 893.
Verb just broke and it went right to.
Verb?
Oh, come on, Neil.
Come on, man.
I suck.
Come on, man. Solana also right now starting to go. We just had that news from.
I hit offer enter and got 58s.
Yep.
And within 2 seconds, it was at that 63 level I was talking about.
Perfect. That's exactly. What
and now it's tanking back in, so I'm just gonna get out of everything except for the last 5%. So we got the break at 52, instantly out 58, was able to get more out at 63, and now we'll let the rest ride for the proverbial dream.
Okay, yeah, we like those dreams.
No, really? Proverbial dream?
I thought you were trading Verb, but I should have commented on that comment. My bad. On that one. So yeah, good call there, Neil, with the dream, because it was all a dream, you know. But there, here it is right now. Good trade on Verb, obviously. Now let's just look over here and figure out what's going on with Apple. But how about not much? So we just keep on bidding here. We're gonna now wait for 50s. If it does go lower, good on that one, and we'll see what's rocking and rolling with that. We did get stopped out of our Micron. Good trade over there on Verb. We're on Micron. We're on Apple. We're on AMD as well, starting to go to the downside. I was just looking at Tesla again, and I was looking at Rivian. Rivian's doing nothing. I went over to Rivian to have a quick look to see if there's anything going on there. Apparently there is nothing as well. And Tesla here makes that nice move. Tesla's actually green today. So look, pretty violent off the open, right? Makes a move down right before the open happens. Then we go from 162 all the way up to 165. Too bad it didn't come into the level that we were talking about. We wanted 168. We talked about that, but that probably should have been looked at as a double top. So that's definitely a missed opportunity over there on that side for me anyways. AMD's now falling in. I am bidding here. I got to fix that. Now it's at 191.40. We were bidding 191.20. Let's just put a bid at 191.50 to see if we can make $1.50 on this. And again, like we've talked about, and again, thank you, Matthew Paxton, for the super chat again, because you talked about seeing us through our wins and seeing us through our losses. And I mean, you know, we'll look crazy with all these shorts, but at the end of the day, you know, if this could come back in, right now we're in $1 in the money on this name as well. So, you know, pick your spots. We will always screw up some trades and sometimes a lot of trades. And Neil just mentioned at 12 o'clock, he's going to talk about what happened yesterday. And you can learn from that. We can all learn from that. And yeah, that's just something that happens. You know, losses will happen, and you got a Bitcoin 68.5 and still ripping. So whoever had that Coinbase booyah
still going
on that one as well. So yeah, man, lots of good things happening here in the market. I don't think we're free falling today, but we're just bouncing off the 50 period here on the NASDAQ.
Well, look, the NASDAQ, if this is a wick, this could be why can't it be a free fall?
Yeah, it could.
If we're taking yesterday's low and reversing at that level, I don't see why you couldn't be back down at the bottom. The only long I'm in is Verb, so I'm still thinking that these can be shorts. I've tightened my stop in Verb from the 48 to the 50, because to me the move already happened. Like, we zoomed it out, it was a 52 breakout into the 200 period moving average was a 63. That was this key reversal level here at 63. What happened? It broke. I hit offer enter and got some out of 58. I actually got 2/3 out of 58. Then I took the all but 5% out here at 63, which was the level that we wanted. So probably a little bit too quick to just hit offer enter when it moved that far, but it happens. A win's going to be a win. I'm still in Intel, which is getting close to VWAP.
That's hilarious. Again,
let's play it by ear. Let's hold on to. I'll still be in front of VWAP, but let's try to hold on to this if we roll over. And Fisker still. Oh wow, Mr. Real.
How high did it go up?
17.5 cents VWAP. Like, if you're trading a stock like Fisker that's going bankrupt, you kind of want to take that fill. Like, you got to short the pops. Like, short the pop. This is dark pool dumping. You're not getting filled there. Short the pop. Missed an opportunity. Got it once. That's your chance to get it again when it comes to the upside. When it's short sell restricted, you kind of need to be getting it on the way up or all over it when it starts to come back down. It is 11 o'clock. We're going to take you on over to
AMD.
The Learn to Trade. I almost called it the Midday, formerly the Midday show, with Sharif and Adara. Go get them.
What is up, beautiful people? Welcome to How to Trade, formerly known as the Midday Show. That is your girl Adara, and I am Sharif. And as per usual, we're going to wait for everyone to migrate on over. Good morning to you, and happy Friday, Callum Mitchell Miller. Thank you for being so kind. What is up, Bears versus Bulls? Happy Friday to you as well. Easy Trader, we got Charon, the Badger, Step, Andrew Chow, JC Finance, Mo, Bob Dub, Billy Turner, Dam, Laura Sanchez, Aaron and Joanna Brewster. We got Cristiano Ronaldo, Scott H, Big Michael Lloyd. We got Raphael. We got Kevin Mendoza. We got Trade Trigger. There we go. We got Jose. We got Stephanie. ND Trade, Vin Duang as well, Frank, Boso, Jose. We got Fat Figa in the house, one of the OGs there. Randall, we got Dawn, we got the Piper, we got the Gauntlet. Good morning and happy Friday, Adara.
Happy Friday to you as well. I was just thinking, it's like crazy how quickly you have to read those names. So
super fast.
That is, yeah, respect to you. And I know Sean also does his roll call as well. So yeah, I tried to do that the one time when you were interviewing Mr. Kevin O'Leary. I was trying to, Mr. Cashflow. Yeah, it's a struggle. So shout out to that. I am good this morning. I haven't really, I'm going to be honest, had enough of a time yet to look through ranges I like. However, Apple was just on my side chart or my screen when I pulled up. The charts, and I have to say there's something here I like. I'm not sure what it is yet. We have a stutter step to the downside. We're rejecting off the 9 EMA. Now we're dancing with it in a way that I find vaguely intriguing. I like this 170, just shy of 171 area. I have no plays on this yet. I want to make that incredibly clear. I just want to wait to see if it develops, but it's something I have my eye on. Partially, yes, because I did open my P-Pro 8 to find it here, but also because I do like this 9 EMA action.
I like it.
What about you? I heard some pump-its and some sounds.
Well, we're doing a little bit of a dance here with MindMed. Another day, another double-digit % move for MNMD. Shout out to the cash flow man. This is one of the companies he's involved in, and we are at a critical level. That whole dollar level, $9. We're having a lot of trouble breaking through $9. I got a quick short, flipped. Got stopped out as it broke through 902. So maybe that isn't the trade here. Holding to a strict stop loss. I'm gonna wait, pack my patience, figure out which way this is going to resolve. Obviously, if I want to go with the direction of the trend, I'm looking for a long here, but it's got to break and hold above that $9 area, not just do the wick shimmy from either side of it. So we're going to pack our patience, see if we can bamboozle anything into MNMD. Shout out to Nimit. He's going to want me to look over these small cap gappers, and I absolutely will. I've got a host of small cappers today that we can talk about, a lot going, not like the crazy kind of triple digit gainers with like 10 of them running like we had a couple of weeks ago, but enough to keep things interesting. But we have a lesson that we got to get to, and it is the last day we're going to talk about volatility. We're talking about backtesting today in volatile markets. Backtesting, one of the things that you can do if you get the Trade Idea software. Shout out to the NOS boss and his crew over there. You can backtest up to 3 months on their platform to see if your trading style works. And you can obviously test it during whatever markets took place in the last 3 months. So if it was volatile, well, you can do backtesting there. Also, obviously not affiliated with us, but Thinkorswim has backtesting as well. I'm not sure which other platforms have. If you guys know, throw it up in the chat there. Let's inform our viewers. But let's get started with the lesson. Backtesting, guys, is an absolutely valuable tool to evaluate your trading strategies, but especially important in volatile markets because of the risk involved. Here's why and how you can adapt your backtesting strategy approach. Let's talk a little bit about that. So why do you want to backtest first and foremost? What are you going to gain by doing these backtesting procedures? Well, it helps you uncover your strategy's weakness. So volatile markets have a way of really exposing the flaws in the strategies that might work well during calmer markets. Backtesting definitely helps identify these weaknesses before you actually risk real capital on the line during the times of extreme volatility. And it also helps you optimize your risk management procedures. You can test different stop loss positions, your different position sizes, your risk to reward ratios even, and see how your strategy performs under these various conditions. So backtesting, if you're looking for a reason, there's a plethora of reasons, not the least of which I just enumerated right there. But adapting your backtesting approach requires a few procedures here. So the first and foremost is you want to make sure that you're using high quality data. And I don't mean to disparage any of the sites out there, but a lot of them are lagging, right? A lot of the, the short float websites. There used to be one called flowchecker.com. it gave you various different data points about the short float for a particular instrument. It showed you what Ameritrade was saying. It showed you what this website was saying. And sometimes they were completely at odds. So what you need to do is you need to, usually ante up. You got to pay up for the good data sources. And I would suggest to you that you do that if you want to be in this game long term and to have the appropriate data given to you through these backtesting strategies. So you're trying to use high quality historical data sources. Ensure your backtesting data covers a variety of market conditions, including periods of both high and low volatility, so you can see how your strategy measures up during both those periods, all right? So make sure you are doing that. But you should also incorporate volatility measures in your backtesting approach. Include volatility metrics like average true range, ATR, or the historical volatility alongside your price data. Average true range, in case you're just starting out your day trading journey, it basically looks at a 14 trading day period, and it says during those 14 days, NVIDIA moved on average X amount. All right, so you get the idea of how volatile the instrument is and what to expect in terms of stop placement, in terms of position sizing. If something's moving $5, $6 in half an hour, you have to change your position sizing. You have to change your stop loss placement. So you need to be aware of all that kind of stuff. So include volatility measures in your backtesting, like things like average true range. And this also helps you analyze how your strategy performs in different volatility environments. Just because the market's volatile doesn't mean that all volatility is created equal. The markets tend to act a little bit differently, whether they're more bearish or bullish, despite the fact that they're both volatile, right? They don't necessarily act the same way. They're not just the opposite reflection of one another. So make sure you're testing your strategy during periods where we were, bearish, bullish, despite the fact that they were both volatile there. And you also want to stress test your strategy. What does that mean? So you artificially, if your program allows you, you artificially increase the volatility within your backtesting software to see how your strategy reacts to extreme market swings. That is if your software allows you to do something like that. And I would suggest you to try to look for one that does. This also helps identify potential breaking points within your strategy so you know where it does well and where it doesn't really do that well. So make sure to look at those avenues as well. And analyze the walk forward optimization. What does that mean? So this technique involves backtesting your strategy on smaller chunks of data sequentially, mimicking real-time application. So you may not want to look at your strategy within a week's period. You may want to do that, but you may want to look at it in isolation. Let me see how my strategy does right at the open. You see the Katina man identifying levels on the sticky note off which he wants to get levels. So try your strategy using the Katina man's time slots, and then maybe you want to look at how the period during which Adira and I trade, that slower time, 11 to 2. How does your strategy do between the times of 11 to 2? So you want to have these kind of smaller chunks of data to make sure that your strategy just isn't working during a specific time period or during a specific market, but it is sound during all markets, all right? And this also helps avoid overfitting your strategy on historical data, which can lead to unrealistic performance expectations. So if you try to take a particular type of trade using your strategy during the more volatile open, it may work very well, and then you try to use it during, the less liquid time of day, and all of a sudden you're getting cut up, you're getting stopped out. It just doesn't work as well as during the open. You need to be aware of that, and the only way to be aware of that is if you do the testing, all right? So make sure you are spending that kind of time on your strategy. Make sure it's working. And also, goes without saying, you got to consider those transaction costs, baby, because those eat into your P&L. So factor in trading commissions, spreads, other fees associated with your trading during backtesting, right? So, when you punch long 1,000 shares on my brokerage, it's a different price than when I punch in 50 or 25 shares. So you need to make sure that if you're going to size up you're taking into consideration those extra commissions. If you're getting short during bearish markets, you have to take into consideration your borrowing fees for the shorts. Everything, guys. You need to make sure you're covering all your bases there. And this also helps provide a more realistic picture for your strategy's potential profitability, especially if you know what fees you're going to incur. And Adara threw this one in here. These are some similar strategies to backtesting. Thank you, Adara, for throwing this in. Your scenario analysis, right? The act of testing a strategy against a specific hypothetical market condition or like a black swan event of sorts. For example, seeing how the healthcare stocks might perform during a global health crisis. Well, anybody who was trading during the pandemic, just go and Google what mRNA did, or not even Google, go pull up your chart and look at how Moderna traded between 2020 and 2022. I remember trading this from my own house at $37.50. That is before it made its way up to $400 it made its way up to. So scenario analysis, excellent one there, Adair. Thank you for throwing that in there. And forward performance, applying a trading strategy, right, to your current market without risking the capital, i.e. paper trading or trading in the sim. You guys have heard me say this over and over and over, and I'm going to say it again today, despite the fact it seems to be a little controversial with some viewers. You really shouldn't be using real money if you can't prove your strategy is profitable in the sim. That is just my opinion. Not everybody shares it. All right. And remember, guys, backtesting is a simulation, not a crystal ball. Past performance doesn't guarantee your future result. So even if your backtesting strategy is sound and you get good data from it, it's not a guarantee that moving forward it's going to be profitable. The market is always changing, and there are always new variables that you have to take into account. I hope that helps, Adara.
Yeah, no, thank you so much for going over all those. I think they're all really helpful. Also, yeah, so shout out to IG. I got that backtesting info with regards to scenario analysis and forward performance off of their website. And also, I like that you brought up the idea that volatility is different during bullish and bearish markets, because from what I saw in the IG article, they said that actually, apparently, volatility is more common in bearish markets. Oh. So it wasn't them, it was another site I saw. But there was some research I was doing that suggests that for whatever reason, volatility can be more common in bear markets. So, take that with a grain of salt if you will. But I think that's interesting just to note, and something I wanted to jump on with regards to just volatility in different markets and how important the analysis of that can be. Also, I guess, is there anything that you've learned from backtesting? Because I know you prefer to trade in the midday. Did that come? I know part of it's here in the show, but was there any of that you find your strategy works better? I know with the small caps, waiting for them to settle down. Or?
Last time I did backtesting, I just gotta be really honest with you, was 2022, and it was when I had a trial account with one of those softwares, and I did backtesting specifically on my small cap gapper strategy, which is definable pre-market high, above the pre-market high, and above the volume weighted average price. It was quite sound at the time. Again, though, it doesn't mean it's going to be sound now.
That's true.
All of a sudden, these small cap gappers, we could get a higher failure rate on the breaking of the pre-market high. We don't know, right? And so that's why it's probably prudent to do it a lot more than what I've done it. But
Thank you.
Yeah, good question there. T-Money, come on, bro. Let's go Bayern. No, T, come on. In case you're wondering what the hell I'm talking about, Arsenal drew Bayern Munich in the quarterfinals of the Champions League. So boo Bayern and boo you, Harry Kane. Yeah, I'm talking to you, you former Tottenham, you know what. Yeah, because, once a Tottenham player, he gets booed by all Arsenal fans for eternity. After that, yeah, once you are associated with Tottenham, you will be booed no matter where you go. Whether you're playing for Bayern Munich, you could be playing for whoever.
That's a lot.
Arsenal fans will boo you. Harry Kane returns. Look, guys, I'm long MNMD. This one broke above 9, got to that 905. I'm looking for a general hold of that 9 area. I'm going to give it 2 pennies below 9. If it breaks 88s, I'm out, right? I'm looking for a hold above this level. I tried to short it initially, but it just keeps putting in higher highs and higher lows. So why fight the trend? Let's see if we can go with the trend. If it ends up stops me out, I'm giving it 6 pennies or 8 pennies worth of risk here. No. 7 pennies worth of risk, so not that big of a deal. Keeping my eye on some of these other names, though. Let's bring in the side chart here and talk about some of these Mag 7 names, because I did have a dip trade on Tesla that I removed that I now very much regret. I'm sitting here on the bid at 162.50. A very clear reason for that. Number one, it's the closing print from yesterday. You guys know how I feel about closing prints as levels of both support and resistance. In addition to that, look how many times we kept wicking off that 162.50 in the pre. And also, it's generally the IB low. I know we wicked down a little bit lower, but look where the closing print is there on the IB low. No, sorry, actually, that's 925. This is 930. We held it on the IB low. So I definitely like that. Sure, we broke it for a bit when the market started tanking, but we reclaimed it right away. And then over here, we started doing the wick shimmy dance from the north side with that 162.50. So I really wanted to take that Tesla level. I didn't because the future was on the way down and I was worried about taking Tesla long while the futures were tanking. You know, I should have looked at them in isolation, but you know, that's on me. Anyway, it's up above $1 now off that level as it breaks through that 163.60. A bit of a compression pattern here on TSLA. The reason I say that is we're getting sequentially higher lows, but we're also getting lower highs. A bit of a consolidation move before that, so I'm not really sure what the exact trend was before because, you know, compression patterns are continuation patterns, and usually they resolve in the direction of the trend that preceded them. And here, there's really no trend because we were sideways. We were moving sideways. So not sure exactly how to interpret this. We'll keep eyes on TSLA. The other one, you saw the Katina man taking AAPL short. And I happen to love this trade in front of 171. Couple of reasons for that. In fact, there's more than a couple. Number one, we have a flat bottom right there where we defended that 171 and a quarter area right there. And then it also is where the volume weighted average price is. Now we're rejecting off VWAP from the sell side. In addition, it's also the whole dollar level. So if this area at VWAP keeps rejecting, I'm going to be very interested in taking a short on AAPL. Maybe we can ride it into that 170 area. Technically, the low on the day for Apple is 170.29, just a little bit above that whole dollar level on AAPL. Now, the other one, before we send it to Adara, is MSFT. Microsoft, overnight, yet again, new all-time highs. However, big boy move on the way south this morning after the market rejected 18.3, and then it looks like we're about to touch 18 at one point. Look at this. So we make that hockey stick shape, down and then horizontal to the right. But we have a discernible trend. We seem to have 16, I'm talking about 416 as a level of support. And then at resistance, we have VWAP just a little bit below 419. It keeps ranging in between the volume weighted average price to the north side and that $416 area to the south side. So we're awfully close to 416 right now. We may be interested here in getting along at 416 to play that trend, but I'll have one eye on Microsoft and the other eye on the future. I'll have to like split my eye, right? Right? To see if I get long here, because I don't want to take Microsoft long if the futures are going to tank. So that's just me. That's my look there. We'll get to the small cap gappers in a minute once we see what Adara has been looking at.
Yeah, I haven't been looking at much. I got to be really honest, it's not been a great trading day thus far. I do like, though, the concept of this AMD short. I'm trying to take 50 pennies on this. Pretty small position size. Basically, what happened was I liked that we kind of came up here. I was watching. We come back to that 192.50. We reject. Then we come up here after some chop and turn, and I was watching on the book. We couldn't hold it. I said, I like what I see. I got involved a couple pennies shy of 192.50. Initially, the plan was to take just the 191.50s-esque, so that little area where we saw a little bit of chop and turn, a little bit of a struggle. Okay. And then we kind of, weren't really able to achieve that. So I decided, you know what, Adara, get out at 192. You'll be happy with that. So I did. Looks like we could be on our way there. Yeah, this market's been nuts. Also, I tried Amazon one more time. I drew way too many lines, so I'm gonna have to delete some of these. But basically, I knew we were seeing slightly kind of a compression-y pattern on a downtrend. I thought we could have a break to the downside, but we were holding this 175.50s really well. I kind of wanted to just kind of scalp it in and out. well, I was going to take like 20 pennies. We didn't get there. I got out. It's a boring trade, I have to say. To try to add someone, we held that 175.30. We broke below 175.20. Buy Amazon. Express delivery out of that trade. Tesla, same idea. I think Tesla was a long, but we were really struggling along that 163, so I wanted to play a little bit. The play didn't end up being valid. I got out. Honestly, just normal cases of the trade fails and you leave. AMD, I still have a scintilla of shares left because we got part filled on the way out here. So I'm going to be watching what we do. If we continue to fail this level, I'm going to wait until we get the rest of that filled. Wish I had some more exciting trades, but there's not a lot of ranges happening here. I will be keeping my eye out for some range opportunities. Apple, interesting. How is that Apple trade going?
There was huge size. So the Katina man is short 171.05 on AAPL. And as Daryl was dropping hot lines, he told me that there was big boy size at 170.82. That got blown through. It was big. And now we seem to have some hidden sellers here in the low 70s. So we'll see what we get there. But the Fuge gave up, Katina man, the Fuge gave up 18.1. So I think Apple's headed down here. We're short at 71. Let's see what kind of move we can get. We'll look to wet our beak maybe in front of the $0.50. That is if it continues to head down. It was an excellent VWAP rejection, 3-candle VWAP rejection on the 5 on AAPL. It looks like, yeah, we did break down below 18.1, but for how long? Anyway, we'll pack our patience, see if we can print a little bit better. I see you, Jay Lee. Adobe reversion mean trade setup. It just huadumped $100. I can't trade Adobe. I know the Katina man is laughing because like that's a major huadunk. I can't trade Adobe and manage risk while I'm on the show, so I'm going to have to forego that, but we'll look at it when things slow down just a little bit, Jay. Amazon just broke resistance or support level 2 on the pivot point, so Amazon looking awfully weak here as the Fuge breaks down. Guys, check. Below that resistance level 2 over here, and it's also breaking down below 175. So resistance level 2 and 175, they were jiving there today. So I don't know if the Knob is trading AMZN. He is the Amazonian, but right now Amazon is on the way down, and we've broken well below yesterday's low. Now we're actually breaking below. Yeah, we broke below Wednesday's low here, and now we're going to have to look at Tuesday's low on Amazon if it continues to head down. So we're going to keep eyes here on some of these names. Yeah, Microsoft is the other one here. It's coming into 416, so we talked about that 416 level. We're going to have to pull up Microsoft on another screen here, Adair.
Yeah, Microsoft definitely deserves its own screen. That one was very bamboozling yesterday. I was talking, both Sharif and I think, had a little bit of a fight with that name. And if you fight Microsoft, I guess you will lose. You will not be dancing like Steve Ballmer in that video, let me tell you, or at least I was not yesterday. I did get involved in this NVIDIA short, and I'd like to talk about why. Honestly, there's not a lot of range movements today, so I'm trying to get comfortable trading things that are not in my wheelhouse, getting out of my range a little bit, if you will. Lower highs, look at these wicks here failing to break into that 893, 894 area. Took a really small position here. Don't even really have enough room for beak wetters, honestly. If we have a nice failure of that 892, I'm gonna add a little bit. If not, we're going to be saving a piece here, see what we kind of, watch. Okay, first I'm going to be watching out for this 90 MA area, this 888s, 889s. We'll see what we do here. If not, I'm going to be saving a piece for the dream of that 887s, just shy of 888s. Basically, I just said 888 twice, so I guess I want to get 888s. But we'll see. I don't really have enough room to piece this out, so we're going to have to wait and see what occurs. If we get another opportunity to add, I might. If we don't, I won't. If we break decisively above 893, buy NVIDIA, we'll be out NVIDIA. So that's what the look is here right now. Let's see how this goes. But yeah, I mean, this could be a long because it is NVIDIA, and bamboozle it does like to do. But we're gonna be prepared to leave this one. I've just set my order here to leave, so let's go. Trying not to fat finger. I'm very proud of myself. I haven't had many fat finger trades this week, which is a weird thing to brag about, but when you've seen how many I've had in the past, you know, you gotta take small wins sometimes. Shout out to Louis Tortora saying, Adara punch short AMD. I already did the AMD short and took it off, just took it to the 90 MA. Clearly there was more bang for the buck there if you stayed in that, so congrats to anybody who did stay in this. The big area I like here is that 191. Look at that kind of top and turn before we pop back up. Then we see some more top and turn around 191. So I think 191 probably does have a little bit of A little bit of interest there, but not the type of trade that I'm really going to be looking at. Tesla, though, kind of rejecting here, kind of a little bit of interest here, maybe a little range around that 163, 40, 163. So we're going to have to see what we do. I like that both AMD or NVIDIA are moving to the downside, because I know Neil and Shauna kind of talked about this. NVIDIA can sometimes, not always, serve as a little bit of a futures if you're going to be trading some of these chip names, unless it's Intel, because Intel does like to do its own thing 21. But yeah, other than that, I feel like, you know, the fact that both AMD and NVIDIA are moving to the downside, if I want to continue to play both those names, that's something I'll have to be cognizant of. Right now, though, pretty pleased as punch with this NVIDIA trade. About $1.50 in the paper money there on that.
It.
How are you doing?
Yeah, they're ranging. I mean, I'm short the Qs below 18.1 right now. I'm also short AAPL, both out of the money, but like negligible amounts. Let's look at SOUN, because this one was another good one today. What's up, Katina, man? Short AMD 193. Oh, that's the one? Yeah. And then the Apple. He's short Apple, short AMD 193. So if you're following along with the Katina man, two things. Get subscribed to that channel right there. It goes by the name More Trader TV Live. It's its own separate channel, own separate account. As you can see there on the screen, the Katina man's short positions, the Neil short positions, tons of data. You can decipher that for yourself. It is a separate channel. Make sure to get on it and know what is going on at all times here. Shout out to the best team, and that goes by the name of Ram and the Chilean Nightmare, baby, on the ones and twos on the back there. So we'll keep eyes on that. We'll keep eyes on both these trades here, on both Apple and on the Qs. Looking for the first print at the $0.50 on the Qs. This will have to reject, though, that 18.1. We were making nice moves down below it, rejecting off the volume weighted average price. I'm talking about the NQ June contract. We made ways down. That prompted me to get short on these names over here. Jay Lee, take the triple Q short instead? Yeah, I mean, I could. I mean, I don't see, aside just from the difference in price, which is really not, I mean, it does make a difference, right? I'm on the Qs right now. We'll just, we'll keep looking at that for now. Softy, again, at that 416 level, we may want to take this long, Adara.
Yeah, no, honestly, this NVIDIA trying to pop back up here, which I don't love. I should have gotten out at 889s. We got just about $1 shy of where I wanted to get out, because I wanted to get out just before 888s. I should have been a bit scalpier with this. We're coming back into my point of entry, but if we reject again, and we are currently right now rejecting that 891 area, we're going to have to take it how it comes. I'm trying to be more calm in the trades, because I'm telling you, I would have panic punched out of this a while ago earlier in, okay, I'm a little disappointed, I have to say. I feel like if I had been a little bit scalpier, I could have avoided this move back up. But as long as we continue rejecting this 893 area, I'm not going to leave, although my blood pressure is spiking just a skosh, probably. Also, shout out to Freddie the Friendly Guy. Thank you so much there. I appreciate that. Just trying to grow as a trader a bit every day. And yeah, I honestly, my main take here as well is short chips, so I don't have any new plays there. But yeah, I think really it's going to have to see where we go in the market here. There's certainly, I think, a little bit of, as Sharif mentioned, some compression in some of these names. Tesla becoming Compressla. NVIDIA, it's not Compressla, but it's compressing a little bit here. I do not love these lower highs, lower low, or higher lows. Lower highs, higher lows. Not my favorite look, but I have no reason to leave this trade right now, so we're going to try to take a bit of a chill pill and breathe. AMD, though, also similar to NVIDIA, kind of doing a bit of a chop and churn. Right now, my main look is kind of shorting these chips on the pops, so I'm going to hopefully continue to do that. Tesla, so bamboozling. I have no words. I have no plays. All I can say is wow. Tesla, nice little bounce here off that repeated area of that 162.4. So nice look here. I may have to reevaluate my NVIDIA life choices. I don't, honestly, like I said, I wish I had a little bit more of a read on some of these names, and a little bit disappointed on myself for not scalping out of that NVIDIA a little bit earlier. Scalpulation would have been maybe my friend here. Yep. How are you doing?
I'm out of both. They're both, well, I'm gonna look to get back into the futures, but Apple is a little rangy for me. So if I'm gonna play Apple, I'm gonna play it from from what's it called, a range trade perspective, but it's the future I'm looking for here for the rejection of 18.1. It does look like it's strong, so I'm not gonna bother with this one. Let's see what this one does. It's got to do the wick shimmy dance. It's got to decide how it's going to trade. It's above 18.1 right now. I'm trying to play the levels, but it's taking its sweet time. So we shall see what we get there. All right, let's flip to some of these small cappers. Let's leave the large caps for a sec and have a look at some of these small caps. So MNMD, I tried to play that one, but it's consolidating above 9, or at 9, I mean. So we're going to have to see how this one does, because right now it's in a state of indecision, right? At that 9, a little bit above, a little bit below, so we're going to let that one go for now. VERI, though, looks awfully good, as does GERN and VERB. VERB, I'm going to probably tend to stay away from because sub $1, and it had that big spike up. You saw Neil cover that one. But the one that I want to keep eyes on, though, is VERI. The volume has dropped off a little bit on VERI, though. Let me see what the volume is there. Yeah, look, for a $3 name, it should be doing a bit more than 6 1/3 million shares by this time of the day. It's 11:30 right now, so yeah. I like the chart pattern. I don't necessarily like the volume. So we'll keep eyes on it. The other one that's setting up for maybe a VWAP hold high of daybreak is BLND. Again, the volume a little suspect on this one for 11:30 right now. It has done 2 1/5 million shares on a $2 name. It really needs to do more. So the chart pattern's checking out here, but the volume a little suspect on some of these small cappers. Let's have a look at GERN. That one I think is doing volume, right? That one was early this morning. This one started moving. Adair put this one on the watch list, and yeah, this one has done 65 1/3 million shares. Definable pre-market high in this, so this was, okay, so this moved yesterday after market. This moved at 425 in the aftermarket yesterday, popped into 369. So that's yesterday's price. Now, these are the institutional prints at 8, so those don't mean anything to me. This is the high level over here that we got to at 4 a.m., then again at 420 and 425. That is that 350 level. And on the day, it is that 349 level. That's the high of day. So this hasn't broken above the pre-market high. So it's got a couple of check marks, but it has 1X next to its name, and that is breaking through the pre-market high. So one thing you could do here, if you wanted, you could have a breakout trade set up for the other side of 350. So maybe at 351, this one breaks a pre-market high, you take it, and maybe the stop goes below the volume weighted average price, which right now is hanging at 325. That's a little too much risk for me between the entry and the stop. 25 pennies on a $3 name. I typically have a little bit tighter than that. But what I think I'm going to do is I'm going to put an alert out on this name that if it gets into the mid 40s, I'm going to put it at 45. So if this thing gets into 345, I have a 5 penny, heads up before this one touches that 350 level, and then we could weasel our way into this. GERN is what I'm talking about here. So let's flip back to some of these mega cap names, see what the Future did. Yeah, so the Future is sideways right now, a little bit above 100, a little bit below 100. I don't want to get cut up anymore on the Future, so I'll have to wait until this one decides which way it's going to go, and then we can try to weasel a trade, I guess, Adair.
Yeah, a lot of weaseling here. I'm currently weaseling my way out of Dodge and NVIDIA. We just got out here. Okay, so basically what happened was, like I said, a little bit kicking myself for not getting out everything here, but we didn't come to my area, and this wasn't really a planned range trade as much as it was a failure of this area. That's okay, but I'm honestly really proud of myself for not getting out once we got above my area of interest. I said, Adara, we have not gone above 893. You have no reason to leave. Also, this wick must have been a dark pool because I didn't see that on the book. If I had seen that on the book, I would have run for the hill. So I just want to clarify there. We did not get decisively above 893. But basically what happened was I took out some of this at 890. I added here too at 892 because I was seeing that we were continuing to hold this level. I was like, cool, add a little bit of Dara, be a little bit brave. Don't be a deficient trader because as Sean says, a scared trader is a deficient trader. And I had no reason to leave. So I added a skosh there. Then I was like let's take some of this out. 890, save a piece for the dream at 889s. We didn't get to 889s. Then I noticed we were struggling with 891, so I took the rest out there. Honestly, pleased to sponge. We fought a little bit of a battle here with NVIDIA, but we did win the war. And also, I mostly, I have to say, I'm more proud of myself than just how successful the trade was. I'm not saying it was successful. I'm saying that I got out unscathed, but I'm saying what I'm more proud of here is just the fact that I stayed in it and I didn't panic the second that we got a little bit chopped out here. Also, because that reminds me, I know you were saying this, I think, last week as well, or earlier this week. Sometimes it's like not even about how much money the trade was, it's about how you executed it and how you feel about it.
Yeah.
And that's honestly, I think, what matters here for me with NVIDIA. I'm pretty proud. So we are out NVIDIA, we are breathing a little bit more easily, the blood pressure is going down. And Apple, you say range trade, and I go, huh?
Yeah.
I told you Apple was the first thing I had my eye on today, partially because it was what was on my P-Pro 8 when I opened it. But this little 170.60 bounce is kind of intriguing. Slightly lower highs, so I'm going to be really cognizant if I enter this long, and I want to watch it a little bit more and how it interacts with the book. But I think there's something happening here that I do not want to miss out on. NVIDIA, I'm going to be staying away from for the time being. AMD, though, lower highs, lower lows, range trade, or I guess playing this trend line, I guess. Yeah, I think there could be something there. Really just continuing to look out, keep an eye on these range trades. Thank you guys for the support there in the chat, much appreciated. Really just happy to be here learning with everybody. Also some mentions here of Adobe. Neckline, $6 down in Adobe, clear next stop. I will not be getting involved in Adobe. I'm gonna say Anobi to this one. That was not great, but it is what it is. Yeah, this is, wow, 15% to the downside. I just don't really have levels on this thing. You know what I mean? Like, big move to the downside. I was seeing apparently if this closes below 400, it's going to be the first time it's done so in months. I was seeing that, I believe, Bespoke on Twitter. Yeah, this daily chart also brings a new definition to the word nasty. It's a bad look. Look at this previous area of support that we've broken below here. Oh, RIP my chart. But yeah, we broke below that support at 500. So honestly, don't really have any levels. All I have to do is sad face for that Adobe chart. But yeah, if anyone's having some success with that, congrats to you. Just really not my type of trade. And as Sharif said, risk management a bit tricky on a name like that.
Oh yeah.
Especially when you're trying to trade and chat and all of this stuff. Also, Frank Bose was saying Obi-Wan Adobe in the chat there, so that's pretty funny as well. Shout out to Obi. I do not know how he
the Kenob.
Indeed, yeah, I don't know how he trades Amazon, because Amazon I find to be a very difficult stop. Microsoft, though, if we break the support at 416, this could get spicy for me. How are you doing?
I just got into TSLA at this exact same level over here, so we're going to look for Tesla to bounce off that key support level, but I'm going to have a really tight stop on it, and my stop is going to be at the 30. So I got long 64, so I got to give this one to the low. Let me just show you guys what I'm talking about. This is Tesla over here, and we've been bouncing off this white line over and over again. I'm going to give it to this candle over here. I might have to actually flip to it right now because it's breaking down. Jeez, man, I can't catch a break today on any of these trades. Jeez Louise. So I'm going to give this one another cent or two. Let's see if this one bounces up. I'm looking for it not to make a new low off these levels. I want it to hold that 35 penny area because that is the low prior to that. So we'll see what TSLA does here. And yeah, well, it's at those lows again, so we might have to hit the flatten key because I haven't had an opportunity to put in a stop. So keeping eyes on Tesla, looking for that bounce up off yesterday's closing print. The closing print yesterday on TSLA was that like 162.43, 162.40 or thereabouts. Maybe third time isn't a charm because it's been bouncing off this level multiple times. And here we go. It's about to break that 30, and it's going to be another L for me right now. So can't catch a break right now on any of these trades. This triple witching day is a tough day to trade. But yeah, you know what? The market is headed down. So I actually had that right read on the market, but yeah, got bamboozled out of it. We're breaking down aggressively below 18.1 right now, on our way down to 18.050. But Tesla not tanking, funny enough, here, trying to hold that specific level that we've been talking about. So maybe I won't get stopped out of this. That would be pretty cool. So keep eyes on this. Picky Eater says OB must be printing. Amazon down. Yeah, I asked him if he was trading Amazon. I don't know if he is, but yeah, the Amazonian is headed down. The Amazonian is down 2 1/3 today. So not a good look for Amazon on the day, but we'll keep eyes here. I'm just going to send it to you because I want to put in my stop.
Yes, please do so. Yeah, I think I'm feeling all of these witches. Yeah, all three witches definitely hitting on triple witching day. Mahmoud, so triple witching day, as far as I'm aware, it's when you have the contracts turnover. So we have the futures turnover. You also have rebalancing. So SMCI, super macro, no, I'm joking, super micro, but it is certainly a beast. That one is going to be gracing the SPY with his presence tonight, or I guess as of Monday, but so some of the rebalancing there going to be pretty interesting. That's just kind of what it is, the flipping over the contracts as far as I know. Turambar, thank you so much for the $5 super chat. Adara, we can wait to short AMD in a 5-minute candle, close below 191.08, or enter a short with close SL at 120, stop loss at 192.45. Only get out on 5-minute, so don't get wicked out. Yeah, no, that's a fair point. I did have a trade on AMD earlier. I think, I appreciate that, and thank you so much for the super chat. I think myself, a little bit, I kind of prefer the range trades, right? So this, just kind of taking things when I see the pop and kind of getting out. Lately, I've been doing a bit of charting on the 5-minute and mostly trading off the 3, but I see what you mean, like getting involved below 191.08. Okay, I see here, so it's gonna be about here. I guess a failure, another low. I think too, what I'm seeing with AMD with regards to a short thesis is lower highs, lower lows for the most part. But right now, the idea of a short right now is getting a little bit dicey as we chop and turn around that 191.50. Honestly, there could even be a range for me from 191.50 to 192. So I'm going to keep an eye on this. With regards to a stop loss though of 192.50, I totally see what you mean. We had this kind of topping tail candle that I got short on here. That failed move into 193. I think that's certainly a strong area of potential resistance. So I agree with that thesis, and thank you very much for the super chat and for bringing this one up. Yeah, I think Amazon, not Amazon, AMD could be interesting. Let's see if we AM destroy that. Tesla, I still like that one. I was looking at that 162.60 level earlier as well, but I was because I like my ranges and my counter trends.
Yeah.
I was planning on taking it 163 short to 162.60.
Yeah, same thing.
I think it's totally a support area, and it looks like Tesla wants to keep you in the Cybertruck for now. It's like, don't leave, Sharif.
Well,
I'll stay in that
I'm
support
holding
area.
for now. I put it through the lows. So if this breaks at 30 penny level, that's going to be the end. So you can't risk 10 pennies on Tesla. I mean, you're going to have to risk like 30 to 50 pennies, if not more, during the open. Obviously, an entirely different story trading during the open. That's why we're talking about volatility. It's holding for now, but for how long, a different question. That's fine. I'm committed to the trade. I like the level. It's a rinse and repeat level. If I end up getting stopped out of it, that's the cost of doing business, and that's fine. Keeping an eye on the future, because I'm looking at that 50-point level as an interesting area of support. So if we keep heading down, right now we're at 18.075 or thereabouts. If we keep heading down, I'm going to have eyes on the 50-point area. Rich Naples, Tesla, 162.50 pin today would be max pain for option holders. Big open interest on both sides of that strike. Not saying that happens, just saying, well, yeah, absolutely. I see what you're saying with that. But, at the end of the day, it's easy. It's good to have all that information. The other part is, obviously, it has to actually unfold the way that you're predicting it's going to unfold. So that's what we're doing. That's what we're in the trade for at the moment. The Hayes record, serious question. Anyone know when Powell takes the podium on FOMC next week? Well, he typically takes the podium at 2:30, right? That's just typically how it is. Let's go ahead and look. What day is FOMC?
Wednesday.
Wednesday. Okay, so there you go. You have your answer right there. You know he's going to take the podium at 2:30 because that's just always how it is. The interest rate comes out at 2. Papa drops hot lines at 2:30, and it's just a matter of which day it's going to be. So there you go, Hayes. I can't find a date, but maybe the 20th. You said Wednesday.
It is Wednesday.
Wednesday.
Yeah.
So
it's usually they meet on the 19th,
There's the 20th.
and then they go to the 20th. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Tuesday, Wednesday meeting, and good to go there. Sean Blaze, Verb, absolutely. Let's look at VERB. So this is the Niels call out this morning. I don't want to say I'm not going to trade this, but I typically try to stay away from sub $1 stocks unless really they're approaching that $1 area. I have my filter at the 85 penny area, so it'll filter out anything less than 85 pennies. But this one looks fantastic. Let's call a spade, man. This one is going up and to the right, holding VWAP above the pre-market high. Check, 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 check. All these checks beside its name, the company profile. Let's talk about this. 19.75 million shares. Oh, that's what I didn't do, Adair. I always try to remember to load up trade ideas, and I negated to do that. So let's load that up. Trade ideas, make sure to use Trader TV 20. If you want to be able to get the short float and all the data that I use trade ideas for, shout out to the NOS boss and his crew. Michael Moss coming in with a hot line today saying he's going long that guy. I ain't doing that anymore, I'll tell you that. I learned my lesson there, and he even told you, calls it the Widowmaker for a reason, baby. Shout out to him. He killed it on that Mara trade, so we can never disparage the NOS, the boss. Float on VERB, 15.88 million. A little different than what I'm seeing on IBKR. Short float 2%, not negligible, but not anything of concern, I guess, at these levels. So we'll pull up VERB on a side chart because it may be a tradable name here. We may have to kind of just forego that rule that we have about not trading these sub $1 names. What happened, Ram? Okay, Ram's swearing up a storm back there.
It was loud.
Yeah, Ram can, she can turn it up when she wants to there. Nice, I like it.
She enjoyed that. That was a wonderful laugh.
Yeah, this is the look on Verb here. Nothing to disparage. How can you disrespect this name? 330% on the day. All I gotta say is, dang.
Yeah, I mean, you honestly, the best verb to describe Verb is running, sprinting. Moving to the upside. It's the best, some verbs I would use for verbs.
Those are all excellent.
Thank you, I appreciate that. Also, AMD it's trying to AM destroy the shorts, unfortunately, here. We broke above that 192.50 area, which was super clear earlier, and we're continuing to run here. It'll be interesting to see what we do at that earlier high of 193. But it's interesting, too, because I said that top and trend could have been a little bit interesting. I didn't want to get involved yet, though. We broke above that range, continuing to the upside. So hopefully, we'll have to wait and see what it does here. But yeah, it's a little bit bamboozling, to borrow a Sharifism there, this AMD, because it did look like a very beautiful short. Also, Kyle Burdett leaving a really nice message here for tagged at you, I believe, for the whole team. So thank you very much for that. Kyle, happy to hear that your trading is going well.
Yep, shout out to Big Kyle Burdett. And that's the end of my trade on Tesla as it breaks down below that 162.35 area. So we're going to have to draw the line in the sand. Guys, I am legitimately 1 for 5 today. 1 win out of 5 trades. I might have to slow down here because I really don't have a read on these markets, or if I have a read on them, I'm not patient enough. I had a good read on the futures, but it's a little bamboozling. It's showing me different signs. So I'm going to slow down a little bit here in my trading because, well, quite frankly, I don't got a read. Even the 416 on Microsoft, I kept talking about how that could be a good range trade. Where the hell did my Microsoft trade go? Okay. Now you can keep it on the screen because I'm going to show Softy over here. Yeah, so this was the 416 area we were talking about a Softy, and it broke down too. 415 and a third is where we're trading on Softy as the future's coming back down. Futures coming into 18,050. So the range trades that have earmarked, none of them are valid at the moment. The only one that I really see that could be valid is this 171 general area on AAPL as it's kind of ranging between VWAP. But the thing about this one is that it's putting in higher lows. So I'm afraid of a flat top break. This is what I'm talking about in AAPL, 170.29. Then in every incremental candle has a bit of a higher low, although it doesn't break through that higher high. So something to keep an eye out for there on Apple. But yeah, I don't have any trades at the moment.
I also don't have any trades in the moment. I just put something in the chat to clarify. So I was briefly in NVIDIA. The goal was to enter NVIDIA at the top of this 889 area. We had a fat finger today. I have to say, this is kind of rough. I did have this fat finger move, and I was going to stay in it, and then I was like, Neil always says, if you fat finger, get out ASAP Rocky. So indeed I did. Bears vs. Bulls saying still what? Yeah, I got 8 cents on it, so I'm not going to sit here and complain. And I didn't want to overstay my welcome, though, just because it wasn't a planned entry. So there we go. That's that on that. I totally agree with what you're saying. None of these ranges are holding up. It's breaking my heart. I'm legitimately very sad about it.
Breaking up my heart
Don't go breaking
I'm with you. No, I was
I don't know
that was Backstreet Boys. Yeah.
I was never a Backstreet Boys person. I have to say.
I mean, it's a little bit before your time. Backstreet Boys were famous when I was in high school, Adair. So yeah, that says something right there.
Yeah, Narwhal saying here the old fat finger a story as old as time. Yeah, I mean, definitely the case for me. Although I will say I'm very proud of myself. I'm pleased as punch. One of the things I found this week, other than my micro ranges, that's helped is I've been fat fingering less. And that just comes from proofreading my trades. In this case, clearly we took the L on that. But yeah, that's just kind of, I have to say, that's one of the things. I find, take baby steps as you grow and as you develop into something. And one of those is not typing trades wrong. So, I can't diss it. Apple, I like the concept of, but Apple does not know what direction it like to be. Like, I think it's Tim cooking, but I can't tell if it's, what is it, like a souffle? Is it going to be a stew? I really don't know what it wants to do here. We have this slight curl up, slightly lower highs, but it's not even really compressing. The only read I really get is this rejection here on that topping tail, or I guess bottoming tail candle that wicked to the downside here at 170.50. That's the only real read I have. I have to agree with you, Sharif. I am feeling the heat and the bamboozlement from these here markets. It's like they don't want me to get involved. The only idea I still really like, though, is NVIDIA. I don't want to say it's a flat bottom break, but it's certainly lower highs and a bit of support here at that 887. Part of me was considering taking the long off the 887 to 889, but I'm like Adara. The potential downside push on this is too strong. Down, indeed there. So yeah, I think if I do continue to be NVIDIA, it's only going to be from a short perspective until we decisively break above those 889, 890 areas. Also, everyone loved this poll here. Live trading by Trader TV Live. Would you buy new merch? Yes, I would. I love the merch. Sean was rocking his sweater today.
Yeah, and I asked Brendo, I'm like, bruh, I thought we were allowed to order a couple of these for the team, right? So that we could sport them.
You want me to read the whole poll? So it says either the votes are either yes or no, I'm boring, with an exclamation point. New merch.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Ramin, it's new merch.
So Ram, quick question. Are we getting new designs? Is the production team working overtime to create new merch? Oh, wow. No, they're going to take a cut of the profits, hence why they're pumping this. Wow, Ram. Okay. Well, then, if I'm gonna advertise for it, I want a piece of that cut. No, in all seriousness, though, guys, if you want some of the Trader TV merch, perfect time to show you exactly where to get it. It looks as if we're going to get new merch, but for the time being, Ram, this is where it's at. We go to the there we go. Let's go back into the Trader TV homepage, and under that area there, store. So I like this because a lot of these shirts, look what this one says. I'd rather be trading. Yes, I want to wear this and have people ask me, questions about trading and stuff. No, I don't know. 48 Canadian dollars, baby. If you ask me, for 100% cotton, that's pretty dang good. I think we should take this off. The masks. We're done with that now, okay? That's all over. And this cell phone case is for like an iPhone 3. So we should probably update. Sorry, Adara, I know you have that. I know you have that. I thought about it while I said it, but I know you're getting a new iPhone, so you're good to go there.
I'm very stubborn and I haven't upgraded yet.
But hold on, I thought you said you were getting the 12.
I have the 12, I just haven't put my SIM in yet.
Are you serious? Come on, woman. All right, so this is where we get the merch, guys, and I want one of the white hoodies, the one that was Sean, the Katina man was wearing one today, the white hoodie, shout out to him. All right, baby, we're holding 18,050 for the moment on the future, but look at this range trade on Apple, Adara. So this one continues to range below the volume weighted average price. It doesn't give a you-know-what about the futures market pumping up here. It's very content to trade within this range of 50 pennies or so. Keeps rejecting off that 171 or thereabouts level. Let's look for something around here, Adara.
Yeah, I have to say, I think that that would be a really fun merchandise for sure. I know Pillsbury was saying, I think it was Pillsbury saying branded bulls and bears. Yes, there we go. Pillsbury saying, I want a Trader TV branded bull and bear. Oh. That would be very fun indeed, especially shout out to our lovely moderator, Bears and Bulls. But yeah, Picky Eater saying, isn't it iPhone 15 now? Yes, it is. But don't tell that to my iPhone age. But yeah, no, I mean, It's all good. It's all good. Yeah, I do. I just need to get the sim in there for sure. But yeah, I do. I still like this NVIDIA. The reason I didn't get involved in the other 889 breakdown is because look at these wicks here, showing that actually we might want to get a little oomph, a little bit of pep in our step back to the upside here. I don't like these wicks of buyers overwhelming sellers just a skosh here. I know it's not super strong. We're still having lower highs, but I want to wait a little bit. I want to wait for a skosh more confluence before dipping a toe into that trade. Honestly, Tesla stopped doing this to me. Tesla keeps acting like it's tempting. Like we'll kind of have these pushes up, and then sound you were like, yeah, no Tesla. But this is a nice look here. I have to say, like that. Whew, pamp it indeed.
Yeah.
I think this is really nice. Honestly, I might have to hop in the Cybertruck with you there, or the Roadster, the Model Y, because Model Y not.
Just open the door. Just open the door. We want to see the inside.
She's really upset about the lack of Cybertruck interiors that he's getting.
I spent $25 on an auto show ticket that gave me nothing, bro. I want to see the inside of the Cybertruck. Why is it so hard? Right? And I went to Yorkdale last week. It's still not open. Like Elon, bro. Like I get, you don't spend money on advertising. This is your way to create hype and stuff, but it's kind of annoying. I'm not gonna lie. Like I just want to see the inside of the dang truck. Anyway, it's not even a big deal for some people there. It's like a lot of people are seeing it in the States. I mean, from my understanding, you guys are seeing more Cybertrucks in the States than we're seeing Polestars. So anyway, printed here on TSLA, long 61, wet my beak at the 3/4, looking for that move into 63. Let's see what we get.
Yeah, nice job. Congrats on that trade.
Well,
yeah.
Let's make it 2 out of 5 at least, Adara. It's been not a bad, it's been pretty bad to start the day. Let's just be real.
The day is young though. We're not even 1/3 done the how to trade. You know what I mean? I also just realized it's 1 word per hour, how to trade. Kind of, so I guess we're in the how part of the day.
I like it.
I mean, kind of a weird analysis, but it's a Friday. Cool, we got this. I'm trying to get involved in this Apple range. I want to take a bite out of the Apple. I do, I know I was saying the direction is very confusing, but I know I have a clear area I can get out at 171.10-esque, right? Trying to get filled at 170.85. I've talked a lot about how I struggle with my points of entry, and I feel like I either try to get involved at an area where we're not going to dip into, or just way too early. So that's something I'm still working on, I have to say. But today or this week, we kind of started to curb the fat fingering. Maybe next week we'll curve the weird price entries.
Good for you.
But yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. But yeah, taking one step at a time. All jokes aside, all seriousness, I do like the idea of getting involved here, because look at that resistance kind of curling into support. I don't dislike it, but I also don't want to change my point of entry, not out of stubbornness, but out of a respect for, this is an area I chose, and I don't want to move it because I'm trying to chase a move. You know what I mean? So if we dip, I'll be pleased as punch. If we don't, where's the next trade, as our pal OB likes to say. AMD still on my side chart, and not really in my heart, but it's on my side chart. We're kind of curling up here, though. I don't have a huge read on this. Lower lows, right? Now we're trying to make higher highs. Like, what do you want, AMD? I am AM distressed by this chart. I want to wait and see what we do, but I don't really have anything on it, so it might have to get kicked off of my side chart. One stock with a permanent place on my side chart is Mademoiselle Lily, and it earned this place after one time I was so sad I missed a range trade, and Sharif's like, just keep it up here all the time. So I do now, but right now the volume's negligible, to use a Sharifism. I have no read on this, and apparently P-Pro8's not even a fan of my Eli Lilly chart because it just closed the charts, but I hear some excitement. Are you excited in the Cybertruck?
No, the Cybertruck's doing its thing, 21, but VERB, I was just yelling to the Neil, because he's the one that pointed this out this morning. VERB, just a regular, a normal, an everyday 491% to the good on the high side, now halted at 84 pennies. This one started off its life. I can't even see that far down on the chart. I can't even see where the dotted line is. Yes, it started at 15 pennies, okay? And now we're knocking on the door of that $1 area. So VERB, I think this is the first time it's halted to the high side today. I could be wrong on that, but keep your eye on VERB if you're small cap inclined, because there typically is a trade to be had at that $1 range, either as a breakout trade or as a rejection of the $1. You're going to have to make your decision as to which one you're going to take. But this one, can I short VERB? Sure, Comp SRX1 you can if your broker has shorts available for borrow. At Real Trading over here, we basically have access to every single stock, there's nary a stock that we don't have shorts available for. I haven't experienced one. I'll be here 2 years in May. I'm sure the big kahunas have, but personally, I haven't. So anyway, I can juxtapose that to my broker who has almost no shorts available for small cap gappers. IBKR absolutely sucks for shorts, and that's just the way it is. But there are other trading platforms out there that are good. Here comes Tesla into 163, and that's going to be my out right there. Please, as dang punch, finally get avenge on TSLA. We'd get a 30-penny winner.
I like that you say avenge. I
Yeah, I'm
appreciate
stealing
that.
some of your lines.
No, that's okay. And I want to clarify too, for people who've not heard me say this phrase before. So I like to say avenge trading rather than revenge trading, because I think revenge trading, as I was saying yesterday, it's kind of like taking the John Wick approach to the stock. You want it all to burn, you want it all to go down, and you're so angry that you're kind of less focused on technicals and more focused on how you feel.
So true.
Avenge trading is you're still a little bit upset with the stock. The stock might have burned you earlier today, perhaps, but you're taking a more reasoned approach. With Sharif, you still like that area, so you still took that Tesla long.
I did.
And you didn't. And honestly, I think the thing with avenge trading too is it's basically, in a way, it's you're not letting yourself get discouraged. If you still see a point of entry, even if the stock did burn you before, you say no stock, it's not going to happen again. You're very firm with it. You guys come to kind of an agreement, and you take that ride together to the upside in your
I love
case.
how you're disciplining the stock. Like, what a
stocks.
disciplinarian. You're going to be a good mother disciplinarian. Be like, yo, you see what I, anyway. I don't know where I'm going with that. Anyway, I'm keeping my eye on the future. 18050, we keep bouncing off 18050, so I'm going to keep my eye on that. The thing is, though, we keep making these lower highs and rejections off the 10-period moving average. So, you know, if you're looking for that mean reversion trade, maybe today the trade is just to punch short the dip, the pops. And this is what I mean by that. I mean, for the most part, you can see here the future has really held that 10 period really well. There were a couple of times, obviously, when we broke through it, but for the majority of the time, we have been hugging that 10 period rejection, popping into that 10 period. And like OB says, there is that magnetic effect where the price seems to bounce back up into that 10 period moving average only to, reject. The thing to look for when you're looking for that magnetic kind of trade is, are we still printing lower lows? So in this example over here, yeah, absolutely, still printing lower lows. I think the trade becomes a little suspect when you start printing higher lows, like we're about to right here on the future. So yet again, we're getting another support level at 18050. Let's keep an eye on the 10 period. Look for a closing print above the 10 period. That may, show you that we're gonna micro change, just like we did over here when we put this bottoming tail candle, and then all of a sudden we pump to the high side only to reject off the volume weighted average price, which is fine, right? Because we're trading, we're intraday trading, so we don't have to hold this for the entire day. We can scalp. So right now it's printing a higher low. What I'm going to be looking at for the future is whether we can print a closing print above that 10 period moving average, which is the green solid line on my chart. You can see here the price has really been hugging that to the downside, only saving except for right here when we broke above it, the 20 period and the volume weighted average price. But for the most part, we've been printing lower. So it feels like it's a short the pops kind of day on the futures and the majority of these Mag 7 names, saving except for a couple. I'm talking about Apple and Tesla that are kind of range trading. The other side of that is NVIDIA. It's kind of like an upside down hockey stick on NVIDIA where you're down and then to the right consolidative. No, it's the opposite. It's up and to the right consolidative now for NVDA. And the range seems to be those 888s to the downside and essentially 95 or 94, I would say. I'd say 95 is probably a better range to the high side. So about $7 worth of range. When you're a $900 stock, $7 worth of range is decent. Now, Katina May, can I ask you for those NVIDIA derivatives again? Okay, so what I'm asking the Katina Man right now are derivatives of NVIDIA that we can trade that move with NVIDIA but don't necessarily have the price. So we have NVDL, $41 that's trading at. Long, okay? That's the double long, the 2 times bull. NVDS, which is going to be probably 2 times bear. 2 times bear.
And there's another one, a little more expensive.
And then we have NVDX. That's around 90 some odd dollars. That's a bit more expensive. So if you're looking to trade NVIDIA and you don't necessarily want to punch in $890, $895, either for risk management purposes or you don't want to tie up too much of your capital, those are the two: NVDL for the long, NVDL for S for the short, and then NVDX. I guess that just goes whatever way, right? So those are the two. I just wanted to point those out to you guys in case you don't know about them. Yeah, that's basically it, Adair.
I kind of want to get involved in NVDX. I'm not even going to lie to you. I like this as kind of...
Ram.
We have these lower highs, these lower lows, higher lows, lower highs, but I think there's some kind of potential compression here. The only thing that concerns me is this looks way more like a bull flag than, it looks way more bullish, period, than anything the actual NVDA chart's doing, right? You have this big push up, then you have this stutter step. Adara, look away from this from now. You have to X out NVDX right for the time being. NVIDIA, though, Chef Joe is saying NVIDIA getting a bit of a leg up here, and I don't disagree, so let's pull this guy up here. NVIDIA decided to just show some triangles and a line. I think that happened to Obi yesterday too. Obi is like, oh, the chart wants me to like just trade this like one candle. But yeah, this happened to me before. It's a little bit disheartening, especially because I've been trading this name all day. That's okay. I'm gonna have to see if I can fix this. But yeah, what I like, I still have it on my side chart here. What I like about this is that we do have, I guess, you know what, I guess that actually is the same pattern when I zoom out, pretty much this move up and then this chop and churn. But we are still seeing slightly lower highs. But you know what we're also going to be seeing is Neil on his patented, I'm joking, lesson of the day.
I just want to say one thing.
Sorry.
Guys, listen up really carefully today to Neil's lesson. It's going to be, I think it's going to be a serious one, and it's super important for risk management. Listen to Neil's lesson of the day today. Very important.
Welcome to the lesson of the day. And here's what it comes down to. So you've taken a black swan hit. Now I'm talking about something that when you sat down and you're trading to trade, or you got in front of your computer or your trading station, you would have never foreseen that the day could end up that way in terms of a loss or just the way the mechanics of what happened on the trade, completely unexpected, but it's happened and you've taken that hit. What are you supposed to do next? Now, first things first, I'm gonna pull up a chart and then everyone's going to say, Neil, why are you showing a chart of a stock that doesn't move with a big, crazy dark pool wick? But there's a reason I'm showing you guys this chart. So throw it up. This is obviously an example of a stock that literally doesn't move, probably 4 or 5 cents every single day, just little tiny companies being bought for $32.50 in cash. Now, the mechanics of what happened aren't that important here because that would be a video or that would be a topic all in itself, and I would take a little bit more time to try to explain that. But suffice to say that this candle wick here is not a dark pool wick. This is in the pre-market, and that wick up there, that was me. I took that hit at, let me just check the time in there, at 7:30. Now here's the real deal. At that particular point, you've started your day with what is the worst trade that I've had in 2 years. No question about it. If you were watching the live show, and anyone can go back and probably check in, and you can look at the tape on Thursday and say, I had no idea. I was able to come back, and actually everything I traded on the show, like normal, was pretty good. I ended up pretty much green on every stock except for this one. But of course I was going to have a disastrous day and my worst day in months. You've got to ask yourself, what are you supposed to do next? And it's not unreasonable in a situation like this for most traders that you're just going to get up, and if you're not home, you're going to go home. You'll go for a walk. You'll calm yourself down. All of those things so that you don't then exacerbate it. Now, candidly speaking, in 20 years of trading, I've actually had that happen to me twice in 20 years. And putting in orders in the pre-market has actually over 20 years paid me more than it's lost. That said, that kind of a hit is really, really going to hurt. Now you'll notice, anyone that watches the show, I didn't do the afternoon show. So I got through the morning, partly because a lot of it was, I just went into prep mode, I just was looking at my charts, did the morning routine, we're looking at a bunch of stocks moving, and then the market treated great, and everything was fine. And then at the end of the day, at the end of the morning show, is when I had to sort of take a step back and look after this and then realize, oh yeah, look at that. Look where it opened and look at it just hanging there all day. Like absolutely nothing happened. And that started to really tick me off. And so at about 11 o'clock when we finished the morning show, I was peeved and I was only getting more and more upset. And I mean like angry, like I wanted to punch something. And you gotta ask yourself when that's happening, should I be trading in the afternoon? The answer, no. Should I be sitting there taking fills and trying to teach you guys and doing the show with Sean live when I know that I'm not going to be on my A game? That's not fair to anybody, and it's not fair to myself either. So Obi filled in for me in the afternoon show. I went home and I did 90 minutes working out so I could relieve that stress. And then, after that, I got to work. And there's two parts to that. One is to wrap your head around what actually happened and compartmentalize it. So you have to remember in that situation that trading stocks from market making or rebate trading on a buyout or a small cap stock, that is a completely different strategy from momentum trading. And on top of that, putting orders in the pre-market to get filled at good prices and then try to make a little bit extra money on those types of fills, that's even a subset of that strategy. So I have to compartmentalize and realize that grind that I've been doing for 20 years, I've got to then build slowly back doing that. I've got to take that loss, put it into a bucket, and realize that style of trading is what has to build it back. And separate that from trying to hit some kind of a home run of momentum that's supposed to do it. They're just two different things. And as a trader, you've got to realize that. You can't take that hit and then just say whatever opportunity. Oh, I see a good trade in NVIDIA. Oh, I'll just take 100 times more shares in NVIDIA because it's the same setup because I want to make that money back. You can't do that. You've got to go back to that drawing board. Now, it's not an easy thing to do, but compartmentalizing, realizing that's a bit of a black swan in terms of that trading style. And you can only then grind back, going back to the basics, going back to square one. You can't just automatically start putting more risk into it. That's how you'll blow your account up. You just do what you've been able to do before on a daily basis. Now, the second thing that I made sure that I did is when I came in today, it's follow the routine. When I came in this morning, I got up at the same time, I came in at the same time. I didn't spend a lot of time dwelling on how I was gonna make money on that particular stock again. I went through my charts, I went to my NVIDIAs, I went to my AMDs, I was looking at Intel, I was basically all the things that I would do on a normal basis. Didn't want to change it at all. Even though a black swan event has happened, you can't go around thinking that something is dramatically changed in the market or in your routine just because you had that event happen. You've got to go back and just go to your basics. So at the end of the day, I always like to consider myself a very measured trader. You're usually not going to see me freak out about anything. Even in that moment, everyone kept coming up to me saying, oh man, you took that pretty well. And I was at a meeting with our trainees when I explained to them what happened and how they could use it to their advantage and make it a learning experience. And they're all like, oh, you handled it pretty well. And I said, you have no idea how pissed off I am right now, and I shouldn't be trading this afternoon. So I went home. And you've got to know yourself. So what I hope is that no one ever has that kind of an event happen to them. That's the ideal. That said, you never actually see something like that coming. That's the whole point, right? Like the entirety of that move was simply me getting squeezed out. That's it. Nothing happened on that stock except me getting screwed. Nothing. And then it was right back in the same 4 or 5 cent range. So you're not really going to see something like that happen, but you can control how you react to it after. At the end of the day, once you've been screwed, that's it. You know, you can either go in a corner and cry a little bit if you have to, punch something if you have to, but nothing has changed in the overall market or with your account in that midterm. All you can do is relieve that stress and try to get back into work. But it is important to find a way to let it go and get back to business, get your head right, and do not hit the keys again until you have gotten your head right. You've got to know yourself. There is nothing wrong with something like that happening to you if you just take a break. And if that break is a couple of days or it's a week, that's fine. There's nothing weak about that. The weak person is the one that overreacts to it by revenge trading. That's mentally weak. That's gonna blow up your account. That's gonna have you with no second chance. So be that disciplined trader if you can. Take the time that you need and get back to your basics when you've taken a monster loss or a black swan event happens to you. There's no other approach to it. There's no secret sauce. So you got to keep it simple. That's your lesson today. How do you rebound from an exorbitant loss or a black swan event? And there's no trick to it. You've just got to follow those steps. Good luck, everybody.
I hope everybody had their listening cap on, because that's the real deal right there. I mean, that's what the real emotions about trading. There was a lot of money on the line. Shout out to Neil, man. Thank you so much, Neil, for sharing that experience. Probably not easy to talk about, that's for sure. Adair and I witnessed it live. It's a very emotional event. I mean, we talked about taking emotions out of trading yesterday, and yeah, it's not a button that you hit.
It's hard.
And all of a sudden you lack emotion. So thank you so much, Neil, for sharing that. I think a lot of people will get a lot of value. I know I did. Watching it, listening to it, talking to him about it. These black swan events are part of trading, and that's just the way it is. So if that's not something you want to experience, then maybe this is not something you want to do. But I think what he talked about there with the most value is how he managed his emotions, right? You hear me joking all the time, throwing slippers, this, that, and the other. But there's something real behind that, guys. Yeah. So again, I want to thank him for sharing that.
Thank you.
So let me know, Ram, when we have Jad, because I think she's going to be showing up soon. All good there. What do we got? Yes, I wanted to mention something over here. Yes, Tesla. I have eyes on Tesla. We kept talking about this 162.50 Ram that was a good area of support. Forget about that. That's gone. We're breaking down now and holding VWAP as a key level of resistance. We're on our way down. Looks like possibly into that 161 area. We gave up the ghost at 162. We didn't really hold up at the whole dollar. In fact, I'd say we're likely using the whole dollar right now as a level of resistance. So let's watch what TSLA does. But I kind of foreshadowed where I was going with the next one, which is AAPL. And the reason I want to talk about AAPL, because it broke above the volume weighted average price, and now it's kind of breaking that range that Adair wanted to jump into. You heard Adair talk about the range trade on Apple, but look what we had here in this one, let's just say 171.15 or 171.10. Resistance level that we had. We had consecutively higher lows. So I think that was foreshadowing that we would eventually break and hold above the volume weighted average price. To me, 171.15, 18 is just not enough to get the proverbial juices flowing here, especially with this 20 acting as a resistance level. So I think Apple's still a short, maybe until it really breaks up through volume there. But everything right now in Mag 7 world is a short. The future is headed down into 18,000. We're about to touch the low of day right now on the futures. 18,029 is the low of day. We're right there right now. I think we just printed low of day. So another one. What's up, Katina, man? No, we mentioned in the pre-show the NASDAQ could go down 1.5%. The Katina mentioned in the pre-show that we could easily see a 1.5% red day on the NQ. Well, not easily, but we could see it. And right now we're at 1 1/3 as we come into support level 2 on pivots, and that is just about 20 points or so from that 18,000 point level. We're right there right now. Let's see if we can get a bounce off number 1, support level 2, or whether we'll actually have to wait until 18,000. I think a lot of people will have their eye on 18,000, so watch out for bamboozlement at that trade. If you're going to put a resting order, whether on the Qs, the T triple Qs, or the actual NQ itself or MNQ, make sure that you're watching exactly how this trades at that level, because you may not get that exact bounce. It may break below to weasel people out and then find its way up again. But everything down into the right today. Big Kyle, you must be printing on this, my man, because everything is down into the right, except for Apple and NVIDIA here, which is kind of consolidative at the moment. Dan the Man Emmons, 18,038, where we found support this morning. Well, Well, I think we broke that, Dan. Well, we're in the 30s again, so you may be right at this point. Maybe we'll get a hammer candle here to show that support that you're talking about. But for the moment, I think we printed in the 20s, the low 20s, that is. So let's see if Dan can manifest a nice green move to the high side here. I'll be watching this candle to see if it closes out as a hammer candle or what. Nimit. Kicking myself to exit Verb at 42 pennies with 12% profit. What a miss after not trading for 3 days and losing earlier this week. Hard luck continues, my man. I feel you. It's not been my day either I can't catch a winning trade for the life of me, it looks like today. But there we go. VERB made its way up to 92 pennies, but now we're in the mid 70s area at the moment but we're still up 440%. So I wouldn't be so quick to look to short this. I don't think this one is done. I think you may actually have more opportunities. How you get into this, though, an entirely different method. Punching at highs has not really been my forte there. What are you looking at?
Yeah, I'm looking at a little bit of disappointment on AMD. I guess I am disappointed. So I'm still positive on the name, although I'm in a trade on it right now, so who knows if we'll stay that way. Got involved because I like the support we had earlier in this 191 80s area. Then of course I get in, we get below, I get out, and then it decides it wants to work. I'm like, AMD, what are you doing, man? Then we see that 192 rejection. I tried to get short on that. And then it's like, oh, joke's on you. You were right the first time. You just got the timing wrong. Now it's kind of curling up here, but we're not holding it very well. And basically, I'm watching that 192.50 area. That was going to be my out for the short. It was my entry point. Or sorry, it was going to be out for the long. It was my entry point for the short earlier. That's going to be my stop for the current short. At 192.50, I was talking to, I think, Turam in the chat about this earlier. That's been, for whatever reason, a weird sticking point with AMD. So that 192.50, if we can hold that as an area of resistance, I'm okay. I'm not adding to this position. It's really small. I'm just trying to dip my toe back into the market. Also, there's something going on with my chart, so a lot of them I just can't pull up. So NVIDIA, I guess, is going to keep me out, NVIDIA, because I can't really trade on this one right now, unfortunately. Yeah, I closed it and reopened.
Remember the other ones we just talked about?
Oh, yeah.
NVDL, NVDS, NVDX, yeah.
Thank you, Sharif.
Yeah, no worries.
There we go.
Are we ready, Ram? All right, let's do it. We have Jad from our amazing social media team, as we typically do. On Fridays, we have Pedro on Tuesdays, and we have we have them every Tuesday and Wednesday. Sometimes it's Jad on Tuesday, sometimes it's Pedro. Hello, Jad. How are you?
Hello. Yeah, exactly. Depends which side of the world we are on at the moment. So.
Is he still in California, enjoying that beautiful weather?
Exactly. And I was in Rio this morning, and I just got home like an hour and a half ago, and back to work.
Well, happy Friday to you. I don't know what weekend plans you have, but Paris is beautiful on the weekends, I'm sure. So I'm sure you'll be having a good time.
Beautiful. I love how you pronounce Paris. It was perfect.
We're talking about podcasts today, Jad. What do you got for us?
We are. I was on the plane, and I had no Wi-Fi, no movies downloaded, and I was like, what can I do? And so I listened to podcasts for like 5 hours straight, and that made me think about the podcast that we have here at Trader TV, and I was like, wow, podcasts really are really a part of social media these days. We have influencers, celebrities like, the Kardashians and even Elon Musk that come up with their own podcast these days. So it really is a way to make the audience feel a lot closer to the brands. In this case, Trader TV or whatever the Kardashians are trying to sell,
Yeah, Jad, I don't know, exactly which podcast may interest you, but I love our podcast, which drops every Saturday at 10 a.m. It's always Sean, it's always Brendo. They're always talking about the hottest market topics, but, there's a lot of other ones out there. Which ones have you been listening to lately?
Definitely. I've been listening to a lot of French podcasts, so probably the users will not be familiar with any of the names, but like just lifestyle or even like just honestly just sport, nutrition, food, random stuff, honestly, and even politics has been really educating.
And the thing I love about podcasts the most, I don't know how you feel, but I don't like the little, 5-minute segments on regular linear television. You don't really get all the information that you need to be able to make informed decisions from those little, quick exchanges. On the podcast, you get that long form. You can discuss things in depth and really get an understanding about them. So that's why I've kind of shifted my focus more to listening to podcasts rather than watching linear television. I don't know if you've had the same experience.
No, absolutely. A podcast just feels more like a discussion. It's almost like, you're in there with them, rather than, just a TV sort of announcement. It feels kind of dry, whereas a podcast is just like, it feels comfortable, at least.
Katina, man, what do you have on the podcast coming up today? Should we give a little quick segment?
A little hint.
He's going to be talking crypto, which is, look, Jad, I'm going to the gym and I'm listening to the personal trainers at my gym check crypto every 5 minutes when they're trading clients, right? So I think there's a lot of demand right now for crypto talk. I don't know if that's been something you've been listening to as well.
Definitely on my list. I'll put it on my list.
Love it. All right, Jad, thank you so much for coming on. I hope you have a fantastic weekend and I hope the weather holds up there in Paris.
Thank you. You as well. Bye-bye.
Take care. The best social media team on the net, baby. But I saw a position, but now it's gone.
Well,
so is that a beak wetter or is that a stop?
It's a positive out.
There we go. At least one of us can get a positive out on the day.
Don't say it. I'm
actually in a good mood.
Okay,
I'm trolling myself.
No, I figured because I can usually tell when you're in it's in a self-troll type of mood. But yeah, no, I did have some negative trades earlier today, and I had to brush the dirt off my shoulders. Shout out to Jay-Z, and try to find some other opportunities. Like I said, though, I actually did have a bad out initially on this AMD. It did not go well. Then, of course, it goes right back up. And I say, you know what, Adara, if you still believe in this range, trade it the other direction. So I took it short. Please just punch. About 25 paper penny winners. So we're in that dime club.
There you go.
Also, there's a super chat from Kyle Burdett.
Oh, Big Kyle.
Yeah.
There it is. Big Kyle packed in his trades for the week early, took the risk off the table intraday with a heck of a week and enjoying the day. Got some swing shorts on Google, SPY, and AMD. Damp it. Woo! Damp. Shout out to Big Kyle Burdett. Happy for you, my man. All right, so it looks like your weekend starts early. Lucky you. We'll hopefully catch up with you later, Kyle. Hope you enjoy your weekend, my man. And thank you very much for that $5 super chat. David Fabian, Sharif, I appreciate the honesty of having a bad day. Thanks. Having a rough day too. A little dejected. Small motivational speech would be beneficial, my man. Look, if this is going to be something that you want to do for the long term, or at least try to use it to supplement your income, there's going to be a lot of, wanting to pull out your hair days, wanting to throw something at the wall days, but that's just part of the process. Find what helps you get balance. Again, if you got to do a walk like the Katina man, you got to put on your headphones like the Neil or whatever helps you. Find your method there and try to have another day and make sure to practice good risk management skills because you want to be here tomorrow to trade again and the next day and the next day and the next day. I hope you kill it, my man, and just take that quick walk, cool down, do whatever you got to do. Drink that cold bottle of water, which really helps me. Shout out to David Fabian. Thank you for that. Jay Lee, bringing up GRPN. You think it's a long here. Let's pull up GRPN. Groupon. Oh, wow. Yeah, I haven't seen that in a minute, to be honest with you. Let's pull up that bad boy for Jay Lee. So Groupon. Geez Louise, that is a tough look. All right. First of all, let's start off with the daily. Right? So it's not a bad daily. Look, it's coming from bad at the highs of the pandemic, but you could see this on so many different charts, okay? So now, looks like we've been making a decent move since May of last year. For whatever reason, it looked like we bottomed in last May. I'm not sure why. I'm not sure specifics about the company. But since last May to the highs that we printed a couple of days ago, we're up, excuse me? 600% from last May. Yes, not from today. Today we dropped big to $12.95, but the high that we put in prior to that, it was up 600%, 596% from the lows in May to the highs that we just made a couple of days ago. Obviously, we gave up a lot of that. We put up a $20 high there, and today we're trading below 13. We got a $12.95 low. So this is clearly something earnings related.
And
is it? Yeah, thank you, Adara.
We're on the earnings board.
So here it is. Groupon shares are trading lower following Q4 financial results. The stock initially gained following the report, but has since reversed. I'm not sure if that was as a result of the call or what it was, but there we go. This is GRPN stock, and I guess Jay wants to know where we could find some support because, well, we printed $20 at its high in the pre today at 7:20 a.m., and now we're talking about holding $13. So that's a hell of a move, man. And that from top to bottom today, we're down 35% within one day. That's a tough look right there. So let's zoom out over here and find out where we could find some support. All right, so this is the hourly chart, excuse me. So right now we're holding 13, but is there anything really on the hourly to kind of justify the holdup over here? Not really. Not that I'm seeing anyway. So a key level of support, I would have said 14.5, owing to this top over here and that top over there. The low end of that range that we ranged in late January was 13.25. Excuse me. So we could see a reversion above 13.25 to hold that general area. Below that, there's not much. Guys, I mean 11.5, 11.25. That takes us back to mid-January levels, right? Other than that, we don't really have another discernible area where we can say, okay, well, that looks like a good area of support. So I'm going to have to say, let's see if we break and hold below that $13 level. But thank you for bringing this to my attention. What a move down for Groupon. It looks like there was a lot of buying into earnings in anticipation that earnings would come out different. And it was definitely get at a dodge event there on Groupon. Tough luck. Don't know anything about why it sold off with respect to earnings. We'll have to dig a little deeper into that, Adara. But looking at some of these Mag 7 names, not a whole lot has changed over here. Oh, Apple attempted a 171.50 touch, and now it's back into that 30 area. But it's putting in a bit of a topping tail candle over here. That's not what you want to see on Apple. Oh. So let's keep eyes on this one. See if it can make its way back, mean revert possibly into that high a day 172.48.
The move down might be nice for you though, because I know you do want your dip buys, right?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
so.
we've wet our beak enough on Apple's Tesla that I'm looking at adding a little bit more on. We got more Tesla yesterday on the 160 touch.
I think you would have, yeah.
I did, yep.
Yeah, I remember yesterday I was like doing some notes and then Sean sends me a message, Tesla 160, and I was like, this is crazy. And I was like, when I started it was 260. So that was a little back and forth with Sean and I yesterday. Check out the podcast tomorrow. No spoilers, but there will be a revisiting of an earlier discussion and an earlier call made on the podcast. Okay. So putting together some notes for that. Very excited to watch as I do every week. But right now, another thing you're going to watch is the lesson of the day.
Perfect.
We tried on that transition.
I love it.
Let's go.
All right. So, guys, we are talking about volatility all week. Today is the last day in that volatility kind of lesson segment. Today, we're talking about back testing during volatile markets. And I would suggest to you that back testing is probably the most important to do during volatile markets because you have the most amount to lose during great periods of volatility, but it's important in all different markets. Just, I would say, a bit more important during volatility. All right, so why backtest, right? So the first and foremost reason is you uncover your strategy's weakness, right? So volatile markets have this way of exposing flaws in strategies that might work better during calmer periods, right? So backtesting helps identify these weaknesses before you actually risk real capital and also gives you an opportunity to optimize your risk management, right? So you can test different stop loss levels. You can test different position sizes. You can even test different risk to reward ratios, R&Rs, right? To see how your strategy performs under those different conditions. A lot of different variables there. We talked about size, we talked about stop loss levels, risk to reward ratios. So make sure you're trying to get all those different variables, a good back testing before you actually use them in real life, in IRL. So adapting your back testing approach is important. So the first thing you really need to do is make sure that the source of your data is high quality. And I'll give you an example. I don't mean to disparage any one website, but there was a website, went by the name, I think it's shut down now, floatchecker.com. Essentially, if you wanted to know what the float and what the short float of a name was, you didn't have that information, you could go to that website and it would give you like 4 or 5 different sources, right? It'll tell you TD Ameritrade says this website says that, right? And a lot of the times, there was variances between what one source said and what the other said. So what I would suggest to you is ante up some money, pay for the data if you're going to actually look to rely on the data to make money. So ensure your backtesting data covers a variety of different market conditions and include periods of both high and low volatility. You want to see how your strategy holds up in different market conditions. And incorporate volatility measures within your backtesting. Specifically, I'm talking about average true range, ATR, or a historical volatility data alongside your price data. So ATR, in case you're newer to trading, it stands for average true range. Essentially what it is, it takes 14 different trading days and it looks at, okay, what was the range for NVIDIA over the last 14 trading days? And anybody who's seen NVIDIA knows it's an awfully volatile stock. So NVIDIA's ATR is likely to be much higher than Apple's or a Google's, even though they've been moving lately. And so the reason that that's important because it factors into so many different decisions. How much size you take, how much space you give it for a stop, right? Remember, you hear me talk a lot about the average range per candle, right? And if the average range per candle is really high, that has to influence where you place your stop. You can't have tight stops with very rangy stocks. It also includes what your R&R is. So make sure you are incorporating volatility and average true range. It also helps analyze how your strategy performs in different volatility environments. By that I mean, there's not only one type of volatility. The market may have a different flavor to it if it's long volatile or if it's short volatile. I mean, it's not always the same thing. So try to test out your strategy in different environments if you can, both bull and bear, high and low, if your platform allows you. And stress test your strategy, right? You want to artificially increase the volatility within your backtesting software if it allows you to see how your strategy reacts to extreme market swings. This also helps identify the potential breaking points of your strategy. And by that I mean, oh no, that's the next one. Also analyze the walk forward optimization. It's a bit of a mouthful there, but this technique really talks about in backtesting your strategy on smaller chunks of data sequentially mimicking real-time application. What does that mean? So all volatility periods are not created equal. Just because we're in a volatile market doesn't mean my strategy will work the same way between 9:30 to 10:30 right after the bell that it will from 11 to 2. It's just a different market at the open. There's a lot of buy or sell on market open orders that are coming in that are causing upswings and downswings. And oftentimes the price doesn't hang out in one area for too long. So you need to make sure that the strategy you're employing is not just suitable for the market that we're trading in, but suitable for the time slot in which you're trading. So that is also important. This also helps avoid overfitting your strategy to historical data, which can lead to unrealistic performance expectations. Again, the time slot, the day, the market, that all factors very important into how you test your strategy. And consider the transaction costs involved with taking your strategy. So a lot of the times, you're going to have to factor in commissions, the spreads, right? If you're trading Lily, you need to make sure you're factoring in the huge spread between the buy and the ask. Other fees, if you're short inclined, like big caliber debt, you got to be borrowing these shorts if they're not free from your broker. That's going to cost you some money, right? Here at Real Trading, we get them in chunks of 100. So say I want to short VERB. I'm just giving you a random example. That might cost me 89 cents, $1.25 per 100 shares, right? So if you're a big time trader, you're trading several thousand shares, you need to be able to factor the cost of borrowing those shares into your P&L. Okay, so that's very important as well. And this also, by doing this, it helps provide a more realistic expectation, a more realistic picture as to what the potential profitability for your strategy will be. And so you're just being honest with yourself there, right? And then Adara added this slide in, and I have to thank Adara for adding this in because it's absolutely accurate. Here are some similar strategies to backtesting. The act of testing a strategy against a specific hypothetical market condition or a black swan event, which you heard Neil talk about today, on his lesson of the day. For example, seeing how healthcare stocks might perform during a global health crisis. Again, the lesson that I gave, the example that I gave earlier was go and look at what Moderna was doing during 2020, 2021, even parts of 2022. And you can understand exactly what I mean by, these outlying events with respect to healthcare stocks, right? And forward performance. Make sure to analyze that as well. Applying a trading strategy to the current market without risking your capital, i.e. sim trading, paper trading, or whatever you want to call it. TMS is what we call it here on the floor. Very important as well, because it shows whether you can actually execute the strategy. It's not just in theory now you're actually getting in practice, which is super important. So that's really it, but I just want to leave you guys with some food for thought. Backtesting is a simulation. It is not a crystal ball. The past performance of your strategy in the backtesting software doesn't guarantee future results. However, by incorporating volatility into your backtesting, you gain valuable insights as how your strategy will do during these more volatile times, Adira.
Yeah, I think one thing too I really want to say with regards to sim trading, obviously I'm a bit biased as I am currently trading in the sim, but I do think it actually really helps because it lets you try different types of strategies. This week I have to say, I'm like, we're in a more volatile market because we're talking about volatility this week. And I have to say, I actually feel pretty pleased as punch with how the trading's been because I've been able to be in the sim and test, a new hyper-specific strategy, which I'm calling my micro ranges. And I have the opportunity to do this because I'm on the sim, right? And because you're able to take some more risk, you're able to try some new things. So as someone who came to real trading with no trading background, I have to say, I think it's invaluable. And I think whatever platform you use, I do think there is definitely, I agree with what Sharif has to say with regards to how it can really help to be trading in LaSim.
Yes,
so that's, I honestly really want to echo that. Also, I like that you brought up the Eli Lilly spread
it's
there.
so spready, right?
That is true.
We could have said something else. What else is spready? There's like so
Adobe,
many. Adobe, yeah.
SMCI.
There you go. So
But I'm not mad that you're bringing up Lilly. Believe
I
me,
know.
She's my girl.
Yeah. It's just the first thing that came to mind, I guess, because you trade her a lot, right? Well, you haven't been lately, though.
Well, yeah, because I'm trying, I feel like risk management-wise, Eli Lilly and I were not besties. And that's not to say that every trade I had in Lilly was an L, because it wasn't. Like, there were times I was able to trade this name well, but the issue was that I was just not planning it out very well. So I'm giving her some space. We're not breaking up. We're just taking a break. You know what I mean? Like, she's going away to college, so we're going to let her do her thing. No, I'm joking. But that was a really weird analogy. But I'm going to give this stock some time to breathe. I'm going to let myself, not trade this name for a while, just to kind of get a little bit comfortable with other things. Alan Trade saying Lilly's real spready, and I mean that sums it up very well. It's a hard name to trade. Although I am happy, again, another example being in the sim. Being in the sim allows me to trade this name and to try trading it. Do you know what I mean? Right now, 40 penny spread, volume under a milli, so no Lilly for me. We're not going to get a Philly in Lilly if she's under a milli. So that's what's going to happen there. Amy T, thank you very much. You rock. Always very happy to be here. Hog Rider was asking about an NVIDIA bull flag. I have to say, I don't really see it. I'm pretty sure my NVIDIA chart, so my NVIDIA chart still isn't going to be 100%. Let's try the NVDL. Thank you, Sherry, for reminding me about this.
No worries.
Here's why I don't think NVIDIA is a bull flag. I know I said earlier there was some kind of potential look for a bull flag here, but that was before we continued to make these out lower highs, lower lows. It also, for a while, was looking a bit flat bottom breaky. We had that, now on NVIDIA, I think it's it was the 888 level, but so very lucky, as Sharif will always say, those double eights. But NVIDIA, NVDL, we have that 40-50 area where we had these lower highs leading up to it. Then we broke below. Now we're curling up, but we still haven't made a higher high. So I'm sorry, I can't show the exact chart because, like I said, for whatever reason, P-Pro 8 and NVIDIA are not besties right now for me, but it is besties with the NVDL. And for me right now, until we make a higher high, I'm not really sure I have a full bull case for NVIDIA. I think she's just trying to figure out what she wants to be right now. Tom H saying, don't let the market down. I'll try my best. Also, I have to say, I'm really proud of this AMD trade, if I may. So I took this short here at 192.50s. The goal initially was to take some of this out at 192s. Then we weren't able to get there, so I said, let's take 192 30s. We basically had to end up continuing making this line lower. We ended up getting it at 192 40s, and I did add some as well. We continued to do well at 195. So it only took about 50 pennies, but we still were able to stay in that scalp. We were able to scalpulate and make it out. AMD I find to be a really stressful one to trade because it does like to move with a viciousness, and it will change directions like that. So I know there's a lot of people here who trade this name regularly. Sean, trading this name regularly. Neil, I know some people in the chat as well. Joanna Brewster, I believe, pretty frequently engaged in AMD. But yeah, this one I do find to be a really hard name to trade, so I'm proud I was just able to take my scalps. Couple losses, mostly W's. Going to keep an eye on this to kind of see how we go. And really, I just think, yeah, part of it too is like when I have a loss in a name, if I see a reason to get back in to try to take a W, I'd like to do that, right? Because it kind of just trying to learn and grow.
Yeah, I'm in Verb right now at 73 pennies. Jay Lee's like, well, I'm surprised you took this. It looks like a Huadunk. My line in the sand is going to be the break of this 70 area. So we'll try it small size just to keep things interesting and trade on the show so that, you know, we're active. We got to do something while we're on here. So we'll see if this one can break up and hold this higher low and possibly make a higher high through that 81 penny area. To me, it's, you know, we're just going to participate in this name. Let's check out to see what we can get from it. The other one that I want to start looking at is Apple, right? So now Apple is kind of doing a real nice range trade here between 171 and this 171.50. So since we're on our way into 171, let's get long here a little bit and put that line in the sand below 171. So I'm going to be looking for a hold up at this level over here. If we don't, then, well, that's fine. We'll see what we can get with something else. Small size. I'm going to be taking small size all afternoon because, well, it has not been a best trading day for me. So we'll have to see if we can get a hold up here on Apple. Multiple topping tail candles. But as I watch the future, man, the future looks like it's headed back down now. It cannot hold up above this 20 period moving averages. I'm talking about the NQ June contract. It's, you know, at the best, it's making its way up into the 20 period. You know, but for the majority of the time, it's really holding up at the 10 period moving average. So, you know, we're really not getting any direction one way or another at the moment, Adara, whether on the future or on any of these Mag 7 names.
Yeah, it's a bit of a lag 7 today. I did not come up with that one myself. I know Raider Trader, who was on Sean's market recap show, check that out, but not today because they're filming the podcast. But usually you can check that out. But no, I believe Raider Trader was saying lag 7, which is one I like. Not all of them are lagging, mind you, but there are certainly some members of that group, Tesla, or you know, Apple a little bit right now that are struggling.
Oh yeah.
Also, someone in the chat was saying Elof earlier. He's been Elof lately, like instead of Elon, it's Elof.
Okay.
I mean, you know, he did kind of almost single-handedly cause a run-up in Doge yesterday, so I do think he's still kind of active. And why I say that is talking about this on the crypto update earlier today. I guess he was saying that he Doge to the moon. Oh, that was fun.
What's going on?
He was saying Doge to the moon, and I'm not like, I don't, maybe not single-handedly, but there was a move in Doge after that to the upside. So it was just interesting to think. I don't think he's fully Elof, but I would say maybe he's like Elajar, like there's like slightly door open there.
That's fine.
No. But I mean, everyone has their moments, and they did have that SpaceX moment yesterday.
Right.
So I just thought the Elof pun was really funny.
I felt really bad about that, man.
It was scary.
Yeah, I mean, look, it wasn't. I wouldn't say it's scary, but because there was nobody on it. Obviously, somebody on it would be a different story. It's just, you know, I was telling Neil, I'm like, okay, imagine you're the astronaut that has to go on Starship after it's blown up umpteen amount of times. But Neil brought up a good point. He's like, this is how it works. Even the Apollo missions. They had a huge fire when they were actually practicing on Earth. I'm not talking about the actual Apollo mission that had trouble in space. I'm talking about the actual buildup. So, you know, that's just kind of part of how the whole process goes. But I don't know, man. I just have that in the back of my mind all the time. Anyway, so it's a bit of a tough look, but that is the learning curve we have to deal with right now.
That's a good point.
You know, it comes to space. Space is flat. It really isn't, bro. It really is. Space is fake. Okay, sure. If you go to sleep at night better knowing or believing that space is fake, have at it. It doesn't really not matter to me. Guys, in VRB, looking for my first beak wetter at 78 or 79. The reason I like it, Adara, is because it put in a higher low. That's the only reason here. So we'll see if this one can actually manifest. Apple is the gift that never gives. So this one is on its way back down, sadly, into my entry after popping up a little bit. So I'm going to have to send it to you, just put in my stops.
Just the way you said the gift that never gives was so sad. I know you were like, oh, like we're all in a good mood, but the gift that never,
No,
like,
I'm in a
the
good mood
delivery
today.
of that was amazing.
I'm in a good
It's
mood.
almost, I know, I just thought that was really funny the way you said it. It's almost as good as the delivery earlier, which I forgot when you were just completely dead saying, oh, Papa Powell dropping hot lines. Like, I can't even do it. Just the straight faceness with which that was said. I had to shout that out. So I just remembered that.
Alas.
NVDL, it was an NVDL for me, let's put it that way. We did lose on this trade, but not too much. Basically, I was looking for these lower highs. We made a higher high. I said bye-bye. Then, of course, it goes back to the downside. That's okay. Frank Poso saying NVIDIA giving you another chance. You did call that. There's a move to the downside on NVDA, sort of reflected in NVDL. As I mentioned earlier, for whatever reason, my NVIDIA chart is it's doing its thing. But yeah, I mean, I do agree that that move off that 891 is interesting. I want to watch what we do at 888 because that was, you can even see on this chart that 888 was certainly an area where we had some traction, where we had some interest, where there's some kind of magnetism, as Obi said. So when talking about levels that are sometimes magnetic for whatever reason, also kind of coinciding with VWAP right now, that 888. So I'm going to have to keep an eye on that. Also, Monty G saying L dormant instead of L on or L off. So I enjoy that. Thank you very much. But yeah, I think that this NVIDIA is interesting. Oh, SU talking about the AMD short. Yeah, wow, this is, this one's been bamboozling. We had that curl up here. Now we have that little move down. It could maybe be a cup and handle, but I don't want to make any assumptions yet. There's no handle right now. There's just a curve up and a rejection off that pseudo double top. Not even pseudo, it's basically a double top. We're on that 193 area. Congrats to anybody who got that, because what a move. Lots of discussions of SoundHound. So let's talk about sound. Someone earlier was calling this MinVidya because it's like the baby NVIDIA. It's been, NVIDIA did have an investment in this one as well, so it's a fair name. Yeah, let's talk about levels in SoundHound. Let's zoom out. Hounds weren't super released today. We do have 56.8 million volume here, so that's massive. But yeah, certainly a little bit of support here, bouncing off earlier off that 825 area. Another little bounce, chop and churn. We come back, we dip below, we bounce once more. So 825 to me, some of the clearest local support. Then we get down here, lots of chop and churn around that 775 area, which I kind of think is interesting. We hit that low of 760, we bounce right back up. Areas in terms of resistance and support other than that 825, it'd be nice if we made a higher high above that 875. That would be, that would kind of show continued momentum. But this name, as hinted by the term MinVidya, has been incredibly strong. And yeah, whoever said MinVidya, if you're here, put it in the chat, because that was a great one earlier, and I forgot to shout you out earlier. Shane D may be the one who said MinVidya, but yeah, like certainly SoundHound is its own little baby NVIDIA. We had this calm kind of move, then we push up, some chop and churn, we continue our push up. Also look at these areas of chop and churn, identical almost, around that 375 area, continuing to push to the upside. Still kind of seeing where we're kind of seeing these pauses in the rally were earlier areas of resistance. So I think that's certainly something to note. General, though, all upside for SoundHound. If you're involved in this name, it's a great look. I would say, though, it'd be nice to break that higher high of 875 to show continued move in this rally. And this rejection here could get a little bit spicy. The hounds could be howling extra hard right now over on this trade. I know you were involved in this one before as well.
Which
SoundHound.
one?
SoundHound. Not today.
Not today. Yeah, last week we got stopped at Apple. So yet again, Apple takes but doesn't give. We had to get out 171, but it's still putting in higher lows. So who knows what we could get from this. All right, we just printed a newer low right now on the future. So I'm going to have to keep my eye on that VERB trade. All right, so this one's popping up. Looks like I'm going to get, hopefully here, printed. If we can just bump up a little bit more. No, okay, so I guess not. So we'll have to, pack our patience. I'm looking at getting printed at 79s or thereabouts, but it looks like we're being held up at that level by a hidden seller because there's just not enough size there on the book to warrant this rejection of the level. So we'll see if we can, there we go, we get the print. So we'll see how high we can get up here on VERB. I'm still holding a piece. Let's see if we can break through 80. 80 is going to be the line that I look for there. I wouldn't even mind getting caught in a halt up, to be quite honest with you here, because this one, if it can break above that 80 level, I'm talking about 80 pennies. Then it can show the higher high. And I like that trend, a higher low and a higher high to break through possibly a 90. A lot of tug and war happening right now between buyers and sellers at this level. As you can see, usually when that war starts to take place, because the tape and the book start to really heat up. They start to move a lot quicker. So you can tell the volatility is starting to come in. You don't even need to look at the volume bar. You can just see it on the tape and on the book. So watching here to see if we can get a print above 80. I've de-risked nicely off that print at 79s, but you know that's not what we're looking for at these levels. All right, so the other thing that I was just talking about there that I had to digress from was the future. And we got right into that low of day. We have a new low day right now, 18,015 on the NQ June contract. That broke the 22s that we had earlier. So now we're going to be keeping an eye on 18,000. 18,000 could be very interesting as a bounce play if it holds up at that level. But like I said last time, you may not get that exact hold. So keep your eye on that level and practice sound risk management skills at that level. Otherwise, you know, you could find yourself getting really cut up. So keeping an eye on VERB and keeping an eye on the future.
Yeah, no, that nice look on that VERB, little deep letters along the way. Yeah, no, I think also you're mentioning halts, and I do have to address, if anyone hasn't seen this, Sharif has the strangest luck with these small cap halts. There was that EVAX where you got like literally the best print and then it halted to the downside. Like, I don't know what it is. That. You and the halts have some kind of like beautiful karmic friendship.
To be honest with you, I don't even like to trade the halt ones. I think that was just a one-off event. I gotta tell you the truth.
No,
like, I got lucky
I'm just
with that
saying
one.
that, but that's what I'm saying is you always get, it's always the halts. Like you'll get out and then the small cap will do whatever it does. Yeah. You have good karma with the small caps.
Yeah. I try. I'm nice to them. I get them presents on birthdays.
Well, there we go. Of course,
Christmas presents and stuff. You know, I bring them apple fritters when they're down.
I'm sure Neil's like, where's my apple fritters? I think it's a small cap, but not for me.
The Katina man was not pleased that I brought Neil an apple fritter and didn't bring him one yesterday. I had to hear about that. Shout out to the Katina man. Oh, okay, Ram. All right. Next time, $10 Starbucks for Ram. You just need to lose a lot of money at 7:30 a.m. and, you know, right away. Right away, coming for you, Ram. Keeping an eye on 170 now, possibly here on Apple, as we really break down a lot from that VWAP level there.
Yeah, the range trader in me is very stressed out by this market. There's no levels. The levels are just falling. The only one that's sort of holding levels is AMD. I can't even think of a good AMD pun right now because, we kind of got AM destroyed. I keep using that one, but we really did off that 193 double top rejection. But we are still seeing slightly higher lows. I need to wait for another candle to close to really confirm this because I'm not tangling with AMD. Someone called AMD a widowmaker in the chat, and I actually don't disagree because I do find you can get involved in this one and immediately go the other way, right? But this one I find if you are prepared to kind of scalp out the small movements, it can be a fun trade. All my trades in this one earlier were just teeny tiny baby scalps. But even with that in mind, if I don't have a point of entry and if I don't have a stop, what the heck am I doing here? So I don't want to get involved until it gives me a little bit more wiggle room, a little bit more levels. If we settle into a groove, if it finds its footing, then I think there is something that could potentially be happening here because I do have all these levels I liked previously, namely 192, 192.50, 192.70, but I just don't have, right now I need to let it kind of sort out and get into a steady gait, a steady trot before I try to tango with this guy. So we're gonna have to wait on that. Tesla, lower, I just typed Tesla with a W, so good times. You can tell it's a Friday. TSLA, I like that we're generally kind of seeing this chop and turn and then a move lower. I'm waiting for a good point of entry here. Again, I want confirmation. Sorry I'm not in a trade here. I really do want to be in a trade, but I also don't want to be punching in all willy-nilly because then what's the point, right? So if I see something I like, I will get involved. If I don't, I will not. The other thing with Tesla, though, that has me not wanting to go short quite just yet is look at this chop and churn. I think could maybe go either way. We've been here for like a good, almost 15 minutes. I can't believe it's almost 1 p.m.
It's ridiculous.
But yeah, so I really need to kind of wait before I get involved in Tesla. But I've had lots of fun eating these chips and dips though today. We had some NVIDIA trades, we had some AMD trades. Also shout out to Obi for the chips with the dip thing. I can take no credit for that. But that is, it's a fun moniker. And I think certainly that's been kind of the fun play today. This AMD, if we keep holding this 191.50 this well, I might have to AM dance with danger on this one. So we're going to have to wait and see. Also, I know some people were mentioning as well SMH. So let's look at SMH, because I think if I'm going to keep trading these chip names, why am I not trying SMH? This one a little bit hard to read, but I do think, there's some kind of curl maybe happening here. We made this move down into that beautiful VWAP bounce off 218. And look, that's also coming into that previous area of a little bit of resistance. So resistance becoming support. One of the big first things I learned when I started sitting at this desk here on how to trade, formerly known as the Midday Show. And that's one of the first things I learned is resistance becoming support can be beautiful. And to me, this is a beautiful look. I think SMH might have to boot off one of these guys on my side chart. And I might have to keep looking at this because I like these levels. Rossi So Saucy, I love that name. And thank you very much for your $5 super chat. Could you look at LALAP, LLAP, possible golden cross, mid-April, possible cup and handle? Thanks. Let me look at.
Do it.
I don't have my EMAs for the golden cross up. I'm going to be really honest, but I can look at the levels for you. I am guessing you want to look at this on the daily, so let's look at this on the daily or in a wider time frame. I see what you mean. Okay, I do see what you mean about a possible cup and handle here, but we can't really make any assumptions until we see the fruition, right? Until we see it come to fruition, because what I'm seeing is, honestly, beyond the pattern, like the main thing I'm seeing here is levels. This 125 is a crazy level for LLAP. Let me explain why. 120, 125. We have that bounce here, May 2023, or May 2023. We bounce, we come back, August 25th, 2023. We come down, we kind of have a little bit of chop and turn, move to the upside, and we find some resistance at, you guessed it, 125, right at the start of the new year. Then we come back down and we find, again, more chop and turn, more resistance at 125. So I can't say for sure this is going to be a pattern. I'm going to be really honest with you. I think this could just be a massive area of previous support becoming a massive area of current resistance. I would say wait and kind of see if, I see what you mean about mid-April, though, because if we're going to get that handle, that's when it would come. I do find, though, this is a $1 name, so there's usually a lot of other factors moving these guys around. They tend to move with a viciousness that makes it a little bit harder to chart them. They did have a positive catalyst yesterday. Tehran Orbital announcing their entrance into the small satellite. Okay, so good catalyst, good timing satellite-wise. Orbit with their small sat geo solution for satellites above 500 kilograms. Yeah, I think there's some catalysts here. I just think for me right now, that 125 level is, to me, stronger than any potential cup and handle. That being said, if this is a cup and handle, we continue to move to the upside, I would be watching that 150 area for some resistance, because that was a previous area where we did have some resistance. And then also this kind of chop and turn around 170, then this 180 area. So I would, honestly, it kind of ends up being basically every 10-cent level, so 150, 160, 170. But yeah, I hope that's a helpful take on the chart. The main thing screaming at me is this 125 level. I think we need to break that before we do anything else.
All right, I'm eyeing the future, Dara, because we got to 18,006 and a quarter. So that's a low on the day right now, just very close to 18,000. And I'm going to need to see proof that we're going to hold above 18,000. So I'm not going to put a resting order to defend the level. I need to see, something to show me that we're going to curl back up off these levels. Right now, we're putting about 18,020 print right now on the future. Scott was telling me to look at UVXY. Scott, you're not the first one to type in that ticker today. A lot of people want to look at UVXY, but it's essentially it's an ultra. It's a VIX futures, right? ProShares Ultra VIX futures. And so it's having a great day. I'm personally just going to keep my eye on 18.2. So that's how I'm going to play, sorry, not 18.2, 18,000. That's how I'm going to play the futures. I'm all out of VERB. It's just kind of wasting my time looking at it. So got some profit on it. Now I'm going to focus on a different trade here with respect to the future. So we're going to be looking for an 18,000 defend. Just exactly how we're going to get in is going to be a little bit left up in the air at the moment, because I'm not exactly sure how I'm going to weasel my way in. I'm looking for key areas to hold. It's just been down and to the right all day. So I don't. Yeah, this is the tougher one to get into here, just because it's been down and to the right all day. What are you guys looking at while I decide how I'm going to get into the futures? Chris Holcomb, below the NVIDIA gap, up, open support, burn it down. Let's go -2% day at Kyle Burdett. Kyle's driving now. He's catching breezes, but he said he's still going to be listening to us as he chills out and enjoys an early start to his weekend. Shout out to Big Kyle. Let's have a look at NVDA. So you're saying below the NVIDIA gap up? Okay, so let's have a look. Let's see what we got here. So we didn't really gap up. I mean, the closing print at 8 p.m. yesterday, sorry, this is, yeah, at 8 p.m. was essentially 873, and we ended up opening up at 870. So I'm not sure what you mean, Chris. Let me know what you mean, because NVIDIA didn't gap up on the open. I think maybe where you're looking at is where it maybe opened up at 9:30 relative to where it closed off at 4:30, so we can remove regular market hours or after market hours. Let's see what we get here when we do that. Did it gap up? No, it gapped down, in fact. So the closing print yesterday on NVIDIA, 880. At 9:30, we opened at 869, so it's a gap down, if anything. Yeah. I typically don't exclude the pre-market data for the intraday look. I exclude it for the daily look, just because I want to see the opening gaps and the closing gaps, if any, at those levels. So it's not typically what I do there. Let's see what else people are talking about here in the chat. Picky Eater looking at MCD short at 284. MCD, what is this? McDonald's.
Are we loving it?
Oh, because it had that negative headline today with respect to, what was the issue with McDonald's?
It was some kind of outage. I know also they were saying their China sales have been bad. But that could be said about a lot of companies. That was a couple days ago. Oh yeah, there was a global technology